All right, get in here, get in here. Listen, we both are like, man, YouTube is boring, y'all. Is it not boring? Is it not boring, Sugar Love?
Yes, ma'am.
For the song about it, here we go.
Only through you two. What's going on? Same old content. It's been going on for so long. Clicking on a video, hoping for something new, but it's just regurgitated. Nothing that I can do. Uninspiring challenges and pointless pranks. Every vlogger trying to be the next big flex. Tutorials on makeup, I've seen them all before. Let's bring some originality. I'm starting to get bored. Repetitive tedium. It's all in my feet. YouTube got me yawning. It's just what I don't need. Show me something different. Break this monotonous train. I'm tired of the same old video, driving me insane.
All right. So here we're here. Here we go. Man, so Sugar Love, we had an interesting night last night. I was I got up in the morning and we like went over some things, we talked about some stuff. We had like a pretty long live, but some of the things I showed on the live, you were like, you know what? Let's like bring that back up on our joint live, right? So one of the things was is like a person that actually was in Angola prison. He was a bank robber. This is one of the interviews that was done on my channel. And she was like, you know what? I'm going to bring this to the channel. I'm going to bring this to everybody. So let's get into it. So I'm going to put the StreamYard link in. Oh, hold on.
Oh, now I have to put it in too.
Sorry. Let me just wait. Let me copy it.
All right.
To the private chat, because we want to talk the same way we did the last one. We want to do it the same way. It's good to like. It's this is gonna be reviewing this video. And this is like a guy who has been to Angola. People that want to come up, and Sugarlove's gonna put that into the comments, and we would love for you guys to come up and like give your commentary on this. So we're gonna start the video. Here we go.
Okay, hold on. Hey, JC. Hey, Sunday. Hey, Nick, before you start. Hey, Nay, my baby. What's up, Summer Breeze? What's up, Spice? And everybody else, Bush babies, welcome. I'm going to put the link in here in 1 second.
All right, you want to start playing it? Or you want to put the link in first?
Oh, you can stop playing it.
Okay.
What used to be the suburbs, but I come from the suburbs of Shreveport, Louisiana, and it was a bad choice that I made by one having a firearm at the age of 15 and 16 because we didn't need firearms in the suburbs. You know, there was no gang problem, no gangs. I didn't grow up with gangs. They had bullies, but they were bullies with a polo shirt on or something like that. It wasn't anything like you have today or you've had in the last 30 years. And there was a situation in which me and my friend we kept having altercations. And it was one summer, I never forget it. Matter of fact, it was like July 23rd, 1986. I was 16 years old. I was a sophomore, headed to be a junior. And it happened so fast. That particular day, I had after that pressure of me pulling that trigger, I had to become a man overnight. Things changed in my life tremendously. So I shot him with a 22, and he panicked and ran about a block and passed out, and he passed away. And I ended up getting 5 years manslaughter. That led me to going to one of the worst prisons in almost the world, in the United States. I went to Angola State Penitentiary. So, like I said, I had to become a man. Everything changed in my life at a blink of an eye. There was no crying. There was no, I need mom, dad, none of that. You know what I'm saying? I had to go to prison, and so I ended up going to Angola prison and using Angola prison like a university, meaning, just learning all different types of things.
Wait, hold on. What is Angola prison? What's the difference between Angola prison and any other prison?
Okay, well, Angola prison, Louisiana State Penitentiary, was once it was a slave plantation in the state of Louisiana. It's down in the mountains and swamp, close to the Mississippi River. It was a plantation. It's huge. It's a city within a city. So it was very, very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. It was compared to Alcatraz and
Hey, Lakeisha. Lakeisha has joined us on the panel. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, hello, Queens.
Hi, Queens. How are you today? Happy
I am
Saturday.
fine, beautiful Queen.
Man, and I'm glad that you came. And I would love for like a lot of women to come up, because the one thing I want to talk about is that these guys that go through some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about, they get out. They get out of prison at some point. They get out. And a lot of us are the ones that are like, oh, you know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, I've been in prison. We don't even think about what they've been through, right? What they experienced in prison and the trauma they've been. So I want to talk about that. So,
Well, I will say this. My older son got into some trouble, and he had to serve some time. It wasn't a lot, but it was a lot for us. But it changed him in a lot of ways. And when we had a very unusual relationship after that for a minute. But the stuff that he would tell me that would take place in prison, I was mortified.
I knew you was gonna say that word, mortified. That's what came to my mouth.
Well, when he gets done with this interview, you're gonna be like, oh my God. You're gonna be like, man, what did my son actually experience? Because
thank God he didn't experience all of that.
I hope he did. You don't know what
yeah, that's exactly, Genesis. In my mind, okay, I'm not gonna cry.
No, don't cry, baby. We got you. Hi, Jay.
I know that he's okay, but in my mind as a parent, you just don't know. Because a lot of times people are not going to tell you about horrific stuff that happened to them, especially something for a man that could be embarrassing to him. I'm gonna
when we get through this, you're gonna actually hear some of the horror stories that are going on in prison. I really feel sad for our brothers that are locked down, because 90%, like I think it's like 7 or 85% or 90% of the black men are in
Oh,
prison.
okay,
you know?
okay.
Yeah. So let's get into it. Let's actually.
Yeah, let's go.
Some of
Everybody mute up.
your more famous prisons. A lot of movies. They made a lot of movies at this prison in Angola.
So did they make you like?
That's why they call it Angola, because of something dealing with the slaves or whatever. But yeah,
Angola's in Africa. I don't know why they called it. So here's the question: did they make you pick cotton? Because I know in Texas TDC they make you pick cotton when you
Yes, we picked cotton. They had all white men on horses. We picked corn. We picked everything that we ate. It was a plantation. You were forced to call him boss man, or boss sir, or free man, whole bunch of slave names, but yeah, free man, things of that nature.
So in essence, slavery still exists. It's just in the prison system, 100%, right?
Most definitely, particularly in the South, in the South, in the South, the states in the South, definitely. Mississippi, Parchman, in Alabama. I think they even have chain gangs in Georgia.
Okay, so I wanted you to continue to talk about that. I just wanted to like clear up for the audience like what Angola is and what that represents.
Yes, it's one of the most notorious prisons. It was a very, very, very dangerous prison. By the time I got there in the 80s, it was kind of watered down. I got there in 88. I was sentenced to 5 years flat, which I think I may have got a break. I did get a break because it was a life taken. So I got 5 years, and then I went through the transformation of just learning prison. You know what I'm saying? Just learning the different things about prison. The do's, the don'ts. Like I said, it was a city within a city. It wasn't like you wasn't confined in a cell. At this point, you wasn't confined in a cell. While I was there, I was confined to a cell for 2 years for a riot that I was in. They had a riot, and my dumb ass, I was listening to some of the other convicts, talk about the trustees they protest about making the injection table, and they was like, yeah, that's wrong, that's wrong, we ain't gonna do that, we ain't gonna stand for that, and I'm young, so I'm like, yeah, that ain't right, you know what I'm saying? My naive ass, I'm like, nah, that ain't right, and so they was like, when we go out, we ain't gonna work. So I had never been in a slavery revolt or anything, but I'm like, okay, I'm with this shit. Like, okay, like they say, standing on business. So I was like, okay. And man, when that European came on that horse, they came on them horses, like who ain't gonna work? And everybody was just still. Like nobody said nothing. It might have been like 5 guys threw their shovels down. And I just thought I was doing the right thing. I was like, man, that's wrong. I'm not, I ain't with that. It wasn't that I was being an asshole or trying to be militant. I threw my shovel down. And man, they took us through some shit. I mean, for me to be young, I really experienced. Now that I look at it, and when I look back at it, I understand a lot. Which we're going to be talking about things that's not real versus things that's real, and and people what they talk. What's the word? Sensationalizing, revolutionaries and these things. But anyway, yeah, I end up going to one of the worst parts of the prison, which is Camp J. So I was in Camp J for
is that considered like the hole or something like that?
Yeah, that's the worst of the holes. There's so many different layers of the hole, but Camp J is the bottom of the pit. The bottom of the pit. That's where you have most of all the people that's back there that's killed guards, killed inmates, raped inmates. They've done some of the most horrific things. So when you go back there, all you smell is feces because that's what they war with. They make zip guns. They make they make guns, and they war with feces by throwing feces out the gate, out of the cell, onto inmates or onto guards and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying?
So that's like mental illness, right? Do you think that the reason why they would do that is because of mental illness, because they've been in
definitely
there so long?
they couldn't cope. They couldn't cope with the just being. They couldn't cope with being on the compound, which is on the main yard. They call it the big yard, main yard, whatever. But they couldn't cope, and they just lost it. And being in those cells, some of those guys have been back there like 20 years. They had 2 famous guys.
Wait,
And
in the hole for 20 years straight, or just back and forth?
no, in a whole 20 years straight. They had some people been down 20 years straight. They had some guys who had been back there who been back
Can you
there since
explain the conditions of the hole? Because I'm like, everybody don't know what the hole really is.
the hole would be the size of your bathroom. Just imagine being in I'm talking not the new bathrooms with the garden tub and the 2 sinks. No, I'm talking about the old bathrooms where you have a toilet, and just a little bed on the side. It's kind of like what you see in some of the old movies of what prison was. Like you see the prisons of Alcatraz, and you see those old cells like a Shawshank Redemption. That would be the hole.
So is there like light coming through there, or just zero sunlight?
They have a light in the hallway that may work or may not work. I actually learned how to type. I got my mother sent me a typewriter. I learned how to type under those conditions. But they had a lot of people that went going with the whole, get along thing, and I'm gonna go work in the field. That was back there. But from being back there, a lot of people were mentally gone. I seen one man. I learned how to play chess in the hole. I had a guy who was in a cell next to me. Now we lock down 24 hours a day. You don't go to a kitchen. Everything, you just in this one spot. So this one guy, he was like a lawyer or whatever, and he had been back there like 10 years, and he was good at law work. So he the one who told me about getting a typewriter. I taught myself how to type. He taught me how to play chess back there. And we play chess by numbers and letters because there's no contact. The only contact there is when you have an hour out for shower. When you come out of your cell to walk up, there's maybe 15 cells on a range, and you have to walk up the hallway to go up to the shower, and that's where a lot of war was going on. Because when you walk up the aisle, they may have taken a paper clip and sharpen it down and put it in their feces, burn it, and then took a magazine and made a hollow type of thing and spit it out, blew it out where it hits you like a dart, almost like a bullet. And then, if it had feces or whatever, Magic Shave, or they may have the shampoo bottle and they have the feces and Magic Shave and urine and old milk, and they might heat it up. There's ways that you can heat things up. You can do anything. You've seen it on YouTube. You've seen it on Facebook.
I don't think I have never heard of that. That is insane. That they're making like tribe level darts using magazines and shooting them out and hitting people probably with accuracy. And it's
accuracy. Pressure. You have people.
So let's just talk about that right there, right? The ingenuity, right, to be able to make a dart out of a paperclip and like blow it and hit somebody with it. Like, that's crazy, right? This is the type of things that was going on in the hole.
That's the type of things that
But
goes
you gotta think
on in
about
the
it.
hole.
That was
Go ahead,
stuff that we used to do as kids in school, making darts and shooting on. Stop playing.
No, I
That's
didn't.
that's
Ain't nobody ever
That's
talking
that's
about
rudimentary.
Not
You
with
know
no
what I mean? Like
feces in.
rudimentary,
Not with
like,
no.
you know what
Not
I
with
mean?
no. Not with no
Magic Shave
feces in it.
feces.
No,
Yeah.
you did that. Well, I don't. Hold up. Hold up.
Not with that. But it was
Well, then
still
don't.
nasty though.
She said we. No, we did not.
Oh, you
Who
know?
is
Oh,
we
wait.
and what
I'm
did we
sorry.
do?
Well, when I was growing up in school in
No, we made
elementary,
spitballs with straws, but we didn't
yeah, with the
do
straw.
with feces.
That's what it's
Right.
reminding
So
me of. But
right.
yeah.
Yeah. But we didn't do it to hurt people, and we didn't put You didn't hear when he said they made it to us like it burnt. They grind
Yeah,
something up.
now they
Right.
yeah,
That's right. That's
they're
some. Yeah.
A whole nother level, right?
yeah,
So
whole nother
this is the
level.
trauma. This is the level of traumatized, though. I want you people to see and listen to the trauma that might be going on in this situation. And these guys get out at some point because he got out. He's out, right? So let's keep going.
Wait, hold
Man,
on.
I
Did you
remember
have
one time
something
I
to
was
say,
back there,
Keisha?
and you
Say it again.
Now, I wanted to say, did Keisha have something to say before you started?
No, I'm just listening and praying so I don't get all emotional.
All right, baby.
Yeah.
You get an hour out. You used to get an hour out in the hallway, one at a time, and you run. The only exercise you're gonna get is to run up and down the hallway. You want to do that for 55 minutes, and then you got 5 minutes to take a shower. Then you back into your cell for another 24 hours. So I remember this one guy. I never forget this. There was this guy named Outlaw, and he had dreads. And this was in the 80s. So back in the 80s, you didn't have fashion dreads. The way they do this was matted. This was what they call wicks, or like in Jamaica. There was no fashion. There was none of that stuff. But this guy, his name was Outlaw. So, and I began to talk to Outlaw because I was studying a lot of Black Panther material. I ran into Jama, which is the Black Guerrilla family. So I was more interested in that whole thing. And he would tell me stories of things that happened back in 72, 71, because these were some of the people that was.
What time frame was this that you were in the hole? Was that in the 80s or 90s?
That was in the 80s.
And you were like a teenager.
I was 18, 19, 20.
In the hole with people that had been there for 20 years because
Yeah.
you said, I don't want to do this. And just because you put your shovel down,
It wasn't violent. I put my shovel down like I'm not going to do this. And that's the worst thing that you can do in a prison. That's the worst that you can do in a prison when it comes to the administration, besides, assaulting one of them. You know what I'm saying? It's to be the type of person that say you're not going to do it. Because if everybody does that, then
prison riot.
There's either prison riot, there's a revolt. I mean, then you can actually change some shit. You know what I'm saying? But they're gonna make a example, just like back in slavery. When one person ran, they didn't just bring him back and give him some greens and cornbread. They hung them, they tarred and feathered them. They did did all these different things. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's conditioned. People I always said it's like in prison this is crazy. In prison, I've been in some of the worst prisons and I've been the federal prison in Lompoc, which is on a military base. I've been in Atwater, USP Atwater. All these are maximum security federal prisons. Leavenworth, Atlanta, maximum security. And you have some of the most notorious prisoners.
How do you end up in all these other prisons though? Like
so we're gonna get to how I end up in those other prisons.
Okay. Are they shipping you around like to go
no,
here?
But what I'm trying to talk about is how they condition the prisoners. Some of the most notorious prisoners in the state are in this prison, and then some of your most sick Hannibal Lecter like prisoners are in they're in what they call the hole in Camp J. You understand?
Yeah. So what's it called? Angola wasn't the worst hole.
Well, Angola hole, the hole which they call Camp J was one of the worst places you want to be. If you go through and make it through Camp J, by the time you get to the main prison, you got stripes if you made it through there.
So how long did you stay in the hole for that particular offense where you dropped down
about 20? I stayed in there for about 25 or 26 months, 2 years.
Man, why was I thinking that you're gonna say 26 days? What?
No. I mean, you actually find yourself, you fight and struggle to maintain some type of sanity, because everybody's holding conversations with themselves in their cell. You hear regular conversations. You hear regular conversations. The guy's having a conversation with his wife, and they're arguing, and he's either reacting, he's re-reacting to abuse. I told you, didn't I tell you to go in there? And I told it's like that. So imagine I'm a young kid. I got a flat top. Dude, I got a flat top. I'm brown skinned, no hair, no facial hairs. You know what I'm saying? I probably was about 100 and maybe 30 pounds, 140 pounds. You know what I'm saying? I knew what I had to do to be in the prison now. I knew that, in Rome, you do as Romans, meaning that, if I had to kill, then that's what it was to stay alive. You know what I'm saying? So once I psyched myself up in my mind that, okay, whatever comes to me, this is how I'm going to react to it. And that's how it was. But I mean, there's several conversations. People are having conversations with themselves. It's not quiet back in the hole. No, it's not quiet.
Even at night, so like sleeping and stuff like that. How do you sleep?
No, I mean, you can't monitor what the next psycho. You can't. You're not. You can't monitor what they're saying or what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You know what's kind of scary is that a lot of people get out, right? So you got out, but and you got out with your mind straight. But imagine these women are dating these guys and not knowing that they might be traumatized by being in there for so long, and then they get in it. But that's gonna be, we'll get into that later on. But that is something else. I'd never even thought about that. Wow. So and
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, can we talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, imagine a person that you might, a lot of people like actually be like sending letters to these guys, right? And they might go away for a little bit. You don't know what happened, whatever, and you don't hear from them. You don't know they've been in the hole because they did something, whatever, and they come out traumatized, and then they actually because he only had 5 years in this situation. He had killed his friend at 16. He got into the prison at 18. He had 3 more years left, or 18, 16, 7, what, 4 more years?
My thing is, my brother, I have a lot of people that I know that went away, but personally, my brother ended up getting locked up over some crazy stuff, and it was more so he was like an NBA star, Temple. Everybody wanted him, but because we was going through a lot of stuff in our family, he was doing stuff to protect us and making sure that we ate and was fed, and he was doing stuff and got caught up. And he did not, and I was like, man, he don't need to be in there. He ended up getting locked up, right? But you don't understand when some of these people are in there and when they're young and they're in there and they have to survive, they end up getting other charges because they have to defend themselves. And my brother did end up going to the hole. Yup. He went to the hole.
So let's get
that was the hardest thing for me. Oh man.
I remember being in Jamaica with literally a week left to go to come back to the States. And my son got jumped by guys in prison, and his girlfriend was on the phone. And I was like, oh my God, I got to get back to the States. Like that, it was only 2 years, but it was the longest 2 years of my entire existence. And
you know what? People don't even realize that you're doing time with your loved one.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing time. You're doing time. We're all doing time.
And then, like, I had people like the lady at my church, the first lady told me my son was gonna get graped in there. I did not appreciate that. That is something that you should never. I don't care if you do think that that's gonna happen or you know that it's a possibility. Don't ever say that to anyone, especially not a mother.
So let's get into. Sorry.
Wow. So you went into the hole and there was a bunch of people in there for 20 years and this, that, the other. They're shooting darts out with feces on it. You got to run. You want to exercise, but you got to run past.
You want to run. For the most part, I was a youngster. These were older guys. These guys been down a long time. So once I started seeing some guys run, that was part of their programming. So I started doing that. I started learning how to run. And then it was a challenge for me to be able to run the whole 50 minutes. To just keep running the whole 50 minutes. And I kind of stayed further away from myself, so can't nobody reach out and grab me, or maybe hit me in the face with some feces or something. Try not to talk to people. Try not to just have no type of interaction with nobody to give them a reason to go off or something. And if they did say something crazy, I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not finna get in an argument with your crazy ass. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna lay low and not say anything you know, hopefully one of the other crazy guys will interact with you. And I'm not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it was just insane to me. You know what I'm saying?
So you made it out the hole. All right. So once you made it out the hole, right now you've been traumatized. You went into the hole probably not as traumatized, but now you come out traumatized. And now
I went in the hole. That's right. I went in the hole, not really understanding what was going on. But after coming out of the hole, after coming out of this place called Camp J, I realized that it was serious. You understand what I'm saying? Definitely didn't want to go back. And I understood why some of these big guys, some of the, you know, the guys that's working out in the iron pile, they look like big Tukey with the big muscles, and I understood why they didn't want to go back there. You know what I'm saying? Because there was a place to break your spirit. It was a place to break your spirit. So, you know, being out in prison, that was kind of like almost like freedom. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't freedom. You know. So what I did was I got out, and you know, I did kind of was like a celebrity a little bit, because they was like, man, they called me. I had a nickname. They called me Teenager. So they was like, man, Teenager, he just come from Camp J. And they looking at me like, damn, and he out here, and he, you know what I'm saying? So I went off into getting off into the drama club, you know, learning how to act, dealing with drama, poetry, things of that nature. I had a friend who.
I'm gonna stop that there because I really want to give you guys a real vision of the hole. All right, because it's one thing to have someone like just say, "Oh, I was in the hole," but it's another thing when a person actually describes what happens at the hole. Right. So we're gonna talk about it.
Now you like him to now you envy him. You really got a lot of envy in your heart now. So, you know, I'm seeing the little taps they doing, and you know, now you want to slap box with him a little bit more every day, you know, just really testing him out, you know what I'm saying? So this one particular day, you know, Rev don't look like he in too good of a mood, you know, and Bambino, they meet up, you know, halfway in the middle of the dorm, and he like, what's your Ray? He like, man, chill out today. Rev like, chill out today, bro. Man, I ain't really for it today. Like, man, what's wrong with you, man? Come on, your dog. Steady tapping on him, man. You know, kind of tapping him hard, too. He like, man, I said, chill out. So he pushed Big Bambino. Big Bambino like, man, bro, what's the matter with you, bro? I thought we dogs. Still, you know, boy, you know, pushing him out like, all right, boy, solid right there. But, man, we dogs. What the deal is? Why you tripping like that? He's like, man, I told you, man. Rail say, stop playing with me, man. I just ain't for it today, bro. So he like, man, what you mean, bro? You ain't gotta come at me all sideways like that, man. What you mean? He's like, man, what you mean, Rail? What you mean, man? I told you I ain't about playing. Cause you know, Rail head swole. He didn't just really lost himself in the hype, you know what I'm saying? He think he the baddest man in here, cause they done juiced him up so much. So he like, man, so now it's kind of intensifying between these two dudes, you know, Big Bambino and Rev. You know, he like, man, what so what this is, you know? So normally when you get into something and you about to fight, you know, you get your shoes and you go to the slab. It ain't go down like that this day. So he like, man, I just told you, man, I don't feel like being bothered today. He like, man, well, fuck you, bitch. Well, fuck you, bitch. And what you want to do? What you want to do? So he like, man, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. And Big Bambino tap, go ahead, man, bro. You my little dog. He's like, man, I just told you. And before Rail, because Rail done got hot. And before he could swing, Big Bambino said, boom, chairs down. And all you see is Rail. I mean, all the wind was out of this boy. This boy, what the fuck just happened? I mean, Big Bambino
right in the hole.
It's hard because he wasn't expecting that, because they ain't never showed you their strength, but they built all the confidence up in you to make you think you something, but they knew that's all they had to do, and that's the confidence game. So he didn't hit you, and he was like, man, yeah, bitch, I want everything. He like, man, what you mean you ain't getting that? Bow, hit him in the jaw, boom. I mean, chipped his teeth, blood falling out, all his mouth all on his man. He like, oh, hey bro, come on, man, we just said we dog. Now they know they got him. Now we dogs now. Bow, slap him. They open handing him. You ain't got to punch. You ain't got to bust him up and leave no marks on him now. You ain't got to leave too many more marks on him now. Yeah. They know they got him. Yeah, man, run everything. Take it over. Made him take it over to they bump. And then after they did that, he punched him one more time. Bow. So, man, when I say this dude started crying, Rev crying, Bambino and his brother laughing. Big Bambino and Lil Bambino laughing at him. So
That's how it goes.
the guard come in for the check. Everybody lined up. So the guard asking Rev what happened. See, like I said, Rev was cut, but Rev wasn't built for this. He never did no jokes before. He got the man, you took all my stuff, and everybody, no, man. He looking around like, he just realized he fucked up. He wasn't supposed to do that. So no. So the guard go get him, Big Bambino, Lil Bambino, and take some to the block. So for about a week, that's all I see. They all in the block. My dog, Nachi.
The block is the hole, you guys. The hole is the block. He called the block. The other guy called the hole. So there was the hole. So there we go.
No, the block is not the hole.
Well,
the block is the cell block. It's the block.
Well, no, they have like the I've never been in prison before.
Yeah, so the block is the block. So you on D block, you on C block, you know what I mean? Whatever.
But no, that's where they were at first.
Yeah, that's where they was at. Yeah.
They were all in one singular like group thing. They took
it
would be considered like a
block.
whole situation.
He's still in the block. Big Bambino, Lil Bambino, and Rev, they in the block. You know what I'm saying? So, man, it's crazy. It's just crazy to just think like what just happened and took place. That was supposed to be their dog, but they envy, they put their confidence game on them, and just to the time they wanted to utilize it. So like I said, time passing by. So all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? I'm coming from Child. We in the Child line this particular day. I'm coming from Child. And all I feel is somebody trying to clip me from behind, like hit my shoes, clip me, make my legs click together and clip me. So I stumble a little bit and I turn around, you know what I'm saying? And I knew this other dude's name was Duke. And he looked at me, he was like, you know what I'm saying, doing his eyes, like showing me who did it. So me being the high head that I am, and I know how, if you let somebody play with you, everybody gonna play with you. If you don't do something, you gotta rectify the situation right then and there. So after he showed me who it was, coming in the Child line, coming back from Child, I immediately bust on him. I'm talking about I ain't give him a chance to do nothing. I'm in slippers and all, just off in him. Guard take both of us and put us on the block. Now I'm on the block. Now the block, when you go to Child, you can see the block. You can't really see people in the block, but you can see the block and you know it's there. But now I'm going to the block and I see how everything's set up, who housed with who and what's located where. So they put me in my cell in the block. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in the block with some dudes that I don't know. One dude Mexican and another dude, he another black dude, but I don't even know who he is. But you know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping on them. They ain't really tripping on me. They just cool dudes. And plus, they've been in here for a minute. They've been in here way longer than us. They actually getting ready to come off 6 months in the block. You know what I'm saying? So how the block is, and this is how most prisons are built. They have vents in them. You know what I'm saying? And you can knock on the walls. It's concrete. But you can knock on the walls and they'll hear it, and you could go to it and talk. And plus, you could just hear stuff in this whole block. You can hear everything. So I'm noticing they house Rev with the guy my homeboy Nachi had a fight with. If y'all remember earlier, I don't really know his name, so I'm just gonna call him D. You know what I'm saying? It was just they came from the streets with the beef. So I'm just going to call him D. They house Rev with D, and they house Big Bambino with whoever, and they put Lil Bambino somewhere else, the instigator. They put him somewhere else. So, okay, who D and Big Bambino, they boys, they tight. You know what I'm saying? Now, Rev is an enemy, but the guards not knowing and paying attention who they didn't house Rev with. Y'all didn't house him with Big Bambino, them boy. So I guess it was kind of crazy and awkward being in the cell. So that first night, you know what I'm saying, you ain't hear too much out of them. You hear everybody else, everything going around, you know what I'm saying? We got to do what we call radio. He be beating on the wall singing, you know what I'm saying? And that be our jokes passing the time by with him singing and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So, night go by doing it, everybody giving out requests, man, sing this, or whatever. And he much obliged, you know what I'm saying? He's singing the tunes or whatever. That makes your jokes go by. Then, late at night, everybody telling jokes or whatever. Okay. So I give it the third night. The third night, you hear Rev and D in the cell. Big Bambino and them homeboy in the cell with Rev. You hear them playing cards or something, or some sort, some kind of game. I can't really say what it is. It's some kind of game, but I know they gambling. So I hear an argument break out between him and Rev. He's like, man, nah, man, you to move that P, man. You know that wasn't right. You move that, you shift that. You know, you can hear it and you can kind of make out what it is, but you can't hear exactly what it is. But I'm knowing somebody just cheated. So it's going on. And then now Bambino, he damn near, you know, then mind manipulated his homeboy D. It's just this thing in prison that goes on. You could be talking about something, but throwing slangs in the conversation at the same time, so your homeboy can get the gist of what you want him to do with old boy. You know what I'm saying? And why Rev ain't never did no time before, he ain't catching and peeping what they doing. So this whole argument, this whole cheating thing was a ruse to get you into a confrontation with him. So, you know, you hear that going on. And then after a while, it cools down and start gradually calming down, but they still saying little stuff. You say, yeah, man, nigga, you know what it is, you know, but it's calming down. It's smoothing out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, everybody in there like, all right, man, yeah, radio, man, doing nothing for us, man, do something for us. So they, you know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty much sure that's what Drake get that. Can you do something for me? Because in jail, that's what we be hollering, do something for us, man. You know what I'm saying? In jail, I don't even know if they two related, but I'm just assuming, you know, because that was our terminology, how we ask radio to do something for us, or somebody tell a joke, you know, do something for me, man, do something to help me pass this time by. Okay, so radio get the singing a song, everybody into it, niggas start singing along because they get to singing that R. Kelly. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. You know, this back in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? They get the hit that, you know, so all of a sudden we hear a lot of, you know,
why would they be singing it?
Listen.
A lot of slapping, you know.
You know what that means, baby.
First of all,
Oh my God.
I'm like, skip.
No. Fast forward.
Skip the track.
Next song. No. And they was all like, oh, and horny as hell in a club, in a cell by themselves. With
Yeah, that is a
bump and grind.
Oh,
that's the last song.
Where's my ginger? And where's my ginger ale?
I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
Nick said, my. Where's my ginger ale? Okay, I got it.
I need my pearls. Where are the pearls?
Yeah, watch the pearl. But it's not. But this is not as good. It's not as good, but it turns detrimental. But that's just, you know what they sing when they set it up. Oh my.
Here we go.
So everybody just start, and we hear a lot of boom, boom against the brick wall. All you hear is like almost like pressure. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, hold on, radio, hold on. Everybody like, oh, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? You hear, they both in there fighting or whatever. So all you hear, oh no. So for a while, all you hear is a bunch of struggling. Now, in my mind, I know what we do in prison. We had this thing called Z you out. That's when you put somebody in a chokehold and you hold them until they pass out.
Right.
So somebody in there is basically getting ready to go to sleep.
Yeah, so
you hear the struggling, you hear like the feet sliding across the floor trying to get up out of it or whatever, and you hear the, you know, almost like that, like, oh, let me go, let me go, you know. So Bambino, who that is, what one that is, and D holler, that I got him, yeah, and you punch him in the head, you can hear it, because, you know, it's just sound effects, you know, you can hear him, he's like, and you hear him start making noises like he moaning, you know, Real making noises like he moaning. So all this going on, Bambino like, yeah, man, you gonna have to make him learn from me. I want you to flex him all the way to the max. So he like, D-like, I got you, big homie. I got you, big homie. He either call him big homie or he like, I got you, pops. That's their son. You know what I'm saying? It's Big Bambino, Little Bambino's son, Diaz. You know, like I said, we're gonna just call him D. So he attempting to flex Rev all the way to the max. But you hear Rev struggling, he ain't getting up. You know what I'm saying? You get, yeah. Go to sleep. You going. I got you. You hear it. So all of a sudden you hear something go And in my head, I'm like, man, bro, he done put my little dog to sleep, man. Now he about to punch me. And normally when somebody put you to sleep and y'all in the cell one-on-one, they gonna bust you, they gonna beat you while you sleep. They don't care. Man, they gonna beat you while you sleep. So I'm like, man, bro, man, don't roll that man out like that. He's like, man, he gotta get it. He gotta get it. Big homie said he gotta get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like, man, bro, live when you on your own, bro. Man, you gotta stand up. You in there by yourself. Can't nobody get to you. So as you hear, all you hear is almost like somebody ripping somebody's clothes off. You know what I'm saying? Taking somebody's clothes off. But you don't hear no talking, no nothing. All you hear is you could hear every now and then a grunt or something. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I can't make out what's really going on. In my head, I can't make it out, you know, but I hear.
Can you rap, please? Who is that?
They want me to rap. They
That's
want
a
to hear me.
damn shame. A damn shame. Ain't nothing funny about that.
My name is Monica, and I don't know what you want me to do. Bro, like what?
Who they want to rap? I
This
can
is
say
serious. This
bars.
is a serious conversation we're having here. And
I
you
know.
want
Who
me
is
to rap
that?
in the middle of that? So whatever. Let's get back to it. Whatever. You about to leave? Go ahead and leave, bro. But we talking about some serious stuff here.
Just go on for about 2-3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden I hear, oh! And I'm like, man, what's going on over there, man? Don't kill that man over there, man. Don't kill that man. Then this old coward yell out, Big Bambino, oh, he ain't killing him. He giving him something else. And then out of nowhere, I guess Red wake up. All you hear is just a bunch of random sounding ass hollering. I say, man, I know he ain't in there. Man, he ain't hitting that man, huh? He hard up in the, yeah, oh yeah, you mine now. Now this screaming and shit got to be going on for about 3-4 minutes tops until I just can't take it no more. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes down to somebody really violating somebody like that, like, I mean, everybody in there feel the same way if you ain't no more type shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just kick, boom, 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 start kicking the door to their cell. You know what I'm saying? It got 3 of us with, I mean, it got 1 door and 3 feet on 1 door in my cell. You know what I'm saying? Me and all 3 of my cellmates kicking the door. God, boom, boom. Then everybody just really follow suit. You know what I'm saying? Boom, 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 and yelling, God. And you know, I mean, it's like, and he's steady in there on top of that man. And it's like the more we kick, he laughing. Like he just losing his mind. And you just hear Poe Rev in there just crying. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to paint it vividly as I can remember it. I mean, bro, it's the point of no return. So finally, I swear, man, time might have just stood still. But it seemed like after 15 minutes, the guards finally come rushing up in there. You know what I'm saying? And when they come rushing up in there, half of the guys, they start screaming immediately towards the front. So instead of them telling the guard what's going on, this dude's still hammering away in rail, and the guards opening each cell by cell, trying to figure out, and the ones at the first ones, they were N.O., so they stopped talking. You know what I'm saying? And then finally, everybody started hollering, man, it's downhill, come down. So the guard, we all hollering at once, and the guard can't really hear, you know what I'm saying, where to go to, you know, and so I'm like, man, everybody calm down, man. Everybody just stop talking. It takes about 2 minutes for me to get them to just shut, you know what I'm saying? Then finally, I'm like, man, come right here, man. I don't give a fuck about snitching, whatever it is, man. It's a different thing. That's a whole different thing. And for that don't feel what I'm saying, that's a difference. You really just taking a man's life, because a man don't want to live after that. Ain't no life after that. You know what I'm saying? Or life, unless you cool with being turned out. You know, so finally the guard comes and pop open my cell. And me and my roommates, you know what I'm saying, my cellmates, you know what I'm saying, my cellmates started just screaming at the guard, you know what I'm saying? The guard rushed in and boom, 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 thinking something going on, because we all hyped up in the cell. You know, they attack all of us up in there and drag us out in the hall. And while they doing that, my roommates, you know what I'm saying, they ain't saying nothing else. They just balling up. But I'm steady hollering, man, the next cell, man up in there. He violating that man. He go to the next cell. They're like, what cell? Cross on side. I say, on side, man. On side. Go ahead, man. So after he still takes his time and, you know, put the little pull cuffs on me, the pull ties on me, the little pull cuffs. So after he finished pull cuffing me, you know what I'm saying, and drag me out farther in the hallway, then finally he takes his time, unraveling his key and open the cell. And as he opened the cell, dude is cuckoo, man. They got doo-doo and blood everywhere in the cell. You hear what I'm saying? So the guard can't believe what he's saying. Actually, now this about to trip you out even more. So when the guard opened the cell, it must have gave him such a shock that he immediately slammed the door back and just got on his shoulder radio. Hey, I need help over here. I need help over here. On the east wing, I need help. So and I mean, common sense would tell you to open back up the gate. Man, you got the mace, you got your baton, you got a lot of things that you can neutralize the situation. But the boy started going, all you hear is that like going harder, like he's trying to get his due, like what's due to him. You know what I'm saying? And man, I'm bugging. I'm like, man, bro, you gotta get up in there. He like, man, stop hollering at me. The guard, this is the guard tell, stop hollering at me. Like he don't know what to do, man. They ain't properly trained him for the situation. And even though Verhausen, he was new, you know what I'm saying? He should have still knew what to go do. You know what I'm saying? But maybe like 3 minutes later, all you hear is a bunch of keys and different things jingling, coming running down the hall, and a boom, boom, coming down the hall, you know what I mean? So they tell him, open up. They got the big old gas can, the spray gas. It's a big old can. You know what I'm saying? They got that. They got a couple of shields, you know what I'm saying? And finally they open it up and they rush up in there and the boy they started trying to pull him out real hollering. And they pulling him off of him and we're like one last holler, man, and I ain't never heard nothing like this a day in my life. All I heard was Man, that could have brought tears to my eyes, man.
A warning arising. Warning arising.
To this day, I would never get this out my head. And I'm painting this picture because that's the way I see it in my head. It was so all I could do is hear it at the time and hear everything that was being said to each other and repeated from guard to guard. And they got dude, they done sprayed dude, plus they done sprayed the whole cell with the gas, you know what I mean? You know, and in this can, everybody know that ain't like that regular mace, man. It's like this like some triple cayenne pepper type shit, man. You know what I'm saying? All you hit then pour real he coughing, but he don't even sound like Rev no more. That confident, cocky little dude no more. You know what I'm saying? That I grown to like. You know what I'm saying? I passed that part of the story up, but you know, me and him had chopped it up one day, and I had really grown to like him, even though we was from two different sides. You know, but I still grown to like him. You know, but I no longer even recognize that in him no more. You know, and finally they get D out the cell and they cuff poor Ty D and poor Ty's legs, lay him out in the hall, and the other guys, like three other guards told him on out of there, you know what I'm saying? And they like, you motherfucking, you know, saying whatever they saying, you know, but my focus is strictly on, man, get in there and help Rev, man, get in there and help him, you know. And they going up in there, you hear him talking to him, and Rev just boo-hooing. He just boo-hooing, you know what I'm saying? So they like, where you hurting at? And I'm like, where you hurting at? Man,
That's
just help the dude,
question.
man. Take him to the infirmary, man.
At?
Just help the dude,
Who you
man.
think he hurting at?
So finally, they get Rev secured. They have I ain't gonna say the medic, but the people that come from the infirmary and the nurses and the on staff doctor. They comes to the cell. You know, they radio told them it was secure. You know how it go if you ever been in there. This is a real serious situation because you got doo-doo and blood everywhere. I'm hearing the guard keep repeating that. It's doo-doo and blood. It mixes everywhere. It's like, and I'm laughing because it was a stung. This is a reaction to something like, man, my first jokes, I ain't used to this. You know what I'm saying? In my mind, I'm playing it back the way I seen it like the first day. And I have told only a couple people this story. You know what I'm saying? And as they getting Rev they didn't put a diaper on him. You know what I'm saying? They didn't put him in a diaper, you know what I'm saying? They put him in a paper suit, you know, then walking him out, and all you hear, as he walk, he just moaning and walking, moaning and walking. You know what I'm saying? And he come out the cell, and as he come out the cell, I'm laying on the hall, and I look up at him. He quickly glanced at me and dropped his eyes and dropped his head. And when I looked at him, I didn't even recognize in his eyes what I used to see in his eyes. That was all gone. Man, I was like, bro, you gonna be all right, bro. You gonna be all right, bro. Shake back. You know what I'm saying? But in my head, like, you'll never be the same. You know what I'm saying? And that's the first time I really watched something in total disgust, anger, so many mixed feelings, you know what I'm saying, that one man could do that to another man, you know what I'm saying? Man, I ain't lying. I gotta take a breath on that one, man. Y'all excuse me, because it's real, man. And
Yeah, we gotta
anybody
take
that
a breath on that one.
actually experience something like this,
Yeah.
they understand. Like, you know, that ain't for everybody, you know what I'm saying? Some people, you know, it ain't better eye. They ain't better eye, you know what I'm saying? And they desensitized to it in all this time, you know. But me just seeing it for the first time, it totally blew my mind. And I'm just wondering, like, at this point, I'm like, man, I ain't gonna never be the same. Things in this place ain't gonna never be the same. The way I operate ain't gonna be the same. Now, and I knowing in my head, if I ever get into a fight, man, God help me. Somebody better get there and help the guy that I'm fighting, because I'm gonna try to them, because I'd be damned if I let him get me in that position to do to me what D did to Rail.
So this is what happens. Comments?
We gotta breathe. Hold on.
Right.
Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I mean, it's not like we've never heard them before, but it never gets old and tired. Like when you do hear it, it always seems new because it's a new person. And you're right. These men now have to come back out into society, but in a lot of things. But and even if they didn't experience the point, like he said, even after hearing this, he would never be the same.
Yeah, no. I'm grateful that my brother came out, and like I say, prayer works and my prayer works. He came out and he has a family, a house, he's doing good. But the stories that he told me when he was in there, yeah. Oh my gosh. I just couldn't wait for him to get out and start his life, because I was like, he don't deserve to be in there with these people. It's just, oh, sorry about that. It's really, it's just crazy. Oh wow. And hearing this story, the stories that my brother was telling me, and that's why he had got more time on his sentence, because he had to defend himself.
So now you probably have an understanding of probably what even happened in that situation. Like, wow.
Some people like it in a hole though, because it's solid. Well, some people call it a hole, some people call it solitary, but it's still the same thing. But some people prefer it in it. Go ahead, sis.
And this is why I was so mortified and just distraught that whole time that my son was gone, because like, look what happened to that man. Like, and all kind of things go through your head, and you just have, you just have to like pray it away and just try to like have the most positive outlook as possible. But inside, you just don't know,
Your cousin got life without for something he didn't do. And I try not to think of stories like this. And it's a shame. Like like I said, people have to stop playing with their freedom because actually, when you're playing with your freedom, it's no different between somebody doing 1 year in jail between somebody doing life in jail. Because all it takes is that one day. All it takes is that one day. People have to stop playing with their freedom because it's bad enough for the people who go in there uh who's innocent, but that's like maybe like 10% to 15%. And then you got the percent who did small crimes, then you got the percent that did big crimes, then you got the percent that are lifers. But it doesn't even matter because all of them are in there together. All of them are in there
They
together.
they not, they'll say, okay, well, you did a violent situation, so you get put in there with the because I think that they think they're going to teach you a lesson by putting you with people that are murderers, right? Like, okay, based on your crime, you're going to be with the worst of that crime, and that's the part. That's where we get like this sickness. This is just terrible. All right, so let's get into it. I
So
showed you that
it's prison life.
to
But my
explain
thing
what
is,
the whole could be.
yeah, some of them do think it's a badge of honor. Unfortunately, a lot are in prison simply because they break the law. That's why I say, it, that's why you tell your that even you be telling your kids, and I don't mean bio. It could be like any these of these. It could be any age, but it just take like one time, and it depends on how they smell you. When you walk up in and they smell you out, like even when you walk up in there, you young, fresh and green. The here, take this. You thinking you got a friend, but now you old. It's a lot more that go on in that prison life.
Yes.
But go ahead, baby.
Okay.
Now we back to
Was my
the
mentor,
regular.
was like my
Ooh.
mentor. His name was Wally Moo. He passed away. He was a Black Panther, and he was in a wheelchair. So uh, he was a real famous guy out of New Orleans. That he was a Black Panther out of the Ninth Ward. They had this big war against the government out of the Ninth Ward projects, the Desire projects in New Orleans back in the early '70s, and he was part of that. He was a bank robber or whatever, but he was kind of like the scholar of the prison. Like he would be somebody like Ben Yakima. He would be somebody like, he was a scholar or whatever. And he was an older man, white beard, white hair. So he was kind of like my mentor. So he basically, used to just whisper in my ear. I mean, when I say whisper in my ear, I mean, because he's in a wheelchair, of course I got to squat down or I have to sit down and listen to the stories that he was telling me about the Black Panther Party and about things that we needed to do. You telling me about politics, some things that I had no idea. I'm from Shreveport. They country is hell in Shreveport. It was country then and they country now. You know what I'm saying? So the things that he was telling me about, Karl Marx, George Jackson, Jonathan Jackson, coming from out of Shreveport, come on, they weren't even talking about Malcolm X. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? So,
Right.
he was my mentor. So being he was my mentor, I became like a apprentice, kind of, so to say. And now that I look at it, I became indoctrinized because he told me some things. The things that he told me, they was up here. He would tell me things like,
You're 18 years old, so you're very impressionable at the same time.
yeah, and he was a very respected. To be in a wheelchair, he was very, very Micey. Everybody, you're not from Louisiana if you don't know who Micey is. Micey was like a Huey P. Newton. As a matter of fact, for people who know anything about anything revolutionary, he was friends with Mark Exit. If you Google Mark Exit, Mark was a guy who was in the movement, who took over Howard Johnson in New Orleans. He was a sniper, and he killed I think the not the chief of police. He killed like the chief of the fire department. I think when the chief or something come out of the precinct, he was shot in the head from all the way down somewhere else because of how high Howard Johnson set. Mark Exit is Mark Exit was more of a successful, like the guy in Dallas, Malik. Mark Exit was more successful than what that brother tried to do. But anyway, And he used to tell me things like, he was like, man, they got gangs. Where you from? And I said, well, when I left the street, they ain't have no gangs. When I went to school, I went to a Catholic school. I went to, everybody dressed preppy. Everybody was, like preppy. You didn't have any Bloods and Crips. You didn't have any of these. You didn't have none of that. So when he was telling me that, I was like, what? He said, yeah. Because he kept up with stuff, And he told me, and he was like, they're initiating these guys. They're initiating them by having somebody ride around with the lights out. And if you blink your lights to tell them that your lights is out, then the people that they're initiating would drive double back and come and shoot your car up and kill you.
I remember that. I remember there was like a whole thing like, do not, like, if you hear somebody blinking your lights, do not.
Yes, it's still true
Yeah.
today.
So
That's
he was
people
telling me
still
about
be
that,
saying today.
and he was like, man, when you get out, you need to let them know, man, that instead of tearing the community up by selling crack, and he gave me, I'm gonna use the word, he gave me the dynamics, the game on dealing with bank robbery. Now, I wasn't in there for bank robbery, but I'm listening to these stories that he told.
At 18 years old, as a young man, and he's like a revolutionary, but then you're
Exactly.
respecting him as a revolutionary.
Mm-hmm. He was a revolutionary. He was no doubt he was a revolutionary. He's tried and tested. He was amongst some of the other brothers like Matula Shakur, Sekola, Huey P. Newton, Geronimo Pratt.
So was he an ex-Black Panther?
He was not. He was a Black Panther. He wasn't an ex-Black Panther, but he was a Black Panther.
So he's a Black Panther, and he's teaching a young 18-year-old boy that just got out of like segregation and like the whole about robbing banks before you get out of jail.
Yeah, well, it has some logic to it a little bit. I mean, like, he just basically was saying, hey, instead of them selling crack, they need to go in these banks. These banks are insured by FDIC. There's no security, and if there is security, it's one person. They could go in. The chances of a person selling crack to get $100 or $200 or $300,000.
Right, little to nothing. Right, you have to like work your behind off to get that. Right.
They're like penny ante hustlers almost, kind of.
He like bump that. We need to tell all these people that's doing it to go ahead and start robbing these banks, which is pretty much what they did in the Western times back in the old days. They used to rob banks. Like that's why you get like the cowboy stories. A lot of the cowboy stories were like when they would say wanted, it was like Black cowboys that were robbing the white banks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like they actually have movies about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so he would just tell me, he was like, hey man, if they need something to do, because these dudes, these guys were terrorizing the community all around the United States. Think about it, like all around you can't name a state, Detroit, Chicago. They were terrorizing. When gangs, some cities already had gangs, but where I was from definitely didn't have gangs.
So real quick, so you went in, what year you go in? Like 80?
I was in 86 is when the incident happened, and when I turned 18 is when I got transferred and sent to prison. 1988.
Right. So
1988.
Crack was just kind of hitting around that time, 85.
Yeah, well, it was hit, but it didn't hit. It hadn't hit where I was from at that time. In the city of New Orleans, it's heroin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
No problem. Man, you guys are hearing some this is some serious content, because I want you guys to interact with us. I want you guys to ask questions, because like there's not too many times you get to hear a person that went into jail at 18 years old, went into the hole, was there for like what, 5 months or 26 months. No, he said 26 months.
Over 2 years, girl.
Jesus Christ.
He was in the hole for
gets
2
taught
years.
by a Black Panther, and they're trying to control the narrative of what's going on in the streets, because he's getting the word back about what's happening in the streets, because the crack epidemic is starting. Now, this person does not know what that CIA is involved or anything. He's just thinking that the gangs are like doing this and they're acting like this. He's not understanding there's a whole product on the market that's making them behave this way, right? So he gets you to say, okay, rather than doing this, you need to be doing that. They're just being penny ante drug dealers. He's not even understanding that it's being millions of dollars being made in this thing, right?
Yeah, I think he did understand that. He did understand the profit. He did understand COINTELPRO, because that was one of the first things that I learned. As a teenager, I learned COINTELPRO. We had study groups that broke down, and we broke it down about how it's done. We had study groups that dealt with how to destroy an organization, based on having agent traits.
Wow.
You can have agent traits about being a person that when you come into the study group or when you come into the group by always saying, bucking everything that the leader is saying or trying to turn everybody against the leader, like divide and conquer. Sometimes you can be an agent and not be an agent. You're just a troublemaker. You're just an instigator, and you destroy the organization. So we had study groups, man, that talked about that type of stuff. I think more so he was basically.
Hold on. Wait,
Yeah, you're gonna have to be mute some of that. Not mute, stop some of that. Rewind that part. Rewind that part. So they wanted him to become an infiltrator.
They wanted him to. They taught him how in prison to. They showed him all the different traits of like different things because the Black Panthers had been infiltrated at some point.
Right.
So
Okay, I
they
got
showed
that.
him how to find out if someone was an infiltrator or FBI agent or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
To know what that looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're also teaching him to rob banks.
I heard that part. I knew about that
18.
part. But
He's 18 years old. He's in prison for murder because he killed his friend at 16 by mistake or whatever. I don't know. Or he got mad or whatever, shot his friend. He's in there for murder. He is being lined up with other people that probably ain't never gonna get out, right? Dude's in a wheelchair. He's not getting out. You know what I'm saying? He done did some stuff, sniped somebody, whatever he did as a Black Panther. He's not getting out. But what they did was they put the battery to his back.
right. So they know he's coming out.
Right.
And that's again, that's how this intellectual hustles and stuff be started. They school them. They school the ones. Remember the older ones, they had nothing but time. They got better education than a Harvard University person. They got nothing to do, but nothing but time to study.
Patron
Right.
Gold, do you want to come up here too? Because I mean, she has something to say. He or she?
No, she's saying, well, certain crimes, right? Okay, they're not affecting the community, and you get less time. So you better off going big, and your time is going to be smaller.
You say the way the guy was coming on, like, man, bump all that, like selling drugs, rob the banks. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and you get less time for that. It's crazy. You get that, and it doesn't really affect the community because, like he said, it's the money's insured.
Pretty much. So that's what he was saying. Like, don't be out here. When you get out, don't get involved with the gangs and doing this. Get everybody like to join you in robbing these banks. So that's where so let's continue. Here we go. Now he's 18 now.
Jail would allow you guys to have. So you're in prison.
No, what they didn't allow. You would end up in the hole if you caught. What we did was they would have people that had classrooms as though they're tutoring you, and you had certain people who was off into Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, or whatever, who would come in the classroom, and so they would act as though they were tutoring, but in fact it was kind of like back during slavery, how they act like they having Sunday school out in the woods, and then they trying to figure out how to escape, kind of like that.
Wow. So you went through basically training from a Black Panther. I mean, you're really getting like what most people would wish for, like especially like people out here.
Well, yes and no. I mean, yes and no. I think we're going to talk about that later on, but we're going to talk about people who try to, they think it's a fad, they think it's a trend, So yeah. These are some of the people. You got to realize that J. Edgar Hoover, when they tried to put their foot on the Panthers' neck, it was the late 60s and the early 70s. So these brothers, some of these, and it wasn't that many. You might have had 10 out of 5,000 inmates. You know what I'm saying? Just like it is today. This is most people are not
Was the Nation of Islam really prevalent in that jail too, like or prison? Sorry,
no, they didn't have the Nation of Islam, but they did have the Sunni Muslims. They did have the Sunni Muslims, but at the same time, everybody was controlled. If you were on the compound, you were controlled. If you're on the compound, you are controlled. So you're gonna do what master say do, or you're gonna end up back there with a shit throwing and the darts and talking to yourself and all that type of stuff.
Have you heard of like the Melonics? You ever heard of these people called the Melonics? And they I had a friend of mine. He was arrested for a robbery, but he might have been there a little bit before you were. But he was about the same age. I think everybody kind of like at that, like in the around 85, went to jail for some stuff, right? Like these young guys, right? And he was telling me, but there's a group called the Melonics, and then they would like extort you. Like if they found out that you were doing something about like with drugs or whatever, that they would extort you for your money, and then like almost like make your family have to keep sending them money and all this stuff like this.
No, they wasn't doing that back then that I knew of.
Okay, so I don't want to get too, but I just wonder if you like knew about those. So all right, so let's go forward. So you get out of jail, or is there anything else you want to cover about when you were in jail and you were getting trained by?
Well, so basically, he when he told me,
DJ, he knows exactly what you were saying.
And I got a job working at a car dealership. At the age of 23, I got a car working at a car dealership. But I knew guys who were hustling. I knew guys who were in gangs, and it was really, really bad. People were dying. And I did go to some guys. I'll never forget one time. These 3 guys that were well known in the area where I'm from, and they were plotting to do a kick door. They was gonna kick door, do some kidnapping or whatever to rob some drug dealers. And I went in there and I told them, I overheard the conversation. I was like, look, man, you ain't got to do that. You know what I'm saying? What about this? And I was like, what about? And I told him, I was like, man, listen, those guys that y'all initiating, why don't y'all have them to go in the bank? If they go in the bank, I give you everything. We could train them or whatever. They go in the bank, they get the money, then they're in the game. If they get caught, they don't tell, then they're in the game. That would be a good initiation. That's what I'm thinking. My logic was like, it was kind of twisted. You got to realize I was young or whatever. But I thought I had a good idea besides, kicking the door down and, kidnapping, somebody's child or, their girlfriend, holding them with a gun in their mouth and making them tell where the money is at in the safe and all that type of stuff. And
that's really against your own brother, right? And, you're doing this against your own brother. Why would you?
Yeah, well, you're doing it against. You're doing it against They don't know that's their brother. I mean, they're all about money. You got to think about, the early 90s, the late 80s. You got crews or whatever. But my point is, and they looked at me. I never forget this. They looked at me like, hold on for a minute. Hold on. So where were we?
They looked at you as.
Right. So here we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
You said you were talking about the guys and about how they should do this, at the other end.
Yeah, and they looked at me and they said, bruh, them white folks gonna put you up under the jail. Can you imagine that? Now they're plotting to kidnap a child, kidnap a girlfriend.
Anything could go wrong, right?
They're plotting to do this, but I'm telling them about a bank, and they're saying the white man is going to put me up under the jail. This is what I'm talking about being controlled.
Right. So they would rather bust into a drug dealer's house.
But hold on. This is what's crazy is.
I get it.
By the end of this thing, I was like, it's better to rob banks than kill a job. Like,
they rather hurt each other than go up in that man bank, right?
Yeah, right. But I'm seeing
exactly, Danelle. Exactly. Exactly.
I'm about to rob a bank right now.
Exactly. Pay for it. Yeah, let's not mess with them. Right? We're gonna hold this one hostage, though, scare the baby and everything. But let's not go mess with them.
Just nutso.
And they're You might just happen to be there, and they're willing to kill their own. Well, not even their own, just kill the family, whatever. And so actually do murder, which is going to be underneath the jail anyway.
They was doing that. They was doing it all over the United States. Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, Detroit. This is what they were doing in the early 90s. I mean, if you name some of your most notorious crews across the country, it was no brother thing. It was they were ruthless.
Trust me, I know a person that used to do that. That's why I like learn the story about the Melonics. So he used to bust in there and do this, that, the other, and what happened is that he had a friend of his that kind of like was trigger happy and ended up shooting somebody, and the next thing you know, like this, that, the other happened. You know what I'm saying? So.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they were controlling. When I saw that, I was like, oh, you niggas really, I may be fucked up, but you niggas really fucked up. You know, you're gonna do that over going to the bank? It's like, imagine this. Imagine us being these ferocious dogs in the backyard, and our master is coming out with the food, and they put it in the bowl, and we're like, we going to war with each other for the food that's been put in the bowl. Well, I'm saying, I'm that dog that was saying, hey, the food is coming out the house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the food is coming out the
house. They was like, you crazy as hell for that.
And they was like, man, you crazy. They was like, man, the wife was gonna put you on it. What's wrong with you? And I remember it because they all are dead. And rest in peace to them. They're dead. I end up going to prison. I end up going to federal prison because I actually became a bank robber. That was my profession. I traveled all over the United States robbing banks.
So you did it more than one time. Wow.
Oh no, yeah, I did it. Yeah, several times. Several times. It was a way of life. I was really good at it, actually.
Listen, this is the stuff that you only see in movies. You know what I'm saying? So you was a real, like, what they show in the movies and this, that, the other, you were really doing it.
See, the thing about me is that, although it was, looking back at it, it was the most dumbest thing ever. Very irrational when it comes to thinking. But, after I got my feet wet, it was like, I had no fear. You know what I'm saying? And I lived a high, my way of life was very expensive because, I wasn't working for the money. So, it was nothing for me to blow 200,000, 100,000 in a week. Well, not really a week, but say, I shouldn't be able to blow that amount of money in 90 days, sometimes 90 days, 6 months. Didn't have enough sense to start a business because I was young. I wasn't around those type of people to even assist me in starting a business. So all I did was travel. All my friends were in prison because they were in gangs and they were killing people and doing them regular stuff to each other. I decided that I would move to Atlanta. I moved to Atlanta. I got married, but I still was robbing banks while I was living in Atlanta. So you know
that you were robbing banks, or was it like a secret like lifestyle that you were just doing and she just didn't?
Who? My wife?
Yeah.
Well, it came a time where she realized what was going on. Nobody else knew. The people in the town that I lived in thought I was a drug dealer because I had all the nice cars. I would come come back in town with convertibles, this and that and this and that, or I was paying $3,000 for a shirt, trying to was Versace and just all type of crazy shit, just blowing my money. Not to mention, strip clubs. I like I said, I lived in Atlanta. This is during the time of Jack the Rapper. This is during the beginning times of Freaknik. It was just like we're talking 93, 94. You know what I'm saying? So at a Jaguar, I would go and just buy cars. Didn't have no sense of a value of money.
So you're pretty much like, probably, how much money would you say you blew through during that time frame?
I blew through probably about $500,000.
So, all right. So you're saying you were robbing banks and everything. Were you doing it on your own, or did you have people with you?
I eventually, okay. In the beginning, I had two other young guys who I was able to convince to drive for me or something like that. And then they decided that they knew what they was doing and they went off on their own and did some shit and they ended up getting caught. So then when they did get caught, they tried to debrief on me and tell the people like, hey, well, he's the person that told us about this shit. He's not the person that actually robbed the bank, but he did tell us about it. You know, so they put me in on their little conspiracy, and I went to a trial. It was like a 19-count conspiracy. I went to trial in Dallas back in '95 during the time of the not the World Trade Center, but the Oklahoma bombing. I'll never forget it because they wanted to stop them from picking the jurors. And yeah, went to trial and actually beat it.
Probably
And
because
you don't beat federal, especially a bank robbery. But the thing was, they robbed a credit union, and they actually told the people that I was with them. So the people think, okay, yeah, we got it. You know, so they told the people that I was with them to make it more juicier to try to help themselves. And then when they did bring me in and try me, it was the particular day that they robbed the bank. I was going to like a, you know, where you used to go and what was the place? Remember you used to go to the places and you used to send money back and forth?
Western Union.
You could go and cash checks and stuff like that.
Check cash in place.
check cash in place.
Check cash in place, but you could also send money. You could send money across country. So I was actually picking up some money at the time that they actually robbed this credit union. So they don't know this. They don't know that I'm in Norcross, Georgia, picking up some money. They're robbing a bank down in Mesquite, some damn where in Dallas. And they told the people that he came in there with us. And so when I went to trial, it came out that no, he couldn't have been in two places at one time. So all the other information that y'all gave them, my lawyer was able to show it. If you believe this when they were lying, then you can't believe nothing else they said, right? Well, I was fortunate enough to actually beat the feds. 1995. What district would that be? I don't know what district it, but it was in Dallas, Texas. Huh?
I think that's like the 36th district court or whatever, something like that.
It's a federal, but it was federal. It was federal. So, but anyway, so I beat it. So you would have thought that I would have stopped robbing banks. You would have thought that I would have stopped robbing banks, but I was good. I was real good. I wasn't getting caught. You know, they just picked up on, a little information. It's like, we don't need this nigga now. We can do this shit ourselves. We ain't got to break it in 3 ways. So let's just go on and do our own shit. Well, okay, so they end up going to prison. The one guy ended up telling on all of us. He ended up getting maybe 8 years, 5 years. The other guy, the youngest guy, he ended up getting 30 years. Okay, so I ended up beating it. I ended up coming home, still robbing banks. Not really understanding, what's really going on in my head. I'm like, man, why are you still robbing these damn people banks? And I still was doing it. I still was going state to state. And it wasn't until 96 that I went in the wrong damn credit union. And that was the end of my bank robbery sprees. And I ended up going to federal. I ended up going to maximum security USP Atlanta. Well, time I get there, I run into Matula Shakur, who became my man.
Wait, so what made you get caught this last time?
Not get off of details. So I used to always rob banks when it's raining, or it just started raining, because I knew that the police wouldn't be able to respond that fast. So I'm in Dallas, and I was in Dallas, and it was pouring down raining. So I said, yeah, it's time. That's my sign that, this is meant for me to do it. So I'm going down, I don't know what interstate that I was going to, but I ended up at this credit union. And when I went in as planned and got all the money, and I was coming out the door, it stopped raining. It was just the sun was just shining when I came out, and I was like, oh shit. And by the time I made my little route, jumped in the truck, but I got about 5 blocks and I seen a ghetto bird. So if it would have been raining, the ghetto bird wouldn't have been able to get there in time. But on this particular day, it was meant for me for this madness to stop.
Wow. That's
yeah. It was in, and then I ended up.
She said, damn, you work with the weather?
Yeah. Well, I've always been a spiritual person. I'm a spiritual man. And I just always felt like, okay, I'm looking for signs. Like if it's, I would look for any little thing that was out of place, I would turn around. Because I didn't, and that's the crazy thing. I didn't have to do it. Like I wasn't,
I had money, right? You had already saved up.
Yeah, I had money. I had brand new vehicles. I had jewelry. I was living. I could tell you stories of. I don't want to name famous people because somebody might see this, send this to somebody. But man, I know I was amongst some of the most famous people going to these parties. Man, like I said, I don't want to name anybody, but from the West Coast to the East Coast.
Do it the freak off.
And that's one of the reasons how we're going to get to that. But that's one of the reasons how I end up getting introduced to the lifestyle. But we'll talk about that further up in the story. But I didn't need to do it. I did not need to do it. I would, when you rob a bank, you can live off that money for 2 to 3 years.
It became an addiction for you.
It was a
drug.
It was good.
They say the same thing about like dealing drugs is that once you like get into that like lifestyle, you get like addicted to like the money of it all.
No, it's not the money.
You realize too now, we passed the point to
What we gonna say, Sugar Love? Go ahead.
I said it's not the money, it's the thrill, it's the chase.
Right. He got like addicted to the whole
adrenaline rush.
He probably
adrenaline.
Before he probably got hard. Before he walked into a bank to rob that bitch, his dick probably got hard as hell. All right, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Boom. And then he do it. Yeah. And then they walk out with that money. And yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a
adrenaline rush.
Yep. Yeah. So.
Yeah, because you have rich people. Remember,
I didn't believe in.
Go ahead.
Winona Ryder and a lot of those entertainers used to shoplift.
Yeah.
It wasn't because they didn't have it. It's because it was the thrill of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's like trillionaires. Like, how much money do you need? But as we see, it ain't about the money. It's the thrill of taking over somebody's company or doing stuff like that. So yeah, it's the money and
nobody pimping me.
You know
what I'm saying? And there was a lot of situations in which, when I first did a bank, I robbed a bank for $80,000 and I got $5,000, and the money was supposed to be going. It was supposed to be going to the movement. I don't know where it went. I just know I got $8,000. But at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? It's a lot of pimping going on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, from being in the nation, I used to be in the Nation of Islam. I forgot to tell you about that. So I was selling papers, and I used to get a dime on every dollar. And the brothers like that was on post were like, I'm like, man, I just got out of jail. I need a job. I need a real job. Like, I'm making a dime on a dollar. Those brothers that work out on the corner with the bow ties, the brothers be hustling. They gotta sell papers to see some money. The majority of that money is going to the headquarters. It's going to Chicago.
Right. So that they have to respect that these people are honest enough to like send that money over there, or it's like what?
What's the question?
So these guys have so much respect that they're not gonna slight the nation. Like they say, okay, well,
yeah, because they got so many papers. It's like when you was a kid, you sold the cookies and the candy bars. So you got so many papers and you got so much money. Okay, if I give you 48 papers, then you should come back with. You understand what I'm saying? So, but anyway, yeah, I was doing that, and I was like, really, and I was like, damn, and when the brother's situation happened, I got $5,000 out of $80,000, and I was like, nah, I might as well sell papers. Like, it's a lot of pimping going on.
So basically, so you got caught, right? So what happened after you got caught? Did you go straight to?
I go to federal prison. I go to USP Atlanta. I was in USP Atlanta up there with Akbar Prey, Matula Shakur, some of the big Nicky, not Nicky Barn, but Nicky Scarfo, I think is his name. Just a whole bunch of gangsters from New York to from Brooklyn to Queens to you name it. But you got to realize I go in with the mindset of a cub. I was in Angola. Remember, my mentor was a Panther. So when I go back into prison, it's back into that mode. I'm getting right back into uniform.
How old were you then when you got arrested for robbing all the banks?
26, 27.
So from 18 to
23,
You got that charge, and then from
and then
I
three,
don't
and then
feel
you went
from
right.
26 from 26 to 41.
Okay, so now you're back into federal prison, and what I'm seeing here is that, like, so it's almost like the prison. You know, they always say that you learn how to be a better whatever it is in prison because you're around other people that are doing XYZ, and they teach you how to be better at it. Is that
Yeah,
true?
well, if you're a person that master the craft, then yes. Not everybody master craft. I mean, but if you're a person that master craft, you're gonna figure out ways to beat the system.
So how was federal prison? How did that go? So
Well,
you're in federal prison with some of the biggest people known to man, and you're going in there for what you did. So I mean,
federal prison for me was a learning experience. I did the same thing I did in Angola. I used it as not everybody do what I did, but what I did was I studied under every religion. I studied under the Muslims, the nation, the Sunnis, the Moors, the Rastas, Scientology, even the Native Americans. I did it, and people were like, "Man, you don't know what you want to do. You confused. You confused." They would say, "I'm confused." I knew I wasn't confused. I just was using the time, to make my time go by. But I was in my mind, I'm in college. So each place that I went in with whatever book that I went in, I was studying it. You know what I'm saying? And then it got to the point to where it's okay. Certain ones was you couldn't do that. So I had to kind of like back up. Like they're like, "Oh, brother, we want you to in the ranks." I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to do that." But I did so. But what I did was I studied under Mutulu Shakur. He taught me more. Once him and the guy Maisi, who I told you, Wale Mu, which means teacher, him and they were friends. They were part of the New Republic of Africa. Only people that knows this language, the words that I'm using, they kind of gonna know what I'm talking about. But they were part.
But here's the question. Wait. Before we get into that, how long were you sentenced for robbing the bank?
Well, I was sentenced to 121 months, and then I got re-indicted, and and then I got
All right, Jay.
sentenced to 90 months on top of the 121 months.
How many years is that?
15 years. I mean, with the good time and all, it's like 15 years. The 121 months was 10 years. It's like 90 months added on to that, something like that.
So how was that being in federal prison? You got into it with you began to like make alliances and allegiances. Was this like the thing when you were in this time? Was that the thing that like that changed your life, or were you taught more how to be a better person?
Yeah, I was taught more. I was taught more how to be a criminal because then I started getting off into extortion. So I started extorting child molesters, what they call chobos. I started extorting child molesters. I was getting a lot of money in prison doing that, selling drugs in prison. Well, not really selling drugs because I smoke weed, so I mostly bought drugs or whatever. I bought weed whenever we could find it or wherever we could get it. But it wasn't until after 10 years, my mother came to visit me. My mom came to visit me one time. She flew to visit me, and she said, if you could do it all over again, would you do it? I think it was about 5 years. And I was like, hell yeah. Because the shit that I did, I never would have been able to do. Shit I experienced, the people that I was around, all of this fake shit that I didn't realize was fake. And I was like, hell yeah, I would have did it. I still had pictures, so I had my photo album. So when I go off into, in prison, if you got your photo album, you're not just talking, you know what I'm saying? So I'm showing pictures with, Left Eye and all these different people, Andre Rison, and we up in Atlanta, and I'm in with all these different people, all these different people, hanging out at different people's mansions in Houston and Sugar Land, all these different places. But so I said, hell no. I said, hell yeah. No, I don't regret it. Yeah, I'll do it again. That was 5 years. Out of 10 years, she asked me the same question. And when she asked me the same question, I told her no. Because now I'm starting to see people die in prison. And I said die, I mean getting killed. The federal maximum security is around the United States is one of the most vicious prison systems.
Worse than what you went through in the hole.
They were worse from the standpoint of politics and just being stabbed, not from a psychological standpoint. Because see, if those people would have been in federal prison, they would have been in some type of psychiatric. They would have been in a ward or something. They would have been at a hospital. Like Camp J these people should have been in a hospital.
So, so what kind of like psychological games do they play in the federal prison that didn't happen in the other prisons? What do you think? What really worked on your psyche there?
Well, the politics. Politics could be, I could be the leader today, and then tomorrow, the people that I lead and look up to me, they could just turn on me and just smash me. And then now I'm looked at as a victim. The riots, being in the riots, if you say like, I'm going to get a visit, like I was doing the pen pal thing. So, I'm always trying to, find me a woman or something to come visit me or whatever. So I got a visit coming, and next thing you know, it's a riot. You know what I'm saying? So, we're going to be locked down. It's just, you got to have then you got the racial tension, and you talk about racial tension. The white gangs are more vicious and more dangerous than any black gang in this country. They're malicious. They study. They know pressure points. They know what to do. So most black people are not trying to go to war with the white boys. They're
Really?
not.
So those
Yeah.
gangs are worse than any other gang in prison. But you only hear about like the Bloods and the Crips and
Nah. The blood. It's so bad to where the blacks have to stick together when there's a racial war. They have to stick together. They're gonna have more numbers, but they're not gonna kill you, because in prison everybody want to come home. Sorry about that. Somebody just called me. You still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay. So the white boys are trained to kill. We just want to fight. We want to jump somebody. We might stab somebody, but for the most part, the white boy is gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you.
So you have a question? Did any of the prison guards do
Slapping
anything
me
like
in
to
my
like
head
hide the
for?
crime and like kill people and things like that, and then hid the crimes?
No. In federal prison, most of the prison guards. Now out west in California, when I was in California, you had Mexicans who had Serrano or Mexican mafia tattoos. So that they were connected. So now we understand why the Mexicans had real life Bowie, the knives that you buy from the store. They had these knives because the guards would bring it to them. We would have to make a shank. We would have to make something. You know what I'm saying? But they had real life. Butcher knives. California is way different. The politics is way stronger and thicker.
Put your phone on do not disturb so it doesn't do that. So just put your phone on do not disturb real quick.
I don't even know how to. Yeah, I don't know how to do it on this. I have a new iPhone 14. I just got it yesterday, so I don't know how to do it.
So were you still married at the second time of your imprisonment?
I was married. I thought I was married, but no, yeah, I was married.
Okay, so you spend so was this the turning point in your life when you went in there for 15 years and you got to like see how things were going, you're doing whatever, and then you like end up leaving from there and like living your life, or did you go back again, or was
No,
that
I never went back. The turning point was building up as I was seeing the things that was around me, like fake shit, shit that just, like for instance, the worst thing that you could be in a maximum security prison is a rat. Well, if you had money, then the strong crews would protect you. So how is the worst thing you could be is a rat? If you was a child molester, if you fucked a child and you had money, then
you could buy protection.
You could buy protection. So, but how is that, it's not the worst thing then. Then you would see guys who were like well-known gangsters, been down 20 years. And then all of a sudden, you go to their cell and they're not there. And they went back to court and they're talking about old murders that happened back in 1978 or 1984. Like, it taught me that everybody have a breaking point. Like what I'm saying, a lot of people will.
You would see people break down, like what they think they're about to get out.
No, I mean you know about what's his name out of DC? What's his name?
The Muslim guy that was shooting everybody?
No, the dude who was the big dude who was doing the time at Alpo, man. I mean, Hitman. I can't think his name, but what I'm saying is you will be around these thorough dudes And then who knows what man is gonna do? Like, who knows what man is gonna do? You don't know what a man's gonna do when he wake up and
Mhm.
how he's feeling his day.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So I started seeing that shit, and I was like, man, this shit's crazy. You know, another thing, it's just contradictions. If we are around all these notorious people, and then I promise God, Genesis, I promise you, a woman that may look just like you would say, y'all go to bed. Shut up. I mean it. I could name some of them. I could name some. I just don't like name dropping, but people from the Bronx, from Harlem, from Chicago. I mean, board members. When I said board members, people right up on the Larry Hoover. Somebody like you or my mom is telling them what to do. When I say telling them what to do, disrespectfully. And you look at that shit and you be like, okay, like, why we just can't unite and take over the prison? I mean, we don't have to do 5 or 6 life sentences. I only have 15 years, but I'm still looking at this shit like, man, what? You know what I'm saying?
And didn't it kind of like pigeonhole you and begin to like bring you out amongst all the prisoners that were there? Didn't it like kind of like focus on you at some point, like because what you did was really like more extreme than what the other ones did?
Okay, so there was a situation where I was at.
Before I go on, oh wait, Hippie was here. She just left. Oh, I'm sorry. Hippie, come back. I was about to bring you back on. Bring you on. Hippie, come on. All right, so we're gonna continue it, but I was trying to get Hippie to come up with. All right, because she has her own experiences as well. So, but we'll go.
This one prison, and they kept sending me to the site. They kept sending me to the site. Now I wanted to go too because there was interns, and I liked the intern, so I would go. So then when I would go to the I asked her. I said, why? No, she asked me. She said, why they got you on here? You know, you crazy or something? Why they got you on this list? I said, I don't know. And she said, well, I'm gonna find out next week. I'm gonna find out. Next week, she put me back on there and she said, it's because you're a bank robber. They want to know why you was robbing them white folks' banks. So I was like, well, all these dudes down there that was part of these different crime crews all over the United States, who you see like on American Gangster, they not on there. The guys that were selling crack, they not on there.
They told you they're gonna put you under the bank.
But because of the nature of my crime, they wanted to know why would a black man? Because she said it. She said black men are not. It's a low percent that robs banks. Bank robbery is mostly white guys rob banks. Mostly white guys rob banks.
Do you think that by putting the reason why they put you in the because the hole was the murder charge, not the bank. So have you ever been in the hole because of the bank?
I've been in the hole several times. Been in different prisons, been in different prison riots and stuff. Been in the hole several times, but not that long. And then the hole in the Fed is totally different than the conditions in the state. But yeah. So they were trying to figure out, like, you know, when you have people who. And I told her the same thing I kind of told you. I'm like, wait a minute. If everybody's out to get money, mind you, this shit is crazy to think like this, the way I was thinking, because I don't think like that now. But I'm just like, you know, if everybody's out to get money, you talk about the early 90s. You remember everybody was out to get money? Remember Get Rich or Die Trying?
Yeah.
Okay, so
bitches get money. So this you had that was your soundtrack in that time. Like,
yeah. So if
get money,
case,
you just.
No, he was talking about 50 Cent, DJ.
If you want to get money, then why not go to the bank? I know.
Now we know why not to go to the bank, because that was a whole like 15-year sentence you had to.
But think about it. Compared to the majority that stood on the corner and got in these trap houses and destroyed the community. Think about that. You're looking at it from a different lens.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Think about it. So every major city, crack came out. They were selling this crack, and why y'all sell crack? Oh man, you know, because I want to be able to afford a car. You know, I got this Mercedes Benz. You know, the AMG Kia. I got that, blah blah. When you see all these documentaries and all this type of stuff, yeah, they got the fur on and blah blah blah. Think about it. All over America, you would rather sell this product than have the mindset was like, well, damn, all the money is in the bank.
Well, it's not anymore because they done figured out. Yeah, it's a whole new thing right now. You can't go to the bank and rob and get nothing.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't, I don't think the banks even hold more than like $2,000 a piece. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. I mean, if that's the case, how are you able to people to go to the same bank and cash that check? That's crazy. Listen, what I'm saying is that why not study people who kill for colors?
Wait. I don't know. That's crazy. No, there's money in the bank. I gotta love my friend. See, this is actually a friend of mine, so I think it's like really funny. He said, if that's the case, that's crazy. Shut up.
Why not study, the people who have multiple charges of selling drugs? Why? They
want to study you because they're like, we want to make sure this don't happen again. Like,
yeah, well, because at the end of the day, it means that you're not scared of the white man. I mean, not the white man. I ain't even said a white man, but it means that you can go
exactly.
from 0 to 100 and not being afraid. You can be dangerous when you're not afraid. You know what I'm saying?
And that's where it gets into mental health, right? So
yeah, you can be dangerous. You can, in which they think this when you're not afraid. Okay, but you take these other guys, they're not afraid of nobody black.
All right, so this is the part. I'm glad I finally got you here, Hippie. What's up, Hippie?
Hey, Hippie. Welcome.
Can I hear you?
It's Hippie.
Unmute. You're muted.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, girl. What's up?
Hey, love.
Yes.
Life is
longest. So
girl, life been life. I'm not gonna even hold you.
Huh?
I said life been life. I'm not gonna even hold you.
Right. So we brought these. So the guys that we've been talking about are like these two Louisiana guys, right? And now this is a special, like a special treat that people weren't expecting. But I really want you, Hippie, okay? Because Hippie, you my girl, man, and I really love you. And
I love you too. You was the person that was checking on me all the time. Like when I was going through my situation, you was even calling from different numbers.
right, no, you ain't gonna just ignore me, like girl. You.
It wasn't that I was ignoring you. It's just, you know what happened, and we can get into it if you want to. I don't care. I'm free, so I'm ready to risk it all.
All right. So this is so we talked about the men, but now we're gonna get into the women and what you've been through in life, right? So, Hippie, all right. I want you to tell some of your background story, just even leading up to what you just been through. And when we get through, I want you guys to like give your love and support to Hippie. I'm going to. She has her Cash App in here because she is starting over, and I want everybody to support her. She's been through a lot, and I want this nomadic introvert. If you ever get a chance, please give her some support, man, because she is going through it. So, Hippie, go into it. Who is Hippie?
Right. I'm not going to even lie to y'all because y'all know I'm real. I don't care what nobody think about me. That day that I talked to you, Genesis, when everything was going down, that was like 3 weeks ago. I've been pillar the post from then.
Right. You had to do what? Hippie? You said you had to do what?
You talking to me or the baby?
No, I'm sorry. I said it was like on 10. You hear her in the background? She is on 10.
Okay.
But anyways, so before we get into what's happening now, I want you to talk about what about your life up to that point. So let's get into who is Hippie. Who is Hippie 504?
Okay. Well, I just start from the beginning and make it short and sweet. Um, I was born in prison. Um, I was born in St. Gabriel prison because my mama had caught a manslaughter charge. So I didn't have a relationship with my mama until I was like 13. My grandmother raised me, but my grandmother raised me right. She always had us in like karate or painting or anything that's extracurricular because she didn't want us running the streets. So I'm not gonna lie and say I had a bad childhood. I didn't. My grandmother made it happen because my mama couldn't. Um, and after that, I was copacetic. I was doing good. I was, you know what I'm saying? And then, boom, 2015 hit. We was having a big old DJ in front of my house. Well, okay, let me start over. The night before Mother's Day, my daddy had called us and was like, "Hey, how y'all doing? Happy birthday, da 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 da. I mean, happy Mother's Day, da da da." So then the next day when we saw phone calls from his number, I'm like, "Oh, that's my daddy. He calling to me, Happy Mother's Day." The person that picked up the phone, which is his sister, she was crying and all ecstatic. Come to find out he had passed. So I just took everything I had. I ain't even pay my bills or nothing. And I went to Texas to bury my daddy.
So what part of Texas did you go to?
Nah,
You said you went to Texas for your dad?
yeah.
Okay, what part of Texas did you go to?
Wait, it sounds so echoed. Let me get my headphones. Cause I could. Can you hear me? Hello.
All right. Can you hear me better now? Okay, you hear. I said,
Yeah, I can hear you much better now.
all right. What part of Texas did you go to with your dad for your dad?
Houston. I lived in Houston for 11 years after Hurricane Katrina.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Oh, in the middle of us burying him, like I didn't pay my bills, my lights, my water, or nothing, cause I'm like, you know me, I'm a hustler. I'm gonna get it right back, which I did. But I just, I'm a daddy's girl. Most women are daddy's girls. So I came back, got everything paid up. Not even a month later, I got shot 3 times at the same house that I was trying to pay, trying to keep up with my bill.
So who shot you? Was it your family members or who? Who shot you?
No, it was just some street nigga who can't even talk no more because he's 6 feet under.
Mm, wow.
I don't play like that. I was in my room.
What happened to make the whole thing happen where you got shot?
The lady across the street, I had just took my bath, and I had on tank top and some little boy shorts. And the lady across the street, they was fussing or whatever. She come knocking on my door. She knocked for like 4 minutes. I wasn't getting up, but I was like, oh, okay, maybe she wanted Coca-Cola or Sprite or something. So let me go open the door. Of course, when I go to the door, I have one underneath my pillow and one by the door. So I already had it. So next thing I know, I'm talking to her. Next thing I know, I hear, like, somebody, how when somebody try to pull up real fast or whatever, try to intimidate you.
Like a screeching sound, like a screech of a.
Yeah, like that screeching sound. And he pulled right there by my house. And as soon as he did that, I didn't feel comfortable. So I started busting. Period. So yeah, I didn't trust it. But then come to find out the lady that knocked on my door, she went and told him, oh yeah, I'm about to go get a gun from you. And everybody in the neighborhood know I be having pew pews.
Mm-hmm.
So a real dude, like a dude that come from the street. He like, oh, I'm gonna get you before you get me, cause he knew what I had. And girl, when I tell you stuff started happening, bag, and it was like, damn. But I'm getting it together now. You know, me and you be talking, and I be at work and stuff. So you know, I'm getting it together.
Man, that's okay, man. Listen, like that's crazy that you got shot like that. So you got shot 3 times.
Yeah, I could show. Matter of fact, when we get off the live, I'm gonna show you the scars. I have a bullet hole in my left shoulder. I have one in my neck, and I have one in the back of my head.
Man, God is on is man. Wow. Like,
Girl, them doctors told me if I didn't hurry up and get the ASAP, that I was gonna be paralyzed. And you know,
wow.
I dance too much to be paralyzed.
Right. You dance, you sing, you play the piano. You're a very talented young lady. And that's crazy.
I
So it wasn't
know. I
even
just
it
get
wasn't even
so
a beef of
shy.
yours. It wasn't even a beef of yours that got you shot. It was someone else had a beef.
It was somebody else. Yeah, they was fussing. I was laying in my bed for like 3, 4 minutes, and um she kept knocking, screaming, Yanni, Yanni. In New Orleans, they call me Yanni. So I was like, let me see what this old bitch want. Soon as I opened the door, it's like it was a play. You get what I'm saying? Like they were trying to set me up, not knowing I keep that thing on me.
So did you like black out? Like or did you like
Girl, I was running and shooting at the same time.
really? Wow. Wow.
Uh-uh. He
And
was
that's
shooting
that's
at
that
me.
adrenaline. That's adrenaline. That's adrenaline, right? 100% adrenaline. Because really, you should have been laid out. Like you should have been on the ground, like
That's
fine.
what the doctors told me. But they said it was the adrenaline that made me keep running and started shooting.
So after that, what happened to you? What happened after that shooting? What happened to your life after that? What exactly? What was the things that happened in your life?
Well, I became very, very depressed. Um, I kept asking the universe, like, why am I here? Why y'all just didn't take me? You know, I'm not saying it's a negative thing, a positive thing or whatever. I'm just saying in my mind, I was just like, Lord, why you didn't take me? You know,
Right,
because the healing process was so long. I'm still dealing with it. I have metal in my body now.
right. So you still go through pain, right? Pain.
Right, right.
So
Yeah.
so after that, like, so you say that you actually spent time in prison, right? You actually went to prison or jail for like some time.
Yeah, I was young and dumb, and I was feeling, but I wasn't going into Walmart or nothing like that. I was hitting them banks. And I can talk about it now because I
You were
didn't
hitting
did
the
the
banks.
time.
You
Huh?
were hitting the banks.
Yes, indeed.
So what is this thing about New Orleans and hitting the banks? Because we just got finished like looking at a video with a guy talking about banks. So was that
No,
like
no, I wasn't running. I wasn't running in the bank saying, "Give it here, give it here." I had a Caucasian man in my psychology class because mind you I was in college, and he asked me about Adderall, and I was like, well, maybe I can find you some woo. And then that's when he told me like, hey, I can help you out.
oh your phone's breaking up. Are
Yeah,
you
my bad. I had accidentally.
you
Can
probably
you hear
gotta
me
stand
now?
in one spot. Just stand in one spot. Go ahead, say it again.
You can hear me good now?
Yeah. So you say you met a guy in college, and he said he wanted Adderall, and what happened?
Right. And then I found out what he did. He started to make checks that was real payroll checks. Like you couldn't see them until it bounced back. So by 10 o'clock in the morning, I was back at the house with at least 5, 6 racks every day. And what I messed up was I used one of them crackheads' names, and they read it on me.
Wow.
Even though I was
How long did
paying,
you go to like jail for? You went to prisoner jail. Did you go to
I
jail?
went to I went to jail. I went to jail for the first
4 months, and then after that, they wouldn't give me a bond or anything, so I just signed the papers to go upstate. I was like, forget it. I'm just gonna go upstate, do my time, and chill.
Wow. So what was it like being in a female prison? Is it similar to some of the stories that we've heard about with the male prisons, or is it different?
It's way different, oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to curse on your channel. Um,
It's okay. Go ahead.
okay, it's way different. Men, they don't talk a lot. Women, if they find out you got something, they telling.
Right. There's a code with the men. There's no code with the women, right? So yeah,
Exactly.
you got to be very careful when you deal with women in the prison what you tell them because they'll
Oh no,
rat.
I didn't tell them nothing. Peep this out.
Every time I got on the phone, I went by my business. I went in the bathroom or went outside or something like that. Not
You
doing
get on you get on the phone outside. They had cell phones. How'd you get outside and do the phone?
it. Girl, I had my own cell phone that was brought to me, and I didn't let nobody else know I had it because if they knew I had it, they was gonna snitch.
Wow. So how long did you spend in like the female jail prison?
2 years and 3 months flat.
So compared to some of the stories that we hear about the male prisons, what would you say would be similar? What would you say would be different? Have you heard some of the stories that I've shown?
Well, no, I haven't, but from my experience, the men, it's just something about them in jail. It's like they don't go to sleep. They always snoring. They always want to have a session in the middle of the night at 12 o'clock at night. Um, and yeah, they be writing on each other. They definitely be writing on each other. That's why they can't keep phones or cigarettes or anything back there. Now, as far as the women's prison, we could get it. We just gotta hide it and let nobody know we got it.
So would you say that women prisons are like equally as bad, or would you say that they're like a little bit like more like less?
No, I think women prison is better.
Okay. So what in what ways?
Um, in ways that you don't have to worry about men. You don't have to worry about these men that's doing stupid shit, and I don't know. I just prefer. I just want to go do my time, come home, and just come home to my kid. So it just depends. Well, how you trying to make it?
Oh no, some people say that women prisons are worse than men prisons, and I'm like, well, how
No,
can it?
they are worse in the time of
Right? Yeah. That's why I never got caught because nobody ever knew I had it. And I used to sneak and talk on it. And then after that, I cut it off and so it wouldn't ring. And I hide it in my little buggy.
So let's talk about getting out of prison and how you overcame all that stuff. What was your triumph? How did you like come out of that and like begin to like work towards that? But then you're still kind of going through some stuff now. But at the same point, is it because of like the male that you're dealing with, or was it like because once you got out, you probably had like a better, like you thought that okay, life would be better, but then you're still dealing with bullshit. What would you say where you're at right
Exactly. Well, I haven't been with him since that day I called you. Haven't talked to him, been with him, anything. Um, I know what I told you, but I don't mind sharing that life. He was physically abusing me, sexually abusing me, and mentally abusing me. And I just stayed there because we talked on the back end. I need to find somewhere to live. And I don't want to be pillar to post with my child. So that's the only reason why I kept up with it. But he girl, don't let me start talking about that.
Is he an ex-convict too, or where is he at?
Yeah, let me tell you. And I just found this out about 3 weeks ago, because he kept talking about he did something in jail but you know me, I like to get all the stories. So somebody that grew up with him called me and said, "Hey, you know about Sacron? Well, I ain't gonna say his name. You know about dude?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know what I see." And he was like, "Girl, leave him alone. He killed somebody because he was messing with a punk, and the punk told people, so he killed the boy."
Wow, wow. And part of this like thing, I want to create awareness because we can like be dating guys that have been in prison before, and we never know who we're dealing with. You know, what would you say about that?
Well, I try not to judge because I've been to prison before, but I got out in 2012. So I'm not institutionalized. I'm not going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I can have my sanity, but I like to be in my bubble. And when people start fucking with me, it pisses me off to where I either want pew pew or just beat your ass.
Right. Wow. So tell us where Hippie is now.
Hippie is getting better. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I was depressed ever since I talked to you. I was really depressed. I just didn't want to do nothing. All I did was go to work and come home. I ain't want to hang with friends, none of that. I just want to go to work, make my money, and go inside. So I'm in an okay place. As far as me, like I've been spending everything on the children. And like I said, I'm last. And I really don't have no clothes and stuff like that. I'm using stuff from last summer. But I don't care because it's by my son Prime and his graduation. So I gotta have him looking shy. Well, if anybody listening, shy mean like if anybody listening, shy mean like they fire, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Does anybody else have any questions? Sugar Love?
Oh, that's Sugar Love.
Yeah.
Hey.
How you doing? Let me ask you. They say one of the biggest differences between the man and the female jail is that women don't get that many visits. Is that true? It may not be on your but I'm just speaking like in general. Like a lot of women go see the men in the male prisons, but women don't get that many visitors. How was it where you were at?
I had got 2 visitors, and that's only because they sent me 5 hours away from New Orleans.
But in totality, women don't get as many visitors as
That's
men
definitely
get.
true. That's true. That's why they be in the doing pen pals and stuff.
I have a question. How was it being born in prison?
I can't even tell you. I don't remember. I was just a baby. And I went straight to my grandmother, who took me in until I was 13. That's why I call my grandma my mama. And as far as my mama, my real mama, we like the best of friends. Like it's no do this, da, da, da. No, we like the best of friends. We be
Well,
laughing.
how
Girl, we
long
be
was
talking
she in
about him.
jail?
She did 12. She was only supposed to do 10, but she ended up getting into some shit back there, and they extended her stay, so she did 12.
Oh, okay.
Because in Louisiana, I don't know how it is out there, but in Louisiana, like I say, we live off the Catholic law. So it's probably different from all the counties. But yeah, thank you. They didn't tell because I was a ruly female. If I can't sleep, none of y'all can't sleep. I had a bronchi that was snoring so loud. So I got up and started banging on the thing and singing. I bet you I woke the whole dome up with that. And then I put a request in to move rooms, and that took like 3 months. So I just had to deal with it.
Oh.
Right. So, what would you say that you learned more from being locked down that helped you in the real world?
Okay, just I'm gonna be completely honest with you. When I came home, I was all I didn't know who I was. I didn't know my next step because all I was used to was scamming, right? And I know I said I wouldn't talk about the dusty people, but I was let somebody had showed me them, and I was like, oh, okay, it seems cool, you know.
Nature Boy, you're talking about Nature Boy and those guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just didn't want to mention that person's
Feel
name.
free. Feel free to be free about what you're gonna talk about. Just say what you're gonna say.
Well, the only reason I didn't want to mention his name is because he don't need no clout. He got all the clout while he was in the free world. Now he's sitting there back there looking stupid, begging for soups and washing dishes, washing drawers for eat.
So you're saying that that when you got out of prison, that's when you got introduced to the whole carbonation call.
Yes, because I was real depressed. Matter of fact, you know the light skinned girl with the hazel eyes that I always be with?
No, I wasn't aware. Who's that?
Okay, I'm gonna send you a picture of her. She's the one that contacted because she could not get me out the house for nothing. Like I used to pay people to go to the store for me because I was just that like I don't like outside right now. I just needed time and I needed to heal. But yeah, that's how I was led to the carbonation, melanation, internation, um, collatination, um, melanation. Meanwhile, they got a whole bunch of white people in the background. Okay, carry on.
So wait, were you in melanation when it first started?
Uh-uh. I didn't learn about something until 2015 after I buried my daddy and I got shot.
So what was your name while you was there?
Huh?
What was your name while you was in carbonation?
I was never in carbonation.
Oh. Oh.
We used to just talk on the phone, and I was thinking about going, but
Oh.
it just started. It was just weird. The closer it came, it just started getting weirder and weirder. So I was just like, nah, I ain't coming.
Good choice.
No, because see, all I had saw was the videos that said Nationwide TV. I didn't see all the I'm fresh to this. So I didn't see all the pages that was really breaking down what they was really doing. So when I saw all that stuff, and I'm like, damn, this nigga is crazy. And then when I used to be on FaceTime with him, of course his Muppet, Aya, was all in the camera. And he even told her, bitch, go ahead, I'm talking on the phone.
Whoa. That was a throw off there. But
How did you end up meeting Shaka and them?
Okay, so after me and Nature Boy fell out real bad, I had already knew them through carbonation. Isaiah hit me up. Isaiah hit me up and was like, "Hey, we're a couple hours away from New Orleans. I was trying to see if you want to hang, and can you find us some smoke?" All right, cool. I don't got no problem with
Now,
that.
did you know like Velvet and them before that, or like after?
I didn't know her till she left that last time.
See, guys. The part that you guys don't even realize is that Hippie was around when Velvet came back to Louisiana from carbonation. Correct?
Now, Jen, you know I'm a private investigator. You know I knew where everybody at before. Girl, you know I be knowing where everybody at.
Right. Exactly. So let's get into that. Let's talk about it. So did you meet Velvet? So you met Velvet after you met Chaka and them?
Right. I met Shaka and Azine first. And then I think we already discussed this the night at the hotel where we had went got you know, cardboard like cards and games like Connect Four, Monopoly, stuff like that. And we had got us some drinks, some tequila and no. Irene was like, "Can you pick up some tequila and some what you call it? Orange juice?" Yeah. And I was like, "All right, cool." But I ended up falling asleep and waking back up at like 2. And so I hit them up and I was like, "Hey, what y'all you still want me to scoop?" And they was like, "Yeah, you can come scoop." Come to find out when I got the not Hazel, Velvet was there. So I was like, not that's one thing I can say from my eyes. I've always seen Azine watch her kids from what I've seen. Not somebody else, cause you lived with them as well, and I know your story where you were saying that they would put the kids in a room and watch them on the screen. But but
So so the question is that okay, so you knew Nature Boy before because you at one point was going to be a part of carbonation, but you decided not to be a part of that.
yeah,
How
because I started noticing.
how did Shaka and them end up finding you and and talking to you? How did they end up connecting with you?
Because we was in Tribe Zulu. That was around the time we was in the tribe.
Oh, from Bigo. From Bigo?
Yeah, that's how long ago that was.
Wow. Okay. So when they came to your house, um, also Velvet was around too, and because I know there were some parts of like that whole story that was like a empty thing, but you knew more about that story. So explain some of that.
Yeah, I do. I know the whole shenanigans. It's just that I don't as a mother, I don't really try to blast as a mother. But she needs to get her tubes tied. That's all I'm gonna say. Because the same night, because that night that we was at the hotel, she left, and she left baby Elegana with us. And I'm like, girl, I got 4 children of my own. I can't watch your children.
So Shaka and them didn't watch the children. You were watching the children.
Exactly. And like I said, I started hearing weird noises. So I was like, I knocked and I was like, y'all got to come get y'all child. I just lied. I was like, come get y'all child. I got to go tend to my children. Even though I had already had a babysitter for the whole night, it just was weird. And if you go back on YouTube, you can go on the panel and see me because, Shaka used to like to call people to come. Oh my God. You all right?
What happened?
Oh, Lord.
Lord have mercy. Like,
Girl, my son, my 4-year-old girl. You ain't hear that big ass stomp?
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you, I hope he didn't hit his big old head. You know, big.
Yeah, that boy just jumped right back up and started playing with his truck. He a performer.
Got big old heads, and they don't know how to balance them yet. So they be bumping their big old heads everywhere. So boom, they be like, "Wow." Just,
Excuse me, friend. Can you please move all your, why you gotta put all your toys right here while I'm talking? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Here, I'm about to give you some cookies, and that's gonna be it for the night. Cause it's almost 9. I'm gonna give you 2 cookies.
uh,
But yeah, so if you go on YouTube, you can find it on YouTube. It was me, Divine, Shaka, and Nature Boy. That's when he called me to the panel because he knew that I knew the truth about, the sexual stuff that went on between Velvet and Shaka. But if you look at it, I didn't say nothing. I just was calm down, quiet.
right, and so that was that. See that actually came when they were at my house. When Velvet came to my house, and Solar came there, and then Shaka was there, and she was saying that nothing had happened, and that they were lying, and that nothing had
I
happened.
was there. I was at the hotel. Because they were staying at the Hyatt, and I used to work at the Hyatt, so I got them the rooms for cheap.
So did something happen?
Something definitely did happen.
Was it like just like a small? I mean, because what it seemed like is that she was like, well, it wasn't like what they're saying. Is it more along the lines of what they're saying or what she's saying that nothing really?
Yes, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't like Velvet or Chaka, but I'm gonna tell the truth. I woke up, I heard moaning noises. It was Velvet when I peeked out the door. It was Velvet under the cover eating Azine. Right? So I was like, oh shit, let me get the fuck around here. This ain't my mosquito. So I called I called me an Uber, and when I was leaving out, by the time I was leaving out, it wasn't just Azine and Shaka. I mean, it wasn't just Azine and Velvet. Shaka was there too. Like that's how quick
So
he made it. That's how
did Shaka actually sleep with Velvet, or was it like they were just like doing like oral stuff?
I cannot vouch for that. All I saw was the oral, and then I left. But when me and Shaka was cool, he did tell me that. Well, and Velvet, they both said that they didn't fuck, and the so-called reason why was because. Can you quit? Hold on, y'all. Can you quit following me? You know what? I'm gonna go in the bathroom. Leave me alone. Everywhere I go, you follow me.
So they didn't like they didn't actually have sex, but they did do like oral stuff.
Right. For sure. I know about the oral, but I left, so I don't know about the penetration. But the very next day,
Well, Shaka
mind
never
you,
said that he actually penetrated her. He never said that he did that. So that is one thing that he
right.
was.
So that's why I'm saying I'm not gonna say that or not because I wasn't
He
there.
never
But the
said
oral
that he
definitely did happen.
right. So wow. Okay.
And then the thing is, that was like I was like, oh, these people crazy, girl. No shade to Tron or whatever you go by now. Tron's such a sweet guy. He's very nice and sweet and humble. I clicked with him. He's very humble and knowledgeable and like he don't have no agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked that up on him just the 2 times we met. And even Kite, when Kite had hit me up, and he was like, "Hey sis, I'm in New Orleans. I'm trying to get an Uber or whatever. Can you send me $20?" And I texted back and I was like, "You trying to get where to live? You don't think you're gonna need a So you know where Liz stay at, right?
No.
Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah. So in order to get there, you gotta pass through New Orleans. So
So what
and
about Mama? Was it Mama Wanda or Mama?
Mama Wanda, yeah.
Okay, so what about her? Was she actually like a genuine person that was helping out in the situation? That was really helping everybody out, or what?
Okay. This Mama Wanda. Now we talk. Okay. I don't know the vibe with that because she would go on the panels and call nature for her son and say, "I love you, son," and all that. But then when Velvet came back home, she started a ruckus saying that that baby was touched and it was somebody out of carbonation. So
Wow.
I don't know what side she was on.
Yeah, because that's kind of like messed up to say that. Yeah.
And did you see the video where she was like, "Yeah, she pulled up to my house with a trunk full of dirty clothes."
Oh, that's normal. All older people like think that all the clothes are dirty. So
No, Mama Wanda was saying that Velvet pulled up to her house with a bunch of dirty clothes.
okay,
But, so
of her own clothes or the kids' clothes or everybody clothes.
everybody clothes.
Okay, well, okay, wash the clothes. No big deal. Like that's
And
not
Mama Wanda and I don't think I think maybe she was clout chasing at first, but then as I watched, I think she really started to feel bad and wanted to help these people.
I mean, to me, like somebody like pulling up with dirty clothes. Okay, they don't have a washing machine. No big deal. Wash the clothes. That's not something to like report
Well,
back.
the only reason why she didn't wash the clothes is because Velvet. Okay, let me give you a timeline. Velvet had invited everybody. It was a mass text. Everybody about the baby birthday. Mente came, Tron came, Shaka, Azine, Boomy. Everybody came just to support her baby. And the day before, she called me and she was like, "I think I'm just gonna cancel it because I got some stuff going on with my family." Da 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 da. So I'm like, "All right, cool, whatever. Keep the gifts, keep whatever I gave you, keep the cash apps, just keep it." Because I had cash out her some money. Well, cash out her some money to go and hold on, what the fuck I did?
Okay, that was
Well, well, Mama, well, what Miss Wanda did was absolutely wrong. It was terribly wrong to put that
yeah,
baby on blast like that.
right.
At the end of the day, baby Eliana is a child. She's a baby. To come to the internet, you didn't go to the police. You didn't. I
Man,
mean,
just wash the clothes. It's his clothes.
no. I remember every story. Remember, I covered this.
I don't really
And
know what this whole story.
I remember the whole. I covered this. I even got videos on this. Right, but Mama did was what Miss Wanda did was absolutely wrong. She took it to the whole Bigo, and she took it to the whole entire YouTube or whomever wanted to hear. That
Wow.
baby, that baby was like 2 years old. There is no need for that young little baby to grow up and have to see a video of her talking about her the JJ was busted wide open, trying to say that
What?
nature,
That's what she
trying to
said?
say, trying to say that Nature Boy did something with his own child or somebody did something with the child. That's what
No.
that was about, right? Yeah, Nick, you
No,
know,
she said that the
you
babies.
know, we know, right? Yeah, that's what that was about. Come on, she went to go change her pamper, went to go change the baby pamper, and then from what she saw, so that's what I'm filling in the gaps that she
Yeah, I don't know any of this, so I'm like,
right.
what? So
Yeah,
that's
that was her claim to fame, trying to say that
that's
something
the truth.
happened to a baby. That was disgusting.
Oh my God.
So she went on every panel talking about that little baby. I don't care how you feel about Velvet. The
Now,
Eliana didn't
who
deserve
was
that.
this woman? That wasn't her mother, was it?
No.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
I didn't think so. So this is
Wow.
just some supporter or something.
And as far as what she's saying, that part is absolutely true. But that was already stated. And they blew Nature Boy up. Shaka something else, but it's a jail waiting for his ass too, right? It's a cell waiting for him too. It got his name right on it. Eventually he will get there, right? But yeah. But she went on up over there and then let it be known that Velvet said she wanted to eat out of Azine, and that one took place. And then next thing you know, Shaka was going to hit it, but he ended up not hitting it, but claimed he got all that part. Yeah, it's true. I mean, far as them admitting it, because it was even the part when they was bragging to Nature Boy, you know, they had on the panel, like she said, and Nature Boy was there, and they was telling him what happened and how Velvet Poster went somewhere but left the baby, didn't even know Wanda. But like I said, what Wanda
Wow.
did, you can't say you care about somebody and you can't say you're trying to help somebody, but you exploited the child. You caring about somebody, but you exploiting the baby. I don't know how that goes in the same sentence.
Well, you know what? They did the same thing to me. They
Yeah,
did
but
the
you're
same thing to
yeah,
me.
but you're not a 1-year-old.
Well, they try to like bring my kids and whatever into the whole.
Any child, any child, any child, any baby, that was terrible.
Hey hippie, what's up?
Hey,
It's on me. Okay, go ahead, continue to talk. Go ahead.
no, she's back now.
Girl, I'm in New Orleans, so we got a whole bunch of festivals going on, and people coming from out of town, jumping off our towers. So it's hard to get connection these days.
Oh yeah, it's like it is like, but in New Orleans, it's really popping right now.
Yeah. Oh, girl, I gotta get up in the morning and go to work. You think I ain't gonna make that money? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, girl. But yeah,
Got
so
to. They
that's crazy. I see. I didn't know about the Mama Wanda thing. I didn't know about none of that stuff. You know.
See, this is what happened. I'm gonna tell you exact. I'm gonna tell you how it happened, and the only reason I know for sure is because I was around her at that time. Okay, Mama Wanda, she left her child with Mama Wanda for a whole week with one pair of clothes and no food. And when I was watching the Bigo or whatever to find out, I was like, Robert, they looking for you because they want you to come get your kid. And she called it an attitude. And I was like, look, I'm not Malia. I will beat the fuck out you. I was like, I will really beat the fuck out you. No shade. And I'm like, at the end of the day, this is about a child. Now I ain't no police. I ain't no police bitch. No police ass bitch. But I'm a street bitch. We can take it to the street and then it'll be done. Cause I ain't calling no 911 unless it got to do with my kid. So yeah, the baby was with Mama Wanda. They haven't been okay. She dropped the baby off and said that she was going to do some braids. Now the braiding shop that she was working at for like a week is right up the street from my house, literally like 4 blocks. And she was
So what?
not in
So
no
who's
braiding.
staying with you? Like why? So why is that significant? That was it at up the street from your house? Was she staying with you at the time?
Hell no. The only person that has ever lived in my house was Star.
Okay, so the braid shop was up the street from your house. Is Louisiana that small to where your house?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like we don't have like it. I'm gonna have to take some pictures and send them to you. They call Shotgun House. So it's not a lot of space outside, but I got a huge backyard with my pecan tree and my peaches and stuff like that. But yeah, she was lying.
So even though you
And,
live
and the reason I know she was
a block
lying is
from
because the boy, huh?
so even though you lived a block from the hairdresser, you probably lived like another block away from where she lived at. Because you're saying that
No,
she
she no. At the time, she was staying by her daddy. That's when her daddy was telling her.
and how far did you live for her from her dad?
I have no idea. She just would be hitting me up like, "Hey, can you send me an Uber to go get Ellie from daycare or whatever?" And I just do it. And everybody know that when you mention the kids, I'm gonna do it. Everybody know that. Like I'm not helping no grown people, but when you mention the kids, I can't do nothing but help. So
So she was living
yeah,
somewhere. So the actual place she was doing hair at was up the street from your house, but she might have lived a little bit further. Who knows where she lived at, right? To get back and forth. So
right, okay. And then I'm gonna tell you how I get into the story about the boy, Dijon, the dark skinned boy.
hmm
But I was sitting on. He lived literally right across the street from me, and something that happened. I got a notification. We was just sitting outside smoking, juicing, and I guess he must have heard her voice, and he was like, "Man, that's Velvet." And I said, "Yeah, how you know her?" He was like, "Man, she carrying my baby right now." Talking about Ivy. And I don't know what to tell you. He was like, "Man, write her and tell her call me." And I'm like, "No, I don't get in the middle of that. If she don't want you to see her baby for a reason, it's for a reason, and I gotta respect that."
mm,
So now it's all gonna come to play. She left Shaka that night. She left the, and you can go back and look. She left Shaka in Isaiah hotel room, and I found out that the person who she went by was my neighbor,
okay.
and she claimed because it wasn't no penetration, and she needed penetration.
Okay. Wow. All right. So she left from Shaka and them. It was too much coochie and too much but she wanted to get it in, you know. So
Well, if you notice, like I ain't gonna lie, when me and Shaka was cool, I looked at him like a goofy brother, like laugh, joke, just that type of shit. So when she called me after I had already paid for them damn vegan cupcakes, bought her baby boots because I think Eliana baby birthday, man, Eliana birthday is on it's in January when it's about to get cold. And
End of January.
I had bought her some pink first, like ankle boots. And I was working and stuff at the time, so I didn't have time to go buy her clothes or anything like that. So I cashed out her $100 and I told her my account number. And I said, "You go to Children's Place and put my account number in, you can get at least 10 outfits, bottoms and top." Now I don't know what she did with the money, but I know what I wanted her. I know my intent. But it all boiled down to she didn't want us at the party because of whatever happened with her and Shaka. I guess Shaka didn't want to fuck her. So that's why she left that night to go get somebody to fuck her. Mind you, she slept with the boy Dijon's cousin as well.
Yep.
Within a week. Within a week.
And she didn't know who the daddy was. Yep.
Exactly. Within a week. And that was so weird for me. You supposed to be a spiritual goddess and all this, and you just giving your body away.
Yeah, we remember. Right, Nick? Tell them, Nick. We know these stories. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
So first-hand verification of the same stories that people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sugar
And
Love.
that's when Nature
Oh,
Boy
somebody
went
else had
crazy.
told y'all the same story.
No, we knew
Somebody
the
else
story.
had told y'all the same story.
Nature Boy Nature Boy blew it up. Right? Nature Boy blew it up.
Oh, he was saying that she was going fucking and all. Okay, yeah. So yeah, but I actually saw it. He could only
Right.
say what he thought in his mind, but I actually saw it. She was, and then she left the baby in the house with Shaq and Nazim for like a day and a half, and they was calling her, and she didn't answer, and they was about to have to check out to go back to Atlanta.
Wow.
And that's why I say I don't watch people kids. I better watch mine. My kids get on my nerves. What makes you think I want to watch yours?
Mm. So that whole thing happened. Shaka and Nazine had to go, and she had. So at this point now, she has like these two guys that she's like not sure who the baby father is. What do you know that? Do you know why she went to Ohio, or why didn't she like actually?
Okay, because that was the same program. Remember, I was trying to tell you about the program that I was trying to get started in for battered and abused women.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you go there, you let them know that you have an abuser and you trying to get away. They'll help you get a Section 8 voucher in another state just so that person can't find you.
Okay. Mm.
Yeah.
And that lasts for about a year, right, or more.
It was supposed to last for a year, but I don't know where the hell she went. She wanted to go follow the code.
Or no, she.
Because I know for a fact she didn't stay in the house in Ohio for a year.
Yeah, because I might do. Why would you
She
leave this?
gave, and remember they kept saying, "Oh, she gave all her furniture away and everything and da 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 da."
Yeah.
Yes, she gave it away because she gave the apartment away because she wanted to be on some combination shit. Now look at you from pillar to post when all you had to do was, take care of your business and make sure that
Well, she's
you
with a
and
guy
your
right now.
children have somewhere to
I
stay.
saw her with a male right now. I'm not sure if that's like the baby's father or whatever. It's light skinned guy with dreadlocks.
Right, that's the boy Dijon, the boy who I pulled up on.
Mm-hmm.
That's his cousin, blood cousin. She slept with both of them in the same week.
Well, I hope that they're like putting it together and working it out because that's sad to like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ivy's a beautiful little girl. So I believe,
Very.
and if I'm not mistaken, he stepped up. He sees his daughter. I think at one point in time she said they did a blood test or whatever. I don't know.
Well, she was on the internet bragging about how baby daddy had to pay her phone bill. The dude not no bum. That's why I was trying to tell people. The cousin, he not no bum. He works every day. He get money.
This her oldest daughter, Sugar?
No, that's the second one.
No,
Okay.
it's the second one. Not
I, Ivy.
Ariana, but the one that
Ivy.
came right behind, which is Ivy.
Ivy.
And she hiding that other baby. And she hiding that other baby. As if we give a fuck.
As
I be
as
trying to have, I be trying to have for my own babies. What makes
as,
you think I'm worried about your baby?
as she
Who?
should as she should hide that other baby. I understand why
Exactly.
she
No,
doing
I feel her on that. But all I'm saying is, girl, we don't care. I'm up in here trying to hide from my damn children. So I
that.
get it. I be in that bathroom so much.
Right. Right. So let's get back to you in your life and how whatever you're going through is affecting you. So you said that guy is still around calling you right now? Is he still in touch or what's going on?
He's been blocked, but I only unblocked him today because I needed to set up getting my washer and dryer. Because I got a brand new washer and dryer there. Huh?
You was able to get your like clothes and stuff out of the house?
Yeah, I got everything out the house except for my washer and dryer, and I need that. Like for real. I need that. I don't like going to no wash correct. I got a brand new washer and dryer, and I need it.
Mhm.
Call JG Wentworth 877
Cash
washer now.
877 cash now, honey. Yeah.
Okay. I don't care about the cash. I just want my washer and dryer. I spent too much on that to let him have it after the way he abused me. Like, why would I give you anything?
Any questions, Sugar Love?
Mm-mm.
Well, that was a really harsh thing to have to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so weird. The night I left, the night I finally left, when you be texting me or calling me or whatever, I be at work. So
Right.
I get off the work. They doing construction out here because of the Super Bowl coming this year. So they trying to make it look all pretty or whatever. So I wasn't sitting there waiting on no bus. I just walked on. So my feet was burning. I asked this dude, can he go run to the store? He put his hand on his hip like a little faggot and told me, you think I'm an errand boy? I said, no, I don't think you're no errand boy. But guess what? I was trying to be nice. And I was going to buy you a blunt. I needed you to go get changed because I already got a blunt. So I was trying to be nice. Now you done talk yourself out your blessing. So I smoked my blunt and laid down. Something told me just open my eyes. Boy, I opened my eyes. This man was standing there, pants down, penis out with a cock ring on, shaking out. I spazzed the fuck out. And I called my homegirl and she pulled up within 6 minutes.
So you were saying that he actually have on several occasions tried, tried to
No, not try. He's actually done it before. If I don't catch him, then he's gonna do it. But everybody know that I take pain meds because I've been shot. And they put you to sleep. You be down. So
right.
I don't know if he thought that I had took pills or something, and I'm like, why would I do that? And I gotta go to work in the morning. So it just something told me I was just laying there, and something just told me open my eyes, and he's just standing there over me. If I wouldn't have opened my arms,
This is insane.
Right.
I
I don't
know,
know.
right? From one one subject, I hold up. Went from one to the other. Whoa, whoa. We done covered a lot today.
We have, haven't we?
Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, but boy, that combination is the gift that just keep giving. It's the gift that keep. It's the gift that keep giving. Oh, nature boy. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. The gift that keep giving.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
God told her to wake up. Open your eyes, girl. Look what this
Yeah.
man is doing and what he been doing.
And you know what? A lot of us women, we have to be careful. Man, I do a lot of lessons on that, but especially on my on my other channel. I can't express. I don't know why black women don't seem to get it. We are the the least protected in the whole wide world. In the whole wide world, it's 7 continents. We are the least protected. Anytime you got your men, anytime you can even have that, but you got to get to it, right? So sometimes you
True.
could get to it, you may not can get to it, in the real world,
Mhm.
right? Just hope you can be able to
Mhm.
pull it out. But a lot of times you they don't even attack you physically, they're gonna attack you mentally, right? But anytime they make videos to say take out, I'm gonna have to play that one again. Anytime they make a video and they saying take out the black woman, it's not even in the video is still up there. I don't know where it's at now. I know I took that part from it. But what's the disgusting part is the room is packed, like over 1,000, 2,000 people, and they all in agreement, right? They all in agreement. If y'all black women don't wake up, I don't know what else to tell y'all. Better use discernment as a mofo. This world is real, and you are public enemy number one. Y'all
Yeah,
better
baby.
learn how to love yourself and be by yourself. Cause what's out there, don't how they say. I don't know if you got venom or not.
It
All I
don't
know,
love you.
I just see a bunch of snakes. I don't know which one. I'm not trying to find out.
Trying to get a black boys a different life. And I'm a spoiled kid. I'm the kid that was who mother tried to give
You should have made that
once he
made this a whole new video.
absence.
You think so?
Might as well. Most parents give their
But this is
children
another whole different subject.
But I'm
doing
saying we're
things
talking
right.
about
So I'm the
this
kid who
stuff
mother
like with
say no.
No,
No.
this video was
Around it.
off the
When I get out
chain.
of school on
huh?
She put this together. This
I
is
said this video was off the chain.
no. This video was at DJ's house. She put this together. This her video.
Genesis, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
she put this together.
Wow. So she
Yeah.
knows how crazy that interview was.
This was in my garage, and
I like that young lady though. That
I
was
paid for
talking.
both of them to be there.
Oh,
And I'm like,
Priscilla. Yeah.
I saw that if you put them both together, it's gonna be dynamic. I knew something was gonna be something.
Okay, real quick, Auntie. My thing is though, why is it on their page and not yours?
Uh-oh. I think I said that before too.
Well, that's because like when we were like actually working together, uh, I'm stupid.
All right, you could do it now, so it doesn't matter. That's why I say make it a whole different video. Being that you don't have it, make it a video to itself. Hippie is
Right, because from what I understand, you paid Charleston and Priscilla, then you had to get the space. Basically, you did. Remember what I was telling you when I was saying, "Can you get out? Get out!" Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, I'll play
You
it
know,
again and have a
you
discussion on it.
literally you paid for everything, which is crazy to me, and I don't understand that. If anything, it should have been on your page first since you pay for everything.
It was, and then what I did was I simulcasted on the Zulu Vision page and mine at the same time. That's the reason why I could play it and this, that, the other, because it was on both pages. But they didn't like put no money toward this. I paid everything. So, but they got mad and said, "Oh well, you should have like when that you put into that and to put it into me." And I'm like, "What? You could have took the same money." I'm like, "Dude, I don't see where I could have went viral because this video right here, I can show you where it got like 200 and some odd views." 220 something. Let's look. 237,000 views, right? On just my page, right? And then they have it on their page. I'm like, I don't think no one's caring about whatever you're talking about at that level. So I knew exactly what I was doing. I put them both together and period. So
So now you could do it again and make a discussion with a panel.
I
So you
did.
could,
I
no,
did this panel.
no, you could no a new panel. You could do it again now. Not right now, but make a whole discussion because now you have a different panel.
Right.
You could do whatever you want to do.
Right.
There's
You know,
nothing wrong with bringing stuff
so
back to life.
man, I put so much into this that
Yeah, so we need to
shit
like
didn't
really
work out. I like
discuss this.
it,
That's
it,
the
it took
even if
all
you
the
even if you cut off and come right back on, it's a whole different discussion.
it took all the wind out of my sails when the shit didn't go out the way I thought it was gonna be and get and everybody wasn't like on board the way it was. It just really like bothered me. Like so really, really, I'm putting together stuff with real life street stars and everybody is still mad, you know?
Let them stay mad. What you gonna do? Be super mad. What the, what the hell?
Be big mad and you keep doing you,
Be
Genesis.
big mad.
Right. Be big
I was
mad.
about to tell you to give him something to kiss, but I had to retract it.
According to the latest studies, Black women are 6 times more likely to be deleted than Caucasian women. They are usually deleted by someone close, like an intimate partner, relative, or acquaintance. The Black women don't seem to understand. I cannot stress it enough. Even run into these cults and keep looking for something that's inside of you. When you realize they don't like you, that you could give any excuse you want, that is not love. Love is love. Love don't treat people like the meaning of love. We forget about the meaning of love because somebody say they love you. But then when you ask the meaning of it, the person is not doing it. So obviously they don't love you. But we're not getting the connection.
Let's go into this a little bit.
I go home, clean up, clean her room. When she come home from General Motors, she see the room clean. You know, she feeling a little better than she was the other day. Mama, can we? And now it's yeah. So I'm the kid that needed those rules. And it's strange that she said that.
This is in my
I got
garage.
locked up at 14 years old. And so I seen a lot of psychologists, I seen a lot of psychiatry, a lot of counselors, and so part of my psychological evaluation and diagnosis was I'm the type of person, and most boys are, I have to be placed in an environment that is classified as limited settings, right? Meaning you have to place me in this environment, say, boy, if you go across that thing, I'm gonna whoop your ass. If you do this, we lock you. So you have to let her. So what she was. It sounds crazy, but she's psychologically beating up the world with the truth, and this has never been done before outside of rap music. Mm-hmm. So I see what the pushback is. She when she was talking, and I'm trying to process what she's saying, and she's hitting the tier points and the pyramids, and I'm thinking, well, that's why the caveman didn't know how to talk to a woman, drag her by her. We was brutes. Mm-hmm. We had to learn. And where do most boys learn how to treat a woman? The feminine energy. Mm-hmm. So I'm everything that she described, but I had a mother who tried and thought that she could raise boys on her own till we started getting in trouble as a teenager. Now she want to go try to get the other kind of man, but by this time it's too late. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I didn't think it was gonna go like this, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. See, I can already tell that we are cooking up some real goodness tonight. So let's take it over here to Miss Princella. Can you please go ahead and just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you're bringing?
All right. Well, I'm Princella. They call me the Queen Maker. A lot of people call me Pastor P, maybe because of the power in my voice, but I'm a woman's advocate and social reformer. and I have a background in cell and molecular biology. I got commissioned as an officer in the Army. I've written 2 more.
Can I just say this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bullshit. Man, when it really came down to it, this girl is not what she says she is. Because the reason why the meeting of the minds didn't happen, because after this whole like thing happened, right? After I had put this whole thing together, and Charleston White said, well, we need to come together and do this, that, the other, right? Now, first of all, when she got done doing this whole thing, she started to badmouth Charleston White. And then after she did that, and he was like, you know what? I don't want to work with you no more. He pretty much he don't even want to work with me no more, based on the shit that she did after this whole thing. And all she thought it was like fucking Muhammad Ali versus.
No, he didn't want. No, she don't control him. And you ain't gonna be stuck with what he just didn't want to do it. He got his payday, and that was that. Because if he's a man, and if he's the leader, and how these men portray that they are, you gonna let a little woman scare you away?
Man, he told me, listen, because I had set the whole meeting of the minds up. Because when this whole thing got done, he said we need to get out of this whole thing, doing this one-on-one. We need to have a whole town hall, and I put the town hall together. And then he got mad when whatever she said, and said, you know what? No, I don't want to do the town hall. But I'm like, bro, I already put the town hall together. But then she got mad, and then she ended up doing the whole thing with, man, it was so crazy. I was like, wow. I was like, man, I had put together this whole thing. And that's the reason why I had to I ended up with Sydney Star, Amber Ali, and shouts out to them, Kevin Wesley and Napashada and Sonetter, because what happened is that behind the scenes, she was saying I didn't have a backbone. She got pissed off because Kevin Wesley cussed somebody out, on their panel, Naomi or whatever, Amora, or whoever this person is. And then they were trying to pressure me to take him off the panel. And then she said,
I think they fucking mad. But she tried to portray it as she's peaceful. But you know what I'm saying? Was you on the panel that day, Genesis, when she was like, yeah, I know where you stay at. And I said, well, what you mean by that? Because in New Orleans, that's a threat. So show us to this bitch, you're gonna leave in a black body bag. What you mean you know where I stay at? That sounds like a threat to me.
Right. And see, here's the thing.
Exactly, Patron.
But in my face, I've met her 3 times in person. In my fucking face, that bitch smiled and
Jaguar, she contacted us, Shaka, and she had a whole thing on her live saying Shaka is playing both sides. And he's on the thing giggling and well,
he do be playing both sides. He go where Elliot Clark go.
But then he throw me underneath the bus. Well, fuck her because I don't like her. I don't like Princella. I don't like this. I don't like that. So she recorded that and put it up.
Oh, but he likes to living off of you for a whole year.
Right. It was crazy. He was mad. Well, she doing this, she doing that. I'm so tired of this. I'm so tired of her. And I'm like, dude, really? Let me find
everybody that comes across their path. Don't
what?
I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna find the video because you will not believe how. So you think
actually, I wouldn't do it. Like I would just wish them well, right? But he just showed how much of a punk he is, and he proved her dominance, right? But if
you see how good this looks really good. Like I really did. I mean, I did my big one here. I'm like, dude,
yeah, I was impressed. I saw the interview a while ago.
I'm like, man, this is a big one here. You know what I'm saying? And they couldn't even see what we were doing. I'm like, bro, he was so wrapped up into, well, you put your money into to Charleston. You should have gave your money to us and we would have did XYZ. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? They were so no, and then they got so pissed off about this and pissed off about that. And then this girl that's in the middle with the green outfit on, because really the she Mon, you're overreacting. You're, oh my god, like what are you doing? And meanwhile, she ain't no better. Because when she went off, it was way worse than I would ever be. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that, like, dude, she finally got to see where I was coming from. Like, bro, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying? None of this shit mean nothing. Because that's what he said. This ain't shit. This don't mean nothing to me. This is all you. Your name's on everything. So this is your stuff. This is your production. Bitch, I'm paying for it. What the fuck what are you talking about? This is you, your name's on everything. Bitch, you come up with some cash, bro. That nigga ain't coming with nothing.
Auntie Jen Jen. Auntie Jen Jen, I just want to let you know, because I ain't want to interrupt you. I just want to let you know, nothing even matters at all. All right, carry on. I'm listening.
Right. You know what? None of that shit
They
matters.
don't even, that's the crazy part. If they don't keep up
You
their
know what?
own home, if they don't keep up their own home, what makes you think they gonna keep up other people's home?
I was so pissed off. I was like, man, for you to like sit up here and be mad about a whole production being your whole logo, your Zulu vision. That was not your vision. It was my vision. It wasn't even fucking Zulu's vision. It was my vision. They
Did
didn't
you
like,
did you copyright it?
yeah, and I trademarked it.
Oh,
I
well
just
then you
haven't.
need to go down there and tell
I
them people
just
that
haven't.
they're stealing your stuff.
I just have not said shit. I copyrighted it. I trademarked it. Their whole logo really is owned by me on the cool. But I just haven't said a goddamn thing. You know what? Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But I can show you the
Yeah,
trailer.
and sometimes it's better to let it go because it every action is a reaction. So
They're not
somebody
doing
gotta be
shit
the
with
bigger
it. They're not
person.
doing that. But the moment if they would have tried to like go away from me and do something with it, honey, I would have been like, okay, trademark, bro. But they ain't did shit with it. But put out some surviving DJ Genesis shit with it. You know, oh, she had me going to the bubble. Ah, whoa. And then she
And,
did
and,
this.
see, and look at her, that big city bitch that don't believe in brides. She was doing the most talking. I'm like, how the fuck you doing the most talking when you wasn't even around?
Bro, and then she ain't even there no more. I don't even think she.
I'm like,
Well, she
bruh, you on there trying to defend Shaka when you need to be trying to find a bride.
right. Get your titties on under control. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ain't on
Not
like
get your money up, get your titties up.
get your fucking titties like I would not listen. She's on live camera, titties just banging together, bow, bow, like some goddamn door knockers. You like just be like clack, 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 click, clack, titties, click, clacks. Okay.
Or 3 books. I was top salesman in the car industry, cell phone industry, direct marketing industry. So I've been out there, and a lot of people look at me and they take me wrong because they try to um, analyze me and put me in a box of, and label me or compare me to social standards. But what they don't realize is I have lived a life on my own, right? I grew up, I was in a abusive home, and I lived in a family where I was the quote unquote black sheep and I was not the favorite. And some of the things that happened, my grandmother used to put me and my brother out on the streets and wouldn't feed us all day while she fed my other cousins. We got treated really bad. And so throughout life, I had to figure things out on my own. I was always on my own. So people talk about me, but it's like, okay, well, as a girl jumping from house to house, living on the streets, was I supposed to get it out the mud and depend on myself, or was I supposed to run up to a man and ask him to help me in a situation like that? Right? Because see, that's how you get pimped. That's how girls get pimped. That ain't me. So by going through these experiences in life, I gained a knowledge and a wisdom. And so with my background in cell and molecular biology, I learned how to analyze and process information by observation. And
She's not even
critical
talking about the same
thinking
shit no
and
more.
facts.
It's called qualitative studies.
Yes.
Yeah.
So with
shit.
that, yeah. So cell and molecular biology did that. Then spending 8 years in the military and going through officer candidate school and ordnance to become an ordnance officer, I learned how to lead. So not only do I know how to lead myself, I know how to lead others, but I also know how to see if somebody else is capable of leadership or not. Then with my studies, well, with being a top salesman in the car industry, working around men, that is a male dominated industry. This is about as snakish as you can get if you ain't doing dope and stuff like that. That's about as snakish as you can get. I'm dealing with men. I'm succeeding in this rough, hardcore industry, right? I learned firsthand in the field human behavior and human psychology. And by me being a tomboy and most of my friends being males, I have gathered a wide variety of—
Bro, she ain't saying that she got like a master's degree in psychology. She's saying that because she was a car dealer and what the hell? Are we on Planet Zoom? I went to the playground and I was playing with dudes, and so therefore I have like I was over here and you know what? I was a truck driver. You know what? I played basketball with dudes. You know what I'm saying? When I was a kid, we played tag football, flag football together, and they tackled me down, and that's how I like found out who I was and what the fuck you. But listen, I used to let her go, man. I used to let her go, but bro, I was like, man, what the fuck? Like, I went to a class.
Wait, I'm so weak.
Man, bro. I went to a cellular class on molecular biology. Like, bro, did you graduate though?
Girl, and leave it up to her. She was the president.
Honey, the way she is blowing this up, like, listen, I took a class in how to whatever the fuck it is. I want to say something third, like I took a class in how to draw penguins, and men wear tuxedos. You know, that type of shit. Like what? Like, you know, and but I hate to like have done this and still be and actually like discredit what I did my own self. But the whole time I'm like, dude, girl, that's not accreditation. Like, oh, I worked at a car dealership. And so therefore I know because I worked with men how men work.
I'm listening to her. No shade. I'm listening to her, but I can't keep my eyes off that bitch in the green. It's like her titties on her knee, and it's just distracting me. It's distracting the fuck out of me. Like, why you couldn't get? Ugh.
The titties are sitting next to me.
Girl, them titties is on her knees.
And so
not you said the titties and sit next to you, Genesis.
The tatas, and I know men like
the tatas.
The tatas. the topic.
Well, I gotta go to work I gotta go to work in the morning. So I gotta go. I have a couple of more minutes. If you want me to just go ahead on and tell, everything that you know, but your audience don't know, I could do that briefly, but I gotta go to work in the morning, so I can't stay up all night.
Okay, listen, but listen. Patreon go. But I'm still gonna be clown her because I'm fucking pissed off at her because she's being the asshole to me. So
You want to take a shot with me?
some of the smartest people are self-taught.
You, Auntie,
Listen, take a joke.
Auntie, you want to take a shot with me?
I gotta make fun of her because she fucking pissed me off. So you can't piss me off and be like, I had a class in candle making, and so therefore I know about fire. What the fuck? That's what this sounds like to me. But I get what you're saying. I know how fire is generated because I make candles. Or you know what? I had a thing in cellular molecular biology. I like sold cars. I played football on the field with men when I was 13.
I am so lost. Okay. Some of the smartest people are self-taught. I have a bachelor's degree, and that does not necessarily make you have a superior.
Exactly. I have college degrees too, and them people do not care about that.
A lot of people are self-taught. Because you gotta think about it. Look at the prison people, right? The prison people, if they never said they was in prison, their intellect is way more smarter than somebody who went to Harvard. They got more time to study, right? And a lot of these jail people who they have set up debate teams, a college haven't beat them yet.
Let me tell you the difference, right? In what she's saying versus what I would say, right? I'm a software engineer, right? I work for corporations, right? Most of the people that work for the same corporations that work in the capacity I do have master's degrees. But I've worked myself up to the point where I actually get paid the same amount of money that a master's degree student would get. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to have a master's degree because I have experience in my field.
Right. I'm agreeing with you.
Saying that she worked at the car.
Auntie.
But you know what?
Hello.
But you know what I would do? Like with me personally, even though I feel a certain way, like I would leave that alone and just wish her well and wish them well.
Man, let me tell you something. She can kiss my
That's exactly what I've been telling her.
I get what you, but I'm saying I'm saying when people want to move on, you got to leave that shit alone.
All right.
Right. You learn from it. You learn from it and you move, because the thing she has a following, and one thing she does is her message stays consistent, right?
Bullshit. And I got like some.
No, that's behind. But when she does her program, her message stays the same.
It don't. The person that was actually giving her a message is gone now. But nevertheless, let's continue.
Me personally, I wish her well, so you can get your own blessings.
Information that I've been able to piece together to give a whole picture. So not only do I have leadership, science, I have philosophy under my belt, ecology, I have political science, I have sociology, psychology, human behavior. I have all of these subjects under my belt to back up everything that I say. And what I found out is that this world is 180 degrees upside down on its head. And in order for this world to be better, you have to put women back in charge. Because without women knowing better so that they can do better, we will not have a functioning society, and we will not have a planet that is viable for us to live as humans. So I'm here to empower the woman, period.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that, Princella. Well, there you have it. I wanted you guys to get to know who these people are. And now we're going to jump right in. So
And
I've been
tell
doing
her
a
why
lot of
didn't she
research
wear a
on you
bra
guys
that
and
day?
have some questions prepared. But we're going to free flow because you guys have a lot to offer and a lot of knowledge to offer.
Yeah, she an expert. Yeah, she an expert. Yeah, I got these motherfucking skinny jeans on. They fucking with me with these tight draws. I'm going back to baggy jeans. I'm sick of this shit. yeah. Now she an expert though. What she described herself as a person who goes to college, right? The college just gets you the degree. But that's why they want you to do an internship, right? The internship is going to give you the qualitative experiences that matches the quantitative, the data and the knowledge you done got. So when she says I was a tomboy, I was in the military, I was in selling sales and cars. That's probably one of the most dominated male industries out there as a career choice for a woman, and to be a top salesman. So she had the barriers, she had the ideology, so she had to fight against everything. So she like a I'm sitting here listening to her. She's like a gay male who was raised around all his aunties and aunts and things and know everything about a woman. So he can go out and be this. So she didn't try to become a man. Yeah, she looked kind of tongue, but she didn't become a man. She just soaked up all this knowledge and data. She can really teach. So I understand now, because I had no knowledge of who she was. What I just seen her on Fresh and Fit, and I said, yeah, that's my partner. Way she had to suck ass nigga. So this is my first to get to hear what she is and what she's done. So.
And I think it's definitely a recipe for magic tonight. The fact that you guys come from what we would think is such different places, but then through
Here, what we're talking about is being a master of life. When you look at life, you got to go to the basics of the foundations of life, and you have 5 characteristics of life.
Excuse me. Hold on. Can you just pause real quick, Jen?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I gotta work in the morning, and I know we only touched on part of my story. Do you want to do you want me get into it now, or do you want to reschedule? Because our time's been messed up, and I got you now, and you got me now, so it's like I want to get it done, before we both get back too busy. Or would you rather just reschedule and y'all watch this and commentary?
I already told her to do this video separately. We already started with you, so
yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. I was like, well, maybe she want to do that. So, and I gotta go to work in the morning, so I'm not gonna be up too much longer. But
right.
we can reschedule if that's what the content that you want to do right now.
All right, let's get into the rest of the story. So let's get into it. So where we go?
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Like I said, I was born in prison. The prison turned me over to my grandmother. I was with my grandmother until I was 12 or 13, something like that. And then my mama had got her life straight, and she was working, she had a job, she had got married to my daddy finally, because her and my daddy was just shaking up. They finally got married though. And I'm not gonna lie, my mama and my daddy, they had a trucking company. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have a bad growing up. I didn't have it bad. I did not go without eating. I had the nice clothes and all the stuff or whatever. I didn't have a bad childhood. However, when in 2015, my dad died, and then the next month I got shot. And that brought me in such a deep depression to where I didn't even want to leave the house. I just was over. I was just So that's why I keep my shit on me at all times. Even if I'm just going to walk to the store, it's on me. So, after that, my mama, I didn't notice it, but my mama would notice. Girl, do you ever come out your room? And my walls, the room and my walls are black. And I just put the LED lights on. I just have it like a vampire or something. And oh Lord, girl, so as far as what we talked about the other day, that man, the only reason I was over there, well, we selling our house. that we own. We selling it. So of course the water and lights on off and stuff because we're not gonna keep paying bills up and we selling it. So I ended up going by him because, you know, I don't like to be unstable with my kids. You know what I'm saying? So if it's like it's certain things that I have to take, then I'll just take it just so my kids could be stable. But tonight, that night was my boiling point. When I talked to you, like literally, it had just happened. This man put his hands on me. First of all, he don't work. He don't do nothing but depend on the government. He wait on first check. He wait on Section 8, and he wait on his perks to try to sell them. So he's a bum, and I told him he was a bum, and I told it to him in front of his mama. He's a bum, and I said it in front of his sister. He's a bum. And who gonna put their hands on me? Nobody. So, boom, I left. I just like, man, I'm not doing this no more. Cause I'm gonna be honest, Jen. Nobody never knows what I be going through. He been doing this, and I left 3 times, but I always came back because I didn't want my son to be unstable. But at this point, I have to just like, we gotta cut it out. Cause I can't keep dealing with that. That night when that happened, I pew-pewed at him. Like my mind just went, you know, I don't know if you know my story, but yeah, I've been in a psych ward like 7 times.
Wow.
Like I'm not right in the head, and I don't like people playing with me. Like if I could be the coolest person in the world, but if you play with me, I'm sorry. God forgive me. I could be a demon.
Raping you. He was doing stuff when you were sleeping. Like, that right there is not cool. Like if you're asleep and that's not cool.
Exactly. And then he told my friend, my friend, well, she ain't give me nothing for 7 days. And she told me no for 7 days. And my friend said, well, it don't matter. If she said no on the 8th day, then you shouldn't have been messing with her. And I was talking to my mama about it, and she was like, you know, well, my mama, she changed her life around. She's an ordained minister. She was like, that's a spirit of perversion. Because not only that, girl, I will be laying in the bed, and I just feel something shaking. And I look, and he watching porn jacking off.
Wow.
Like he has a spirit of perversion, yeah. So I had to go. I had to. Because I was going to kill him.
Well, murk him.
Right. Well,
because he keep violating me, and I told before I got into a relationship with him, I told him, I said, my baby daddy beat me for 9 years. If you ever violate me, I'm leaving. And now he over there sick. He blocked, but he over there sick, calling my friend, crying and all that.
And I want to also talk to the people in the panel, like not in the panel, but like in the audience. If you're with a man and you wake up and they're getting it in with you, that is not.
I told him to his face. I'm like, I can't say the word, but I was like, you are a graper.
They don't even realize they like listen. They feel like, oh, you belong to me, so therefore I can do whatever I want with you. Once you are,
but I'm not married to you.
Even if you was married, if you sleeping and you ain't there to say, hey, this or not.
My real husband died. I'm not getting married again, ever. I don't care who the man is. So I don't know why he feel like it's his. How you feel like it's yours when you don't do nothing but wait for me to come home from work, cook a meal, clean up, and then when I finally lay down, you think you deserve that?
Exactly. Like he ain't did nothing all day.
Ain't did nothing but sit in his phone and listen to Nipsey Hussle.
But then he wants to lay down with you after he get done playing video games and try to like force you to do something when you sleeping.
And I'm sure that has to be a turn off too.
It's been a turn off. This is going on for a whole year. That's what people don't understand. This has been going on for a whole year. I done, and it's like he don't understand. I done banged his head. He had to go to the hospital and get the metal stitches. I done cut him, and he still do, and I done shot at him, and he's still doing the same shit. So I was like, okay, he don't even give a fuck. So I'm just leaving.
Sometimes
He's a
your
weirdo.
sometimes your leave is way more powerful than your stab or your whatever. So sometimes it's better just leave. If someone got
Exactly. And you know what? My friend told me, my friend say, friend, since you left around there, you are so happy. Like I never seen you glow like that. Like since before you know, like you seem so happy.
yeah, yeah. And listen, I had a boyfriend that felt the same way about me. You know what I'm saying? And to this day, I'm over here like suffering from stuff that he did to me. You know what I'm saying? And I
Right.
would wake up. One time I woke up with my ex, and I was like on because you know what? I would fall asleep sometimes. I might have been drinking or whatever, and I'd be like, I fell asleep. I wake up and he'd be sitting there like with his Johnson in his hand, trying to shove it in my mouth. And people and men, I don't know what that is. Like that's sick. You know, trying to do that. I'm sleeping. You're trying to do this to me, but then try to say, "Oh well."
Exactly, girl. And then first leave me alone. And then it would be so weird because I would be asleep and I feel him touch my leg and I kick him. And he would get mad about how you gonna get mad because I kicked you for touching me. Everybody know that, well, not everybody, but people close to me, I was diagnosed with, well, I ain't gonna say what else, but one of them was sleep deprivation. So it takes me a long time to go to sleep. Like I can be up just like okay, let me go clean the kitchen. Or like it takes me a long time to go to sleep. Even if I'm just laying there watching YouTube, I still can't go to sleep. So when I do fall asleep, why do you fuck with me?
Right, waking you up, trying to do something, get it in. If you don't
Um,
want to do it, that's it. That's it. Listen, your no is your no, honey.
well, he ain't got to worry about it. That day that I talked to you, I don't know if that was like 3 weeks ago, right?
Hmm.
Girl, I ain't talk. I blocked him. I ain't talked to him. I ain't seen him. He keep
It was 2 weeks ago. It wasn't three. It was only 2 weeks ago. But
okay, well, 2 weeks.
still
Since that
fresh.
day that I talked to you, I was in the process of moving all my stuff out. And I have not talked to him, heard from him. Well, he be delaying messages. He be delaying messages through my best friend. And my best friend be like, "Stefan, stop calling me with all that." And then he tried to call my mama, and my mama said, "Don't call my phone. My daughter grown. She don't even listen to me. What make you think she gonna listen to you?"
Hmm. Shout out to your mom for having your back.
Oh, I'm her only child, girl. You just don't know. We gotta talk on the back end, girl. Girl, you just don't know. My mama really a gangster. If you think, look, imagine me times 10.
So I would say this is that so the lesson to be learned in this whole situation is your no, women in this chat. Don't let no man um try to dictate your no.
Mm-hmm.
Make it seem like, oh well, you're mine, so therefore I can do whatever I want. That's your body. My body is my body. If I don't want to do X, Y, Z, that's it. I say I don't want to do it. That's it. I don't do it.
Right, and then my thing is, you stay broke. I work a job and I be hustling, so I keep money. You be broke, but you get your check on like the 26th. By the 28th, it's gone.
Right. For what reason?
So my thing is, if I'm getting up, going to work, and I'm trying to be nice, trying to keep you with your weed or your stuff you like, Why do you like? I don't understand people like that.
Well, it sounds like he had a mental illness. That sounds like a
He
mental.
definitely have a mental illness. His
And
ex-wife told me he do.
some of these men don't. That's just how they are. Some of these men don't. Some of them. That's
You
just
took
how.
the words right out of my mouth.
That's just how they are.
Well,
Like me, I
anyone
me.
that
I,
like is jacking off while you're just sleeping and
that don't
waiting,
mean you have a mental. That just means you
that's
could
a
be a
mental
you
illness.
you, you could be a nympho. That's not a we gotta
A
stop
mental illness.
putting.
nymphomania is a mental illness.
But a lot of time we put well, in that case, we all got mental issues, right?
Everybody ain't a nymphomaniac, but
No, but I'm saying, but if everybody does something, so it will put us in the category of something. But sometimes
right about that.
mental illness or not, that is not our problem. We are not here to
Hey,
solve. That's an adult person problem to solve their problems. Stop coming out into the world. Think, no, we're not the fixer uppers because what happens is we destroy ourselves. What
and
happens is
you know what? I don't. Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
That was Sugar
me.
Love. That was Sugar
That
Love.
was Sugar Love.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you on perm because what I started noticing was this man wanted me to be his mama to do the things that his mama did.
Mm-hmm.
He want me to save him at 53 years old. I'm not saving you.
Man, he was playing video games at 53. Man, listen, Joey.
Girl, all that man listen to, he fit it. Girl, okay, I put on my Bluetooth when I start cleaning. You know, I put my little old but goodies, my little Aretha Franklin, my little Motown, my little, on my old school. You know, my grandma 96, so I grew up old school. Girl, this man walk around all day playing Nipsey Hussle, Lil Durk, um, these new people that I don't even know of because I don't keep up with the new music. And I be looking at him like, this boy is so stupid. He don't think about nothing. All he think about is playing in that phone, jacking off, trying to get him a nut, or begging his mama for money.
Exactly. Some are
That sounds to me
oversexual,
like a person that's in
hypersexual.
that's like a person that's in like their lower self, real. And I'm not like on some like nature boy lower self type shit. That's like a person that's like very delayed in their understanding of life.
We're gonna have to do more content on this because women is 90, it's a good 89% of men that's like that. You may got 15% that is not. We have to decenter them and worry about us.
Right.
We have to start decentering them because at a certain I'm not gonna have a conversation at my age with any man that would sound like I would have a conversation with the type of conversations I had when I'm 20. I'm not having when I'm 30. When I'm 30, I'm not having a conversation
Exactly.
in my 40s. No, you better sound like a whole grown man.
And I
Like,
ain't your mammy.
soon you say the word building, we automatically can't be together. That's a 20-year-old conversation. We building when we 20.
Exactly. You already know what that's about.
Right? So we have to, I'm not dealing with them no more. I'm gonna stay by me, just by me. I'm good. I'm not dealing with them no more. Because like she said, I'm not trying to wear no armor suit for these incels, these damn dusties, right? But I'm not gonna do it. But every which way you turn around, anytime they put out there to take us, I forgot his name was Dennis Sperling or something. I believe that would be his name. That sat up there. I don't know if y'all heard of him, but he was one of the guys in the Manosphere or the Red Pill. But he became the top guy after the other one. And I'm like, if y'all really just go into these fairs, even if you don't look at the show, read the comments. They are all out to get us. Why are we worried about? Leave them alone. Just leave them alone. Like, how do we build as in a sisterhood?
because they
That's what
confused. They don't know if they want you or they hate you. So
I
leave
don't
them alone and love on yourself.
exactly, sis. I wouldn't even care. Not saying that there is no good ones out there, but you even vetting is hard to do. It's even hard to vet because they could have a mask on. You don't know when that mask is going to fall off. So to alleviate that, leave them alone. Go ahead.
Exactly, sugar. And that's exactly why I told my sons that I don't want to get into another relationship, because I can't afford to wait for someone's mask to slip.
Mm-hmm.
I can't afford it. I can't.
Would have been my 9-year wedding anniversary. Damn, I cannot believe almost a decade has went by already. Yes, I got married on 420. And I would like to blame being high on life, but I don't partake, and frankly, I was sober as a judge. Time surely does fly, don't it? Well, anywho, so a little backstory. I met and married my husband within 6 months. He was a military man, and if you know, you know. And maybe one day I'll do some story times and tell y'all the whole story. We met on a blind date at the Marine Ball. Now, I remember sitting there at the dinner. In my head, my Ori said, "You gonna marry this man." And I laughed. I was literally fighting with myself in my mind, like, are you crazy? Ain't no way. 6 months later, I married him. Now, true enough, he turned out to be a lying, cheating, high-spectrum narcissist. But marrying him was one of the best decisions that I ever made. And that's really the point of this video. There's a blessing in every lesson. And I know you're sitting there thinking, Voodoo Bae, how the hell could marrying a narcissist be one of the best decisions you ever made? Because I said it was. Because I decided that it was going to be. See, we are meaning-making machines. And we literally get to decide what any and everything we experience means.
Jen, please pause real quick. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta go to work in the morning. So maybe we could do a part 2 where I could finish my whole story or whatever.
All right,
Because
love.
I don't know, it's kind of all over the place right now. But
All right, love.
yeah, Jen, call me when you finish your live, Jen. You heard me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Okay, yeah, call me when you finish your live.
Okay.
All right, peace, channel.
All right, peace.
Peace. Enjoy your night. Good day tomorrow.
Peace and blessings.
That's what I wanted to say. I couldn't think of it.
I learned from that relationship, what I gained from that relationship, who I was on the other side of that relationship. See, I didn't want to survive. I wanted to win. And so I did. Now, there's a whole host of stories and details and things that I can get into and tell you how I did it and all of that. Once I realized who this man really was and what decisions I had made that got me into the position that I was in, I started making new decisions that got me to the place I wanted to be. And that, my friends, is what you call alchemy. Today,
Shay, I love
if
this.
you don't know where you've been, you damn sure don't know where you're going. And if you don't know where you're going, you're damn sure guaranteed to never get there. So I hear a lot of women talking about decentering, 4B, womanism, liberation, feminism, etc., etc., etc. But here's my question. Can you name one modern day or ancient matriarchal societal structure? Do you know how they structured things, how the relationships were structured, how their societal laws and governance and spirituality and all of those things? Do you know what you don't know? Because if you don't, How are you going to move forward and create that which you don't even have a blueprint for? Have you truly unpacked your own internalized misogyny? Have you looked and dissected how that misogyny can show up in the stealth ways, even in women who claim to be the most womanist of women? Have you done your work? Do you want to do more work? Do you not know if you did your work? Have you
I
done
would
the
like
work,
to
but you
do
want to
it
sit
by
with
my
other
damn
women who have
self.
done their work so that you can actually build a sisterhood? If you answered yes to any of this, come and join us. Come sit with me on Sunday.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. But what I would say is, we have built that. Just because you see men do it, who do you think the ideas come from?
Mm-hmm.
Feminine energy are the creators. Feminine energy is the brains. Just because they are the ones who physically do it, but they they couldn't do it without us. And why we doing good now? Why we if we needed them some what we need them for? I ain't gotta learn. Listen, I how about learning the best lessons is watching through other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like them the best ones. I'm not gonna do that. Like if you see somebody spoke correct, and you see the reactions from it, I don't have to take. I see it, right? I learned my lesson watching you, right? I mean, but forever, whichever floats your boat, learn. And we do have, even if it's not a sisterhood, even if it is a sisterhood, hey, a bit tight. We still have to build, right? That's why my sister right here, she even when we was doing it yesterday, don't forget if you did use it, don't forget to let us know how it happened. The AI site for your business.
I haven't used it yet. I just used the Canva that I sent you the emails.
Oh, that was your stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Some I had to download. I couldn't. I'm like, I could download it. I don't know where it goes in the computer, and the son of mine won't help me. Right? I would be 60 in 2 more years, and some men are still trying to come on to me. I say I'm not looking for a man, a boyfriend. They look confused. Why don't you? That's right. I prefer my peace. Right? Everything that happens in your life, you invited in. At some point in time, you got to say enough.
I'm gonna tell you what. The lady house that I was living in Jamaica, she had a boyfriend, right? She told me she was gonna take me to go see her sister. So I went to go see her sister. When I tell you these women look totally different in their face because one got a woman and one don't. That sister face is so smooth because she ain't got a care in the world, and the other one is driving herself crazy.
I tell you, but I'm gonna tell you something. The same rule apply to go with what you're saying. I remember being young, and I always noticed some women who always walked with their head up high, looked like royalty, right? And I always say I wanted to be like that. Then I see some women always hello, and they run into the building. Head is always down, but it was majority of the women with the head down. Hey, how you doing? They gotta go. It was very few of the ones that I looked up to. And then as I got older, I was like, well, I want to be like you when I get older. And come to find out, that's where that royalty come from. That's where that longevity come from. With the no stress or whatever. I do understand. I mean, maybe when you get to an older age, 'cause a lot of people they meet their husband or they mate time they get like 65 and 70. You know, at that point, what you doing, Ninja? Sit your ass down in that chair, right? But
And
what
even in their 80s.
right. So I'm not saying don't never, but what I'm saying, make sure it's an even playing field. Like I'm effed up, you effed up. Right? What we gonna do? Or you could just still just choose them. Life doesn't stop because you don't have a mate. It doesn't stop. And it's living proof. A lot of people don't have mates, and life haven't stopped. But all you want to keep getting abused and making excuses. I tell women, stop being so smart all the time. You so smart that you ain't smart no more because anytime you say, "Oh, I know what he up to," but you letting them do it, is that being smart? Now, see the way I'm made. I'm one and done. Right? I have very 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 low tolerance. So a lot of things a lot of women experience, I have not. Right.
All right, so check this out. This is like a modern woman experience. Check this out.
Let me show you what patriarchy does to women.
Mother that does not even believe their own daughter right here. That's a serious problem to me. And it's a problem in the Black community because I'm voicing to you that your husband was inappropriate with me. And why do you not believe that? You're lying. Quit lying. I'm lying. Why am I finna lie to you about that? You stay lying.
I saw this.
Y'all, this has happened for years, y'all.
Now, if I'm being honest, this video sparked a very specific kind of rage in me. The way that patriarchy strips women of their womanhood, their motherhood, their ability to love themselves and their children, beyond their desperation for proximity to a man is heart-wrenching and infuriating.
I like her hair.
Now, y'all remember when their little sky daddy said this?
Mother comes home and said, Kevin touched you. Looked at me getting out of the shower.
I remember this too.
What happens next? The relationship will have to end. Huh? Why would you not question your child? Why would you not question your? Why would you not just say, girl, whatever, that's your daddy? Why would you blow up a marriage?
Y'all know how hard this is for me to even believe this because this man, I have to come in my home with my mama that's supposed to love me, and you want to sit here for him. Why would I lie, y'all? Why would I lie?
This is sad. Really sad.
Like I'm shaking right now, y'all, because this makes no sense. It makes no sense at all.
See, this is why I go so hard. Because there are real world consequences for this type of ideology and rhetoric.
Known him for a long time, and it don't even matter. I get out of class, when I get out of everything, I feel so uncomfortable in this house. And she want to sit up here and take up for this man. Like, you're disgusting. Both of y'all are.
See, these men, they want access to you, your body, your children, and anything else they decide they want, when and if they want it. Can we also get into the fact
I experience
that the
things like
and
that.
rate of abuse rises exponentially when a stepfather or a new man is brought into the home? And that ain't to say that biological fathers, uncles, brothers, cousins don't abuse, because they absolutely do.
This is what I gotta go through, y'all. This is what I gotta go through. I gotta go through a mother that don't believe their own daughter. She birthed me, and you want to treat me like this, your own blood. I would never do nothing like that to nobody.
Seeing this young woman reaching out and begging for the protection and love of her mother, and her mother being able to do nothing more
Hey,
than stand in
Martin.
the middle of her patriarchal psychosis and male centering is absolutely heartbreaking. Now, I want to touch on something that I rarely speak about because I don't really get into the battle of the generations. But baby, those baby boomer women and those Gen Xers, nanas and aunties, listen to me and listen to me good. You have an obligation to the divine feminine to protect the women who have came after you. I know that nobody protected you. I know that you didn't have a voice. I know that you were under the boot of patriarchy up to your neck and could barely breathe. And that is exactly why it is your job to protect the generations of us that have come after you. And it is my job to teach and protect the ones that came after me. Remember that sisterhood is the foundation for our liberation. Patriarchal, misogynistic, male-centered women are dangerous. They are dangerous to themselves. They are dangerous to their children. They are dangerous to other women. They are dangerous to the collective. The fact that over 60% of all Black women are raped or molested before the age of 18, and I would argue that that number is closer to 80 to 90%, proves the fact that where men are empowered, women are in danger. Let me show you what.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I overstand. I teach this.
Listen, Unfortunately, my father's mother got with a man and he assaulted actually all her children, and her daughter married him. Now, their son assaulted me. They had did the same thing to him. And I had to live with them. I chose to go live with them because I felt like the place that I was in, if I didn't leave there, I was going to unalive myself. So I put myself in this situation because it was family. But every single day, that man said disgusting things to me, even to the point where he was telling me about the singer Shaka Khan and stuff that is, intimate stuff about her. And I was just like, I was 16, y'all. 16 going through this. Finally, she took me to my mother, dropped me off at my mother because I guess he told her that he was getting ready to make his move on me. So I let all my stuff was there. I went back and he told me, you have to sleep with me because all those times that you stayed here, I allowed your aunt to let you go to your friend's house. I was getting ready to unalive him, but their friend came into the kitchen and I just left because for me, I already knew everything that had been going on in my family. So if I would have took that into my own hands, to me, that would have been vindication for my family's bloodline. I did not do that, but eventually he got his. And my cousin says that he was in his older age confessing because he thought that she was her mother, and he was confessing a lot of the heinous things that he had did. His son, their other son, went on, this was back in the day, when it was Jenny Jones and Jerry Springer and all that, went on, I believe it was Jenny Jones, and told his story, but he had assaulted me too. I don't like tree houses to this day because of him, or albinos.
Wow.
And my other aunt said that basically she's living with a man right now that did the same thing to her, and she doesn't understand that she was assaulted.
Hey, I've been assaulted so many times. I don't even know what the difference is.
And
I don't even know what the hell, whether or not it's assault or not.
Yeah, it saddened me because it was like she didn't even know that she was done wrong. She just thought that was normal, and I was like, Auntie, no, that happened against your will. You was a little girl.
Right.
Ladies, come here. I need to talk to y'all real quick. Can somebody tell me why y'all are centering men in conversations about a movement to decenter men? I need answers, and quickly. Why am I seeing 11,000 lives with a bunch of women on panels arguing with men and centering them in a conversation about a movement to decenter them? Are y'all okay? No, seriously. Because I need y'all to think about how incredibly asinine this is.
Wow.
I also need y'all to realize how that internalized patriarchy shows up in the most stealth ways. This being one of them. Old habits can be hard to break. And even in the conversation about decentering them, men are being centered. They've started some bootleg movement of their own that has now hijacked the conversation. What are y'all doing? Let me tell you a little story about Oshun and how she got her lick back and proved her point so effortlessly. She did not argue. She did not fight. She simply removed her energy.
Exactly.
Everything the men tried to do and build failed. Take a lesson from the first woman to stand on the front lines of the fight for the liberation of women. Remove yourselves. Stop
Exactly.
arguing. And for
Exactly.
the love of the goddess, stop centering these men in the conversation about decentering.
Well, you got to have the conversation. Some people don't know, but she's absolutely correct.
But she can't stop
Remove,
including men
remove, right.
into the conversation of like saying that they should not be the
No,
center of the
well, I don't bring the men in the conversation, but you still have to talk about decentering them because a lot of women, they don't know, right? So you have to spark it, right? And then you have to put it into action. But the main thing that she said is I removed myself from everything. She is 120 million% right. You have to. I've been far removed, right? I've been far removed, but a lot of women that are struggling, you have to have the conversation and explain what it is. So you have to have it, right? You have to teach them how to remove their energy, and by just the point of you teach them to dissent the men. But again, the bad part about that, the flip side to that part that is wrong is when you do that, the testosterone that these men have makes them now want to attack.
I don't know much about this lady.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
It makes them now want to attack us to the point that we have to give them our telephone numbers just to live, right? Then we got to go change our whole number. Or if they say hello, we can't just like say hello.
Don't
Right.
you dare give no fake number.
Right. We want to make it home, right? And we still have seen countless videos, even the twins that just happened. What was last month or something? She didn't want to talk to the guy, and he tried to add, jig both, and one ended up passing away. What part of women are being unalive? I don't care what method that you take, but we have to start waking up these young girls. Like you said, it is our duty. It is our duty. And if these men have not had their little rocks emptied or whatever, they're full of this testosterone is a dangerous thing.
All right, so I think that she's like anti all this, like female.
Oh gosh.
I don't know much about this lady, right? I see her stuff going viral on TikTok. I see the clips, and she was giving me extremist vibes when I heard the comment about men not being capable of love, because I know that's not true. I know firsthand that's untrue, and it's not fair. It's not a fair comment. And that's the reason why I got such an issue with y'all just getting on here and just saying anything. If you've never personally felt loved by a man, just say that. But don't get online with these extremist takes saying that men are incapable of love. There's no way I can stand behind that with the way men have loved me throughout my life. I could never stand behind that. It's not true. I feel bad for a lot of women who have never gotten to feel loved by a man. But taking it out on me because I simply tell you that I can't relate to it, that's not going to solve nothing either.
So give us
I
some
get online and I
pointers.
tell you that men haven't hurt me, they treated me very well, and I don't have the same horror stories to tell that you have to tell as a woman, just accept that, right? But then coming into my comment section and saying, well, men on TikTok be disrespectful to you. Men on TikTok don't have nothing to do with the men in the real world and how the men in the real world treat me.
So what they
if we're gonna do that and we're gonna go based off the logic of TikTok, ain't nobody been more disrespectful to me on TikTok than black women, right? So if we really want to go there and talk about disrespect and who's the most disrespectful, it was women who got my page banned. So let's be so for real. But when we talking about the real world, the world I live in every day when I get off this phone, that's what counts. And in that world, men treat me very well. Men have absolutely been capable of loving me and have. People can bring up my relationship status, me being single, all you want. The reality is you have no idea about my love life. You don't know what's going on with me.
Girl,
you only
bye.
know what I show and tell you.
Girl,
Always
bye.
remember that. You only know what I show and tell you. Keep that in the back of your mind forever, because that's going to be real important for you to remember. But aside from that, you need to understand that every man that I've ever dealt with has always showed up for me for real, right? Because I wouldn't deal with nothing less. But the men I've dealt with absolutely have loved me, have went over and beyond for me, sometimes more than they should have, because I wasn't even capable of loving them the way that they deserve to have been loved. But they still loved me, and I knew it. I felt it. Men are absolutely capable of love when they want to love the person that they loving, right? But you can't make no man love somebody that they don't want to love. You can't make nobody want nobody that they don't want. So a lot of y'all are forced in situations with men who don't want you. So no, you'll never feel loved in that situation. You'll never feel that men are capable of love when you're trying to force something out of somebody who don't want to give it. This is one of those things for real where the girls who get it, get it. Like if you're a woman who has experienced being loved by men, you get it. You understand the levels to this. You understand how these men will go over and beyond for you when they love you, the way they will inconvenience themselves when they love you, the things that they will sacrifice when they love you. Some of y'all don't know that. It's unfortunate you don't know that. But as a woman who has experienced it, seen it firsthand, I'ma speak on it. When a man love you, you know it. You know it. Ain't no ifs, ands, doubts about it. Ain't no blurred lines. It's black and white. When that man love you, you feel it in your heart. You feel it in your spirit. Right? And I done felt it many times. I've had men love me many times.
I am very confused. Number one, you keep saying men, right? So that's more than one, right? So when you call your men, so are you 3 or 4, right? And you're saying you didn't give us no examples. Like what do you mean? Just because they buy you gifts and take care of you, that doesn't mean love. Because if it was love, then why are you single, right? I mean, everything she said is an oxymoron. If you understand what I'm saying, it just doesn't go in the same sentence. If you understand what I'm saying.
TikTok is it's your girl, the Queen Maker. Only showing my face when it's something worth saying. Today, I'm about to show you exactly the reason why your relationships with men just don't work and ain't never gonna work. First and foremost, there's a difference between a partnership and a relationship. Remember this post when everybody thought Lil Bow Wow was crazy? He said, I don't want a relationship. They hold you back. I want a best friend I can sleep with, make love to, hustle with, get money with, travel, shop with, club with, live life with. I want a partner in crime, a life partner. Someone that I can laugh with and build with. A woman I'm not afraid to lose because I know they'll always be there. Relationships are played out, but a partnership I'll take. And then this response came, I don't want a salad. I just want lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, shredded carrots, a little boiled egg, and an Italian vinaigrette. Salads are overrated, but a shredded vegetable medley I'll take. It was funny because people thought, 1, that this is what relationships are, and 2, that Bow Wow just thought he was being deep, when in actuality, Bow Wow was all the way on point. And the chick who responded was actually the Delulu one. So let me give you the definition of relationship, and we're going to do a little bit of illustration. Relationship, the way in which 2 or more concepts, objects, or people are connected, or the state of being connected. That's critical. I'm going to tell you why that's critical. Because in chemistry, you have a concept called diffusion. Everything is energy. Diffusion is the movement of molecules from a high concentration to a low concentration. This is critical when speaking about relationships. The key word in relationship is connected, connect or connection. In a relationship, what happens is you end up connecting a cord between 2 people. And typically, there is a void, a hole that each person has that this cord is able to be connected through. Going back to the concept of diffusion, there is typically a higher concentration in one individual as opposed to the other. If you understand the biological program of the male, you would understand that his chromosome Y is a degenerate X, missing several genes that the X does have. This is critical because this makes males codependent by nature. If you listen to men, they will let you know that they would like to feel needed. To be needy is to be codependent because you have voids that have to be filled. When women remain in a codependent state, seeking love outside of themselves, they open up themselves to allow a cord to be connected to them. And from the process of diffusion, what will happen is the more concentrated the energy is in her will begin to move to the less concentrated area. One of the characteristics of life, which is biology 101, is a living organism must maintain homeostasis, which means maintain a balance. So the reason for diffusion of energy moving from a more concentrated area to a lower concentrated area is to attempt to maintain homeostasis. The unfortunate reality is that the male's codependent nature is a bottomless pit that never ends. So when this diffusion process happens, it never reaches a state of homeostasis and continues to pull and pull and pull until the energy from this vessel is totally empty. This is what happens in relationships, and the only people who end up in relationships are people who have voids and are looking to connect with each other. It's almost the concept of a free radical. A free radical is basically a broken molecule that has an unpaired electron, making the molecule highly unstable. And an unstable molecule is quick to react and pair itself with another broken molecule. Relationships are founded upon codependency. And this is why people in relationships can never enjoy the actual world and life, because they are focused solely on trying to get a void filled. So they never have the time to enjoy a movie, a picnic, time together, or quality time together, because the void takes over and becomes the center of this relationship. Partnerships, on the other hand, a partner is either of a pair of people engaged together in the same activity. There is a distinct difference between that definition and the definition of a relationship. Partners are two whole individuals engaged in the same activities together. This does not take place with a relationship. Partnerships are founded upon interdependency, not codependency. In order to enter a state of interdependence, you have to first get to a place of being totally independent, being able to fulfill your own needs and become a whole version of your authentic self. The problem with relationships between men and women is that men never become whole individuals. Their nature is codependent. This is the reason why men are afraid and do not like women who are independent, because women who are independent do not have needs. And the only way that a man can have a relationship with a woman is if she needs him. Men want to feel needed. So relationships with men never get to a place of interdependence. They remain in codependent forms. The evidence is everywhere. Everywhere. If you have not listened to the 41 Shades of Men.
All right. So what do you think about that?
I totally agree. I totally agree, because the other lady, she was all the way around. Well, my men have treated me good. Girl, you need one man. What are you talking about men for? Right? And they all treated you good, then obviously something is missing. And they went over and beyond. That don't mean they love you. That mean they want something from you. Because if they really truly love you, she didn't even say, well, I'm no good. Now, if she'd have been like, I'm no good. They love me, but I'm no good. I'd have been like, all right, right? But she's so happy that these men, as she say, treated her good, which means she ain't never had a man. She had men, always had men. So, she's about that money. And then the men, she letting the men know to get with me, you got to spend that money. And this is what I want, and this is what I require. That doesn't equate to love. I don't know what you think she's fooling, but she ain't fooling nothing over here.
All right, so let's see what chat what AI said.
AI.
One talking about this influencer. But you know what? Now that I've talked about her, of course, when you talk about something, the algorithm, they start popping up on your screen. And I just saw like 2 videos and I'm just completely like, are y'all serious? It's very, very negative. I feel like we all go through situations that are negative or maybe negative or whatever the case might be. But to try to regurgitate that and convince one party or the other of this or that based on your negative perception of something is wrong. It's not fair. It's not fair to group all women into a category and say they're this or that. It's not fair to group all men into a category and say they're this or that. You have an experience, and based on your experience, you feel some type of way, and I completely understand that. However, to exude that hate and that negativity out into the world and say, well, this is how it is, or marriage is slavery, and all these different things, it's very, very negative. So what did I do? I was like, you know what? Let's ask ChatGPT. Let me take one of these videos and let's.
Oh, Lord.
ChatGPT says it's clear that the speaker is expressing frustration, potentially stemming from negative experiences or observations related to marriage. They may have witnessed or experienced situations where women are undervalued or taken advantage of in their roles within marriage. These experiences or perceptions might have led to feelings of anger, resentment, or disillusionment about marriage, which is reflected in their language and the points they make.
Chat is a robot. So not this time, chat.
Done.
But I will say, number one,
I'm like, okay, we got like the human.
Where are the married women that's speaking up, that's telling us how great it is? I don't need to hear that from another single person. That's how these pick-me's is overboard. Where are the married people that say how lovely their husband, like where are they, who didn't have to sacrifice all of them just to stay married? Them the stories I need to hear.
They minded their own business, living their lives.
Let me tell you. Now, I looked up one day, they got charm schools for women, this for women, that for women. You don't see none of that for men. But we got to stay trained all the time. Get up out of here. And I want to, in these robots, unless y'all plan on being together, shut up.
Exactly. And then it's like, you'll have a man that's talking about, I don't want no woman out of shape, but your stomach hanging all over your belly.
First
Sir,
of all,
sit down.
but I'm older than the majority of these women, right? I'm older than, I don't really need to really hear you. I know what I see. I know what I saw. I'm over 50 years of living. Right? I've seen from the 70s, from the 80s, and then I see my mama, my grandmama, right? I don't need to really hear y'all. I go by evidence. I've seen it. I've seen women struggling. And what, man, listen. Like everything is, I hate to say it, but a lot of stuff Priscilla I've been saying this since the 90s, 2000s, even when I was young. I've been saying these things, and more people need to say it. I like my she right now. That's my girl. But I'm not with
What do I think Marjorie Harvey's secret is? She's very manipulative. She's smart. She know how to trigger men. She's smart. She look like she know what she's doing. For real. You can look at her eye and tell. She got game. She's very confident. She knows she the prize. And she'll tell somebody no and shut them down no matter how much money they got. She takes chances. She's not afraid to lose. That's why she wins. Okay. She put her demands out there. If you can't do this, then I don't really want to see you. You know, call me when you do A, B, C, and D. I'm out. You know, how many women actually tell men with a lot of money these type of things? Not that many. And when you're rich or you're famous and you're used to yes people everywhere, then to get someone who's, you know, pretty to tell you no, and you know that someone that you like to tell you no, you're not good enough for me, is how she does it. No, you are not good enough for me. Even as Steve, you are not good enough for me. Just like Julia Roberts did. I want it all. I don't want a little piece. I want it all, or I don't want nothing. Okay, so you don't take scraps. You want the whole thing. You can't have the whole thing. You don't want a piece of it. You don't want none of it. So that's how you do that. She knew he was going to say yes. She knew he was coming back. And I'm sure she was entertaining other people at the same time. What do I think Marjorie Harvey's secret is? She's very manipulative. She's smart. She knows how to trigger men.
Right. So what'd you say about that?
I mean, only problem I have, I like her message, but the only problem I have with that message is every woman can't do that, right? Now, I'm not saying that you have to look a certain way or something like that, but for that message, like, I'm not trying to say everybody. I mean, you got to at least be a 8, 9, or 10 in their minds to even talk like that, right? But if you're a 4, 5, and 6, that message is not going to work for them.
Depends, though.
I mean,
let me tell y'all a secret. And some of y'all might be too late, but for the next time, if you just decide to get pregnant, and like I said, babies aren't mistakes. The men that you choose to have them with are the mistakes sometimes. Now listen. If you are going to put your body through all of that, they got to have money, baby. Don't you know that procreating and multiplying another human's DNA cost a lot of money if you were to become a surrogate and you doing it for some free for some dusty? I'm not saying he's dusty because I don't know. Hopefully he's not. But do you know how much you can get paid to have somebody else, baby? And you gonna go and have a Dusty's baby for free while you struggle? No. Know your value. And I tell this to women all the time. Our bodies, our physical bodies are worth more than men's bodies. Alive, during pregnancy, after pregnancy, and in death. I promise you. Oh, Fatima Sprinkle, we are, let me tell y'all a secret. And some of y'all.
So I'm like, that makes a lot of sense.
We, again, focus on yourself. See what makes you happy. Live some life. Be comfortable with yourself. Be comfortable loving yourself. Once you get like that, you don't have to worry about a lot of stuff. Because once these men know I don't need you, I want you, I don't need you, like, you want to go, bye, right? But remember, each age bracket have different standards, right? And sometimes because of a child's the way they was grown up, they're looking for love in all the wrong places. So every case is different, right? That's why some run to the cult. That's why some run, they're all running and looking for love. But again, every case is different. Like it's like even with the drone sisters, it's hard to have them not be drone sisters. But even with all the abuse and everything they have endured, like everybody ain't gonna go. Everybody don't want that peace. Everybody don't want it because they've been raised to have a man. They've been raised to that has to stop. But it's basically your choice, and it's what you want with your life.
And I'm gonna tell you this: I don't want to be in no relationship where I have to do things that I need a man to be in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm still doing stuff, hauling big stuff, like I'm going to scrap metal yards and hauling stuff and picking up bulky stuff. If I'm doing that and I got a man, no, there's no way. There's certain things, like when I go to certain clients' houses and their husbands are in there laying on their behinds and we're in there, I'm cleaning, but they may be.
You ain't gotta be a 10 for that. You ain't gotta be a 10. Like, I'm a woman.
You know, so I don't like that. Like, I'd rather be by myself. I'm
How do
fine.
you ask men for money without feeling that like this? Do you want to make me happy right now? Yeah, of course I do. I want to make you happy too. But later on. Well, what do you want? Then whisper in his ear like this. I want you to take me to the ATM and give me as much money as you choose. It's kind of a kink. I just want to see what you're going to give. It's like, okay, let's go. Then you're going to say, no, never mind. You're going to tease him a little bit. You're going to say, never mind. How about the next time we see each other, you just bring it to me? He already know he wants to do something because you just whispered in his ear. And you know what that do.
Right. So do you think 7 is like delusional? Let's see.
Don't be trying to make him do right. How can I make him act right? By acting wrong. That's how you do it. You make him act right by acting wrong. Okay? Don't be trying to make him do right. How can I make him act right? By acting wrong. That's how you do it. You make him act right by acting wrong. Okay?
So what do you think? So
my thing is, everybody got pointers, right? Like you said, eat the meat, spit out the bone. Everybody have pointers, but at the end of the day, they can't nobody help you but you, right? The pointers are beautiful, but wherever you at in your life, you have to make decisions. Enough.
Why all the
Enough.
games though?
Huh?
It's why all the games though? And this is from both sides. There is no way on God's planet that we should be playing games as adults with each other for relationships. You like me, I like you. Let's get together and let's do this. If you don't, move on. Somebody else will like me. I'll like somebody else.
Don't
all
like
these
me.
damn games.
Don't like me.
All these damn
Don't even
games
like
is
me. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore.
I
But
was listening
you
to
got
that
it.
the other day.
That's one of my favorites. But see, you have to remember this too. When it's extreme, that's because it's an agenda, right? That's why I don't sway either way, right? It's money to be made. That's what I meant by her content stays the same. Because once her content changed, her audience will leave. That's what I meant by that. Even with the rapper, a lot of them don't believe everything that they're saying, but that's what their people come to see, right? That's what it lines up, because whatever was going on in their life, whatever they saying fulfills them, even if they don't do nothing with it. But that's big money, right? The hatred.
Right quick. I'm gonna run down a few things to make a man fall in love with you. First, I need you to
Here
understand
we
that you gotta
go.
be the best version of yourself. So what I'm about to tell you, it's not gonna require you to bend over backwards or get on your back or you be a slave over a man or chase after him. I told you before, that's how you gonna lose your crown anyways. I'm gonna be honest here. Like, ain't none of that stuff really made a man fall in love with you or made him stay. Because the man falling in love with you has more to do with who you inspire him to be. Man falling in love with you has less to do with what you do for him or what you do to him. And it has
Here
more
we
to do
go.
with who you are as a person. The number one way is gonna be easy. It's to become your best version of yourself. It's to love yourself. So many women think that if a man mistreats them or put them through pain, cheat, verbally abuse them, manipulate them, that one day he's gonna wake up and choose them and love them. But really that man ends up despising you because he sees you as a weak woman. And yes, it's immature because, you know, he did a lot of that damage to break you or hurt you. But he doesn't feel bad enough to leave you or change his behavior. So what I'm about to express to you, some of this stuff is in my books, Uncut Diamond and Hidden Gem. If you haven't got that book bundle, I encourage you to do so. But just a quick example while we're here on what holding him accountable looks like. If he wants to ever raise his voice at you, you can easily say, hey, listen, I don't know who you think you're talking to, but if you cuss at me again, I'm leaving. You think I'm playing? Try me again right now. Or even if something so small that I'm gonna call you at 9 o'clock, or I'm gonna take you on a date, and he doesn't do it when he said he was gonna do it, and he didn't give you any confirmation that he couldn't follow through with it. You simply just create a conversation with him and you say, hey, listen, I don't know what you got going on, but that's not okay with me. So let that be the first and the last time that happens. For most guys, you may wait 2 or 3 months to try it again. But you got to understand is that if it does happen again, you got to stand on your business. Can't be out here emasculating them. I mean, you can, but it's just not going to get the results that you're looking for. Don't think I'm talking about raising a man.
He's right, but nope.
How to treat you eventually. A lot of times with men, honestly, it be life into them. Like most women I coach, they always tell me how a man just shuts down or he doesn't speak up or, he's quiet. As men get older, there's no safe place for a man to show fear or for a man to be vulnerable. So if a woman can't create emotional security for a man, he feels comfortable without judgment. Maybe
Why
try this.
does a woman create emotional security for a man?
Let me tell you something.
Most of them don't create it for us. And I'm saying most. I'm not saying all.
I cannot say enough. Women, say what you mean what you say, right? You let them know your boundaries, right? If you do this, I'm going to do that, right? But remember, always be willing to take that loss, but you still won. And we're not playing, we're not going to be with the key. If you do this, I'm going to do that. This is when you be a certain age, this is where we at our age. We're not playing these games. I don't like this. I don't like that. Now, what are your likes and dislikes? What are your boundaries? Let's get the boundaries up. So I'm not going to even warn you because I told you already. Now, when you see me ghost your ass, you ain't got to worry about me no more. There is no explaining because what you're not going to do is test the water. It ain't going to be no, oh, no, that's younger days. Well, don't do this. If you try it, well, if you do it again, ain't no again. I told you not to do it from the get-go. We got to start being more
men who
serious.
have abandonment issues. You have men who have low self-esteem. You have men who are very insecure due to past relationships or childhood. And so that contributes to them fighting so hard for this woman to accept them and embrace them that they just want to give, but they're getting nothing. You have men who have abandonment issues. You have
Whose problem is that? Nobody's.
If you want to win with men, do this. Learn how to play the game.
Nope.
Some people don't know this, so I'm going to tell you. For women, your chief bargaining tool in the sexual marketplace, it's your beauty. For many men, the number of degrees you have doesn't matter. Where you went to school, your family background, all those things are nice. But those are not the things that drives a man to desire you. So the game is, once you know what a man desires out of you, you know how to play the game. Like I said in one of the other videos, get as fit as you can. Your look is an attraction tool. How
And
you
you ain't
speak
got
to
no
him
look.
is an attraction tool.
Ain't nothing
How
cute
you
about
make
you.
him feel is your attraction.
You want me to?
Nothing, not a
See what
damn
I'm
thing.
saying?
Sugar.
It's that
Thank
damn
you.
bullshit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Why you telling somebody something?
That's the cow manure.
See, it's what I'm talking about.
That's the cow manure.
This is what you need to do. I'm not playing none of them games. I'm a grown woman, and I want me a grown man. The only thing I want to hear from a man is how you overcame your obstacles, how you overcame your demons, how you left your life behind, and how you're doing now. And I need to know
Brother,
you
if
are
you in a
totally-
relationship and you got to tell a woman how much of a man you are and that she should follow your lead, then you might not be as much of a man as you think you are. Because I'm going to tell you something. When you are leading with your actions, you ain't got to say much. This woman will want to do things for you. This woman will seek your counsel because she see you grinding. When you are putting it down in the bedroom, you ain't got to demand sex. You ain't got to say, I need you to me 3 times a week. When you are doing what you're supposed to do in the bedroom, then maybe she want to sleep with you. When you are leading your family, taking care of your children, making sure the homework is done, you ain't got to wait for food to be delivered to you. You doing the shit that women want to do, those things you want to tell her to do for men that actually earn it. All I'm saying is, if you want to be a leader, lead. But here you are being deficient in the actions in which leaders do. So now you have to overcompensate by being dominant with your motherfucking mouth. Brother, if you in a relationship.
So what do you think about that?
He's absolutely correct. I'm not dealing with it, but he's correct for somebody.
I'm getting sick of men saying that. I want a woman to be my peace. No, the fuck you don't. You want a woman that won't question you when you bring in chaos in her life, talking about be my peace. How you want her to be your peace when all you doing is bringing nightmares in her life? And every time she speaks up, you say she's disturbing your peace. Of course she is, because you cheating. You ain't available.
Yes,
you don't validate her. When you say you want a woman to be your peace, you mean you want a woman that don't speak up for herself, that don't call you out on your motherfucking bullshit. If you not doing bullshit, shit is peaceful. You don't even have to say be my peace when you are bringing peace. What peaceful ass nigga has ever had to say be my peace?
Right.
The chaotic men, the disrespectful men, cheating men, the men that got fucking problems, the men that want to have their cake and eat it too, those are the men that scream, I want a woman to be my peace. I'm getting sick of men. How you expecting a woman to be your peace when I can love your ass and still leave you? Don't get it twisted. Understand that I can love you far enough from your arms where you can't hurt me no more. You think just because I love you, I'm chained to you, and you got that misconstrued. You think because I love you, I've sacrificed my dignity and self-respect. I didn't. I can love you far enough. I can love you and leave you. My love for you is not a prison. I am not your captive. I am not chained to your heart. Yes, if I leave, will I be hurt? Absolutely. Will I be disappointed? Absolutely. Will it take me a while to get over you? Absolutely. But will I still leave? Despite all that? Absolutely. I will leave your ass if you don't act like you got common sense, decency, and respect me as a person. Period. Quit getting me confused for all those other people that tolerated that bullshit. You must not have met a man or a woman that loves themselves enough before. I can love your ass and still.
Shay.
Baby, that's one of my famous lines, honey. I'll tell a man in a minute, I love you from afar. I got too much to do in this life.
I will leave you in a heartbeat.
Deuces. And I can't even say see you later because I don't want to see you later.
Willingly disqualified themselves and agreed to no longer waste your time. Yes, it would feel nice if you got closure from that man. But the fact that that man is no longer there, wasting your time to hurt you further, maybe give you a child, lock you in for 18 years of your life, you rejoice. Anytime somebody take off that mask and they show you their true self, you do not cry over that. You celebrate. You say, woo, better now than later. You know how many people right now wish they were in your position? Wish that that narcissistic person, that toxic person that they're now married to, that they're now 3 kids deep in. You know how many people wish they had your situation? That that person would have ghosted them instead of pretending longer? I get it. You're sad because a dusty ass man walked out of your life, but you should be glad. Because a dusty ass man walked out of your life. If that man do not see you as a prize, him.
So that's Ace Metaphor. Have y'all heard about him? He has a thing called what is it called? Tonight's Conversation. What do y'all think about that? Wait.
And the thing he told Lot and his family when he told them to run far away from this thing that's no longer part of my plan for you is he said, run and don't look back. How many times is God saying that to us in our lives? This person, this place, this experience is no longer in my plan for you. What I want you to do is run far away as fast as possible and don't look back. That's our problem. Some of us take half that direction. We are running far away from that toxic relationship. But what we fail to do is not look back. How many times have you tried to run away from a toxic relationship, but you stumble because you are looking back, reminiscing on the good times with that person? Or let me look back to see if that person changed. Y'all keep asking God to lead your steps. And when he finally do, you don't trust him because you looking back on that ex. You looking back on that and you're wondering why you keep stumbling on your quest for healing. He can't give you new blessings if you keep looking back at the old ones. Because listen, looking back is how you turn salty. Just like Lot's wife. Ain't that why you salty that relationship didn't work? Because you keep looking back, reminiscing and shit? Ain't you salty about how he's in a new relationship now because you keep looking back on his social media pages? Keep your eyes forward towards your new blessings and stop stumbling over the old ones.
Man, you know what? I didn't even realize he still had a page like that. He's in jail. He's up in jail.
Yeah, I'll catch him on YouTube. And sometimes my mom will send me stuff to from him or whatever. But yeah, I agree with him. Sometimes I'm a little
logical.
Sometimes I'll be a little on the fence with him because
you see when Tony Gaston went in on his ass, right? When he was on
I didn't. I know that Derek Jackson, so
no, he was on what is that? Harley Initiated. Tony Gaston went in on his ass. Boy, I was like, okay. That was a good one. They're gonna stop playing these games. Ain't nobody trying to build. That's why I said us sisters have to die. I really don't even do many conversations.
Nah, man.
I really don't, because I'm trying to get this sisterhood together. So if anything, because I noticed that, especially in my brother. What is up, DJ Touch? Don't forget this. I gotta go check my brother out. I gotta catch his reruns because we always live at the same time, but I do catch my brother. Hopefully I gotta catch you when you're not on, but it's always good to see you, my brother. I stopped trying to be a couple 20 years ago. Yeah, it was the best decision. Yeah, I usually don't really have, because I'm like, if we're going to descend to them, we're going to have to descend to them, right? And are we going to build or are we going to build? And I'm only dealing with people who want to build. I'm at the age where now I want to see us all happy. I want to see us all smiling, right? We got to get rid of old bad behaviors. You can't move forward unless you do that. Like, that's why I say, hey, remember was a time to support everybody, right? I'm not going to stop being me, but I just got to be careful who I do it with, right? That's why I say, hey, let's get your clothes out there. Let's get this out there. Let's, like a lot of times, like I have a lot of people that was my moms or whatever. Some of them is sick. Some of them's not doing well. We got to be there for each other. We have to let each other know, especially the ones who've been with us for a while. You're not alone. You know what I mean? Many of us think we're alone. We really think we are alone. We are not alone. We have become our own family.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about, I want to off myself or something. Why? Ain't we here? Oh, I'm lonely. We here? Let's go. Let's go live. You know what I'm saying? We'll see each other. Y'all got to check out my man DJ Touch. But I'm double streaming the live, so I can't drop your link. But I always share you on my community tab. But if y'all get a chance, go check out my DJ Touch. Because he be talking about them Dusties, boy. he be in them Dusties' asses.
Have you heard about this guy, R.C. Blakes?
If I were a woman, I would dismiss any man that came up with
I don't like him
about 50-50 because he's lacking somewhere in terms of his masculinity. I don't think a woman should ever marry a man that does not have a mind to 100% provide for her. That 100% heart as a man You have to.
They are so phony, but they found the market and they went and they make the money off it.
He
Every
gives me
day,
creepy
in and out,
vibes.
that this is not where we're parking at. That's really the currency that a woman needs.
You think
to
that
stay
R.C. Blake's gets some
in
like
a
really
relationship
creepy
with a man.
vibes?
The 50-50. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. It's mindset.
Yes,
Them
he
two,
gives me
Have
creepy
it
them
as
two,
vibes.
they're ugly dope,
what
but they phony.
subconsciously,
But
they
I
may
like
not even
them.
realize it.
He do be giving J. He do be dropping J. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about them two. How
When a
initiated.
woman moves into her non-negotiable stage, where she knows who she is and she owns it completely and fully, it's then that woman begins to see everything she ever imagined come to pass. Especially,
What bothers you about him?
He triggers me. Anytime I find now that someone triggers me like that, it's something going on with them. So I just use my discernment. I have come across some of his stuff when I was on my healing journey, but it just never sat right with me. It just, I don't know, it kind of gives pimpish vibes. Zaddy,
Zaddy vibe.
Yeah.
Zaddy.
Everybody's his daughters, everybody's his this, everybody's his that, he got all the advice and stuff. It's just like, it just don't sit right with me.
You know, another person that's really well known in the whole space of like helping women is like, it's a gay dude named Michael. What's his name? Michael.
That's the one my mama listened to. She listened to him.
You gotta bring my man DJ Torch up here, man.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, not now, but when you get a chance, because he be getting them Dusty's asses, and he's fair, but
no,
he's
you
good.
have to put it in your chat. He not gonna see if I put it in my chat.
No,
Like,
I'm saying for another time where we could have him up on there. Look, go check him out though.
No, like put the like.
He's so close to 1,000. We need to get him to 1,000.
I'm saying like Sugar Love. The link, you have to like take the link from your chat and put it into the chat because they can't see. If I put it in my chat, if they're not in my chat, they're not gonna see it.
Oh, it's in my chat, but I gotta go open it back up. Hold on, I'm eating. That be bothering me at the wrong time.
You don't get the soul. Like,
I need some subscribers on my channel because I got 16 subscribers. I'm like, Lord, I've been doing good though for my shorts, so I'm pretty proud of myself. I've been being consistent.
It's this gay dude. What's his name? It's a gay dude. And he
I know who you're talking about. He got little beady eyes. He kind of light skinned, caramel.
Yeah, bald headed. Yeah. And then he get to talk about how this guy came and he did this and that. I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear about that. Like, wait, what? So he gonna throw in like, oh, he did this for me. This guy did. I'm like, dude, niggas ain't doing all that. What the hell? Like, what the hell?
Black males gotta stop committing crimes against other people, and they will be going to prison. Prison is supposed to be one of the worst environments you experience. Exactly.
Wait, it's a gay Michael, gay dude that.
Girl, I don't want no parts. Well, you won't be sending them out to get me, damn it.
What's his name? Michael. No. Oh, my MJ Harris. Have you guys heard MJ Harris? See.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This guy.
Come here real fast. Yeah, come here. Stop chasing emotionally unavailable people because they are not able to love you the way you deserve. Listen to me when I tell you that right now, okay? We're going to have some pillow talk right now, and you're going to take it behind the bed, and you're going to sleep on this good lesson, okay? You going after these emotionally unavailable people like somehow or another it's your job to make them become available, or like somehow or another it's your job to prove to them that you are worth them being emotionally available too, when the reality is this: they were emotionally unavailable before they met you, and they will be emotionally unavailable after you. And if you choose to engage with them in a relationship, then they will ruin you because your self-esteem will end up believing that somehow or another something's wrong with you you, which is making them be emotionally unavailable to you when the reality is that this is just who they are. Do you hear what I'm saying? Stop going after emotionally unavailable people. When you see that they are emotionally unavailable, that is your sign to give them love, give them peace, but more importantly, give them space and be done with them. They are not ready or able to love you in the way that you deserve to be loved. So take this lesson in and go to bed. Come here real fast.
Right. Well, he makes good points, but like, man, sometimes no, I think he like to tell these stories about, well,
Single folk, watch out for those people who try to rush you when you dating them. Those are toxic people. They are showing you signs up front. I'm talking about those people where literally you ain't known them but a couple weeks and they already got a pet name for you. Those people where literally, you know, they getting up in arms because they haven't heard from you in a couple hours, but meanwhile, you just met them. I'm talking about those people where they talk about the future and they calling you wifey, they calling you husband, they calling you whatever that stuff that denotes that they see a future with you and they don't even know you. People who try to rush you in dating are not romantic. These are not people who wear their heart on their sleeve or whatever other things we try to say to justify it. These are people who are love bombing you, trying to pull you in and distract you so that you'll get sucked in so fast and then end up in some kind of relationship with this person that's more than likely going to be toxic. Healthy people don't rush. Healthy people respect boundaries. Healthy people want to get to know you first just to make sure you're a right fit for them. They don't rush. So watch out for people try to rush you because it's a warning sign that something's wrong. Single folk, watch out for those people who try to rush you when you dating them. Those are.
So what do you think about that?
He's correct.
I agree. That's what narcissists do.
Stop ignoring when people show you that they don't want you. They show you through how they respond to your messages, or for that matter, how they don't respond to your messages. They show you through how they don't make time for you. They show you through their actions. And sometimes they're very direct with you. They will tell you, I'm not looking for something right now. I don't want this. I'm not interested in you. But yet and still, you continue to pursue something with them. Yet and still, you give off this clingy energy of, I want to check on you, just following up, how you doing, all this kind of stuff. Hey, stranger. Cut that clingy energy and instead put that energy into becoming the version of yourself that will attract somebody who actually wants you at the same level that you want them. You deserve to be desired. You deserve to have someone who chooses you in the same way that you choose them. But that's never going to happen as long as you continue to put energy into people who don't want you. Pay attention to the signs, stop ignoring the signs, and put your energy into being the best version of yourself so you can have the type of relationship that you desire and deserve. Stop it.
The words of the book, not y'all caught me munching. Not sure if I can trust them. Shut up.
MD
Shut up.
MD Revo. Hey, MD Revo.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hello.
I'm tuning. I just came through. Shout out to everybody who's here and everything. I came in with the part with the brother, I guess, at the beginning, Junebug, was talking about prison, and then when I came in on the link, that's where I'm at like right now.
Okay, go
So I
ahead.
know I probably missed a lot of stuff, but the thing about the Junebug, from what I've seen with that, I just think we get a lot of whining and crying from black males once they go to prison, and they don't realize that they commit crimes against other black males and other black women, other black children, and end up there. So I feel like prison, like I tell some of the youngins around here that I'm associated with, prison is supposed to be your worst experience and environment ever in order to deter the behavior that got you in prison in the first place. It's not supposed to be some happy place. If it's a war zone, if it's a jungle and everything like that, that should remind you that you should take your freedoms in America and the freedoms in your community more seriously and stop committing crimes against other black people. I feel if you commit crime, now, if you look at a lot of black males that's in prison, very few of them will tell you they commit a crime against their oppressor or somebody who's oppressed them, their ancestors and things like that. It's going to always be somebody who's in the community that who may have less than them. Like him, I'm not judging him, but he said he killed his own homeboy. You're supposed to go to prison. Your stay in prison is not supposed to be no happy place. You should not be whining and crying about what happened. You're supposed to experience that. And it's supposed to pop up in your head that you should never want to kill your own homeboy under no situation, especially a black male. There should be some type of communication or something where y'all can be able to settle that without being violent and putting him in a cemetery. Now another black woman got to bury another black child of her. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at a lot of black males that's in that cemetery, you know what I'm saying, of late, probably of the last 20, 30 years, it ain't because of no white people like that. It's other black people. You know what I'm saying? So prison's supposed to be harsh. If prison ain't harsh, you know what happens? You know what happens over here? I'm from Milwaukee. Let me tell you the experience of what goes on with the youngest here. They want to go to jail and don't mind going to jail because their family will take care of them. So they know their family going to send them money. Their family going to buy them stuff and everything like that. So they quick to say like, yo, you know what I mean? I'll do time on my head. I'll do this and I don't care. But once the black families withdraw from that and say, you know what? You just killed another black person. No, I ain't sending you no money. No, I ain't just coming to see you. No, I ain't doing none of that shit like that. Your ass is going to stay up there and you're going to deal with it. I bet you don't want to be so quick to say they want to go to jail again. That's what I want to be able to put on the table. I hear a lot of black males be whining about what happened to them in prison. It's easy. In America, it's like this. What is it in America? America is you can experience so much things in America. All America's saying with the laws is you cannot commit crimes against another American, their person or their property. You can do all this other stuff. You can do with so many other freedoms you can have. Why would you want to do that? You know what I'm saying? But if you do that, then we got a place for you to go and be able to figure it out and then come on back through the society. Once we give you those rules on probation, parole, or whatever it may be, enter you back in society and everything like that, then we give you a second chance. Because a lot of times, some of them crimes be carrying 40, 50 years, and they be giving them 2 or 3 years, or they may give them probation. They keep doing the same stuff over and over again. So if you a threat to the community like that, hell yeah, you probably need to go to prison, man, and get it together.
Exactly. And they keep playing with their freedom. What was the term you said earlier, DJ?
Say it again.
The term you said earlier.
I don't know.
Something about something. I forgot what we were saying, but we were like, don't play with your stuff. Then you said something to pay attention to.
The one thing I don't know what I said, but I'm gonna say this is that you are 100% right, MD Revo.
Yes.
The main reason why I did that interview with that young man was because not only did he enter prison and experience the whole 16 and or 18 or whatever,
right?
It was black men that were Black Panthers that encouraged him to rob banks. And then he began to, because they groomed him in prison and said, you know what? They're selling drugs out here. You need to just rob banks.
Damn.
And that's what I was trying to show. I was trying to show the fact that, man, so you have this impressionable person that is a teenager. They call him teen, right?
Right.
And then he talked to this other guy that's a Black fucking Panther that says, oh no, let me tell you what's going on the outside world. Oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. No, what you gotta do is you gotta rob the bank. You don't sell drugs, go when you get out, rob banks.
That's crazy.
So it was almost like the elder in the community convinced this guy that it's better to rob banks than to even just sell drugs. Not just it's better to do nothing. He could have said, you know what, go and create some kids and have a family. No, he said no. You should rob banks instead. You're doing the wrong crime. You're doing it all wrong. You know, you're doing it all wrong. Go rob some banks, and then now he becomes a bank robber.
That's crazy.
And that's the part I wanted to show is that, like, man, that's crazy that it's an elder in the Black fucking Panthers that showed him, okay, well, you know what, guess what? Do this instead. What?
Yeah, that is crazy.
What?
That
like,
is crazy.
This guy and I heard so many stories about the Black Panthers robbing banks. That was their modus about modus of operandi. They didn't like sell drugs. They didn't do this. They robbed banks. That's how they
Right,
got the.
right, but let me tell you this real quick about the Black Panther Party, because you know my granny was in the party back in the day and all that. So a lot of it is it's kind of like how you look at Crips and Bloods, right? So you may have a Black Panther Party in Oakland that has a certain type of way of they handle things, which is the original source of why the Panther Party was built. Then you have somebody else in Michigan who ain't following it the same way, right? You know what I'm saying?
But the reason why the Black Panthers got like actually like fucked off is because they were robbing banks. They robbed a Brinks truck.
Yeah, some of them, yeah.
Remember the whole Brinks
most of the
truck
problem
with Asada Shakur and all the main Black Panthers? They robbed a Brinks truck, and that's the reason why they had to kill the cop and just do the whole thing.
Right. So you had like I said, that's a whole like you know what I mean. It's like chapters. Like you know how in the hood where you have gang members and they may have bloods from a different street or a different set, and they may not act like the same bloods on 13th Street. So you may have Black Panthers that was out there like selling books and want to get donations and being able to do things on a more righteous level to get money. Then you have some of them that may be in a different city that's going to go rob banks and things like that. They had all their different ideology, but the main fall of the Black Panther Party was it was just infiltrated by other Black people because of skin color, and they was reporting to the FBI. That was the main thing. Because back then, how my granny put it to me, it was like if you had black skin, you was really almost in there. You just had to learn the platform. You had to learn different things and stuff, and you was in. But a lot of them, if you were FBI agent,
Thank you.
They train you to infiltrate organizations. So you would sit up in there, man, and learn all that stuff and be reporting back to the FBI, all that.
He was speaking upon that too. How they called them in there and showed them like who was enforcers, how can they enforce, who's a troublemaker, like who's a traitor. So he did say they even had that discussion in jail when he was talking to them.
Okay. And you know what's going to help the black male? I'm going to put this out there. What's going to happen to black male, and this is not the women's responsibility, but once that black male realizes that his woman is more than just flesh and beauty and skin color and all that, and really start understanding her as an advisor, as a leadership position with her own brain, she will help him not go to prison. All you got to do is listen to her. Black women do not want their black males to be in prison. They would tell you, like, if they really love you, they'd be like, yo, I don't want you to kick it with that dude. Oh, I don't want you to do that. I'm going to find a better way. I may even work 3 or 4 jobs so you won't have to sell drugs.
You absolutely right,
so
sir.
much.
Yep.
They'll sacrifice so much so they don't go to prison, and so they don't go to early in the cemetery. Because a lot of those women, they talk about single mothers, but a lot of those women, they were trying to keep their sons from being out in the street. They was telling them not going to buy Little Larry house and not doing this, and that dude just didn't listen. And then when he get older and the streets start knocking him upside the head, he want to go look at his mama like she did something wrong. You know what I mean? What's the difference of your dad telling you not to go buy Little Larry house and your mama telling you? Like, come on, man. Like, if they're your parents, like, you know what I'm saying? So that black woman been trying to get that black male love, trying to give him affection, trying to get him coolness, trying to steer him in the right way. But he looked at his own mama and be like, I don't want to listen to you. I want to listen to the hyenas in the jungle. I'd rather listen to them. And then when they start getting feast on and going to prison and all this stuff bad happening, they want to turn back and blame it on the black woman as a single woman who sat there and raised them when the dads abandoned them. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like crazy. Like, they don't want to take responsibility for their own choices and decisions in life. And just look at themselves and be like, yo, what did I do wrong? My mom told me not to go by Little Larry house. Why did I go over there? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Tell it.
It's different if your mama told you to go by Little Larry house to do what she was telling you not to. Them dudes, I remember being in the houses with them dudes be like, Mom, I don't want to hear this, blah, blah, and just go out and just leave. And guess what? When he get knocked, who on that telephone? That black woman on that phone. Who getting 2 or 3 jobs to take care of them phone calls and taking them buses up to prison and all that, taking care of the home, the children, and taking care of the dude up in jail. When he got the nerve to be talking.
A lot of men, but they don't realize, especially when they're trying to play this hierarchy stuff.
Right.
This is where this the second part y'all get confused on.
Okay.
Number one, people speak upon because they're in a nice age bracket, right?
Right.
But what they don't understand, the same way they said is God, man, woman, child, right?
Okay.
The part they don't understand is it also says, and remember this, first should be last, and last should be first. The order changes,
Right.
right? The same way they had the video of the guy arguing, well, who should eat first? The man got to eat first, and he was arguing with the lady because by the time he got home, she had this. I'm like, do you understand when the roles change, the child will now be first? Who do you think gonna be taking care of you?
Exactly, man.
Who do you think gonna be once? 'Cause remember, you twice an adult, once a child.
Mhm.
Once you be, I mean, twice a child, once an adult.
Mhm.
When you start getting older, remember all them things you were saying. That's why a lot of kids leave.
Yeah. They need their mamas in them nursing homes. Them
And
dads.
then the same woman who you said that was second, now she's over you too. Because if she's in good health, who you think gonna run the house?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who gonna take care of your business? Who's taking you to the doctor? Y'all gotta be people. You gotta be very careful what you put out in the atmosphere. The roles are going to change. You cannot help it. How many of us are taking care of our elderly parents?
I'm doing it now.
Thank you.
I'm
so
doing it now.
look. So did the roles reverse?
You asked me that
Now,
first? Oh, I thought you asked me.
I said now didn't the roles reverse?
Yeah, they reversed. You know why I feel like they reversed? It's because at one point in history, women didn't have no rights. They couldn't vote. They couldn't get no education. They couldn't do nothing. You could do whatever you wanted to them. They was men's property. They just came up out that shit, and they just came up out of it. And then they made the white man, who's the most powerful one in the country, change the laws into the benefit of women. So once women was be able to compete with the male, like go to work and take care of herself, then that stuff started to change. And also, it started to really happen in the wars. So
That's what I was getting ready to say. Exactly.
Like the wars, like look at the Civil War, right? When they was fighting for the Civil War, just imagine 1 million plus people, males died in the Civil War. Because remember, women couldn't fight in the wars. Just imagine 1 million males not coming back home, 1 million husbands, 1 million brothers, and that woman is so dependent on him to take care of the household and all that. Them women bounded together and they was able to survive. You know what I mean? And move on. World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, Korean War, all them wars. And you know what I think? Them women were probably happy them dudes didn't come back. Because they was straight up, they was getting abused like crazy, dude. Like, imagine you just sitting there doing all you got to do is cook and clean and have babies and have sex whenever the man tell you to do. Like, you ain't got no freedom. Just imagine you get to go out the house now and you get to go down to the market. You get to talk to that person. You get to work and make your own money and take care of your own kids. Imagine what type of stuff that do to the woman.
Emmett Till's mother said the same thing about his father. She said that man was abusing her and he went into the military, and then unfortunately he did some bad things or whatever back there when he was in the military. But yeah, she was relieved that he was gone.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
It did, like I said, men don't understand. Yeah, you the top for now, right? But when you could no longer do for yourself, the one who you said that was last, and then that's why I said we have to be very careful. Just like when it comes down who eat first. Why? If y'all talking about traditional, as you like to say so much, then that means we all eat together.
Yeah.
Right? That means the food is around the table in the dining area. People forgot about the dining area. People walk right past it, right? And the kids in their room on their stuff. The parents is here. If you're gonna talk about that, then we gotta be a family. What happened to eating together? Shouldn't be who eat first, who eat last. What happened to the man praying over the food, and then you pass the plates around and we all eat? I mean, if you're traditional, as you say, right? But I try to stay far away from the war of the woman and the men, right? Because I know for a fact there are good men. I just not dealing with none of them. But I know, but what I'm saying is I still have respect for the black man. So I don't
Right.
I make sure I don't get into them extremes because they're good hardworking men. And I think it's a shame how men put other men down with the well, I'm high value. So what is the man who work every day? He's not high value?
He hard working for what reason though?
Even if it's for himself, he's still working. So how do you put other men down if y'all supposed to be brothers?
So
instead of saying, you know what, why are you not pulling? If you feel that you're so high value, you're making all this money, and your brothers are not, instead of calling them all types of names, why you don't pull them up with you? I mean, if you feel that way. So,
okay, I can answer that.
They rob.
Okay, my fault. I thought that was questions for me.
No, I'm just saying how it is. But go ahead.
Because you gotta understand, like, all black males ain't the same. So you have black males that's for the greater development and beauty of the family. Then you have some that's against it. You have some that pretend that they for the family and really not for the family. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, it's like tribal shit, I think, you know, so I don't mean to curse. Like tribal sometimes is that you want the roaches and rats to get out your house. You know what I mean? And you're not really, and you're going to tell them that they're a roach and a rat. You're going to explain to them what they're doing. And if they really own some realness, then they will change their behavior. I don't think when dudes be saying that about another dude, it's just because they just want to just talk crazy about him. It's something they're doing that's probably destroying, you know what I mean, the family or destroying the goal in the community. A lot of times.
How do you feel about Anton Daniels?
Who's that? I'm not sure.
All right, when you think he wants to be top of the manosphere now, but or the red pill sphere. But anyway, if you don't know him, then that maybe you'll look him up.
Okay. But you can give me some input on him.
He want to be on top of the manosphere, so he talks that type of talk.
Well, the thing with the manosphere and all that can't exist without the feminine beings.
Mm-hmm.
They can't survive on their own. You can't go get 25 men and survive on their own. They're gonna need the woman at some point. So if you got a goal and you work it and you look like I can't build this house unless I go get a woman, that means the woman is truly the essential ingredient in order for you to get this done. Because you can't do it without her. I don't care how much they be talking, they can't do it because they're doing it for the female. They're gonna need a female eventually. They can talk all they want to.
I just want to say, guys, before we go any further, if you are liking this content, put a 1 in the chat. If you are liking the content, put a 1 in the chat. You got a little music break for a second?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure, I could do it.
And we can get these ones up, and just in case they want to subscribe, they can subscribe. You can subscribe on both channels. We got DJ Genesis and we got Sugar Love. If you're not part of the Sugar Love train, get over there. But put some ones up and let's get this chat moving. This chat is not moving. Put some ones up in here. Give it a little. All right, we had a little break. Hopefully, you got a chance to stand up. And the people in, we don't want to give everybody juice. We want you to stay a part of us.
I got you.
We want you to stay a part of us. We can't just give that away.
I got you.
Give a 1 in the chat if you're surprised that was all of you.
No, they was in here.
Oh, they were here. They saw it. They saw the AI. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 100%.
And don't forget to subscribe to Sugar Love channel too.
And subscribe to Alchemizing Energy, y'all.
No, I said that first. Subscribe to both channels. That's why we took the break. So they can subscribe, press 1, go to the bathroom, shake your fingers so you don't get, But it's good to have you in here. Now, we're going to finish with him now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Excuse me.
At the time that they actually robbed his credit union. So they don't know this. They don't know that I'm in Norcross, Georgia, picking up some money. They robbing a bank down in Mesquite some damn where in Dallas. And they told the people that, he came in there with us. And so when I went to trial, it came out that no, he couldn't have been in 2 places at one time. So all the other information that y'all gave them, my lawyer was able to show it. If you believe this when they were lying, then you can't believe nothing else they said, right? Well, I was fortunate enough to actually beat the feds. 1995. What district would that be? I don't know what district it, but it was in Dallas, Texas. Huh?
I think that's like the 36th district court or whatever, something like
Yeah, it's
that.
a federal, but it was federal. It was federal. So, but anyway, so I beat it. So you would have thought that I would have stopped robbing banks. You would have thought that I would have stopped robbing banks, but I was good. I was real good. I wasn't getting caught. You know, they just picked up on, you know, a little information. It's like, we don't need this nigga now. We can do this shit ourselves. We ain't got to break it in 3 ways. So let's just go on and do our own shit. Well, okay, so they end up going to prison. The one guy ended up telling on all of us. He ended up getting maybe 8 years, 5 years. The other guy, the youngest guy, he ended up getting 30 years. Okay, so I ended up beating it. I ended up coming home, still robbing banks. Not really understanding, you know, what's really going on in my head. I'm like, man, why are you still robbing these damn people banks? And I still was doing it. I still was going state to state. And it wasn't until 96 that I went in the wrong damn credit union. And that was the end of my bank robbery sprees. And I ended up going to I ended up going to Maximum Security USP Atlanta. Well, time I get there, I run into Matula Shakur, who became
Wait. So what made you get caught this last time?
Not get off into details. So I used to always rob banks when it's raining, or it just started raining, because I knew that the police wouldn't be able to respond that fast. So I'm in Dallas, and I was in Dallas, and it was pouring down raining. So I said, yeah, it's time. That's my sign that, you know, it's meant for me to do it. So I'm going down, I don't know what interstate that I was going to, but I ended up at this credit union. And when I went in as planned and got all the money, and I was coming out the door, it stopped raining. It was just the sun was just shining when I came out, and I was like, oh shit. And by the time I made my little route, jumped in the truck, but I got about 5 blocks and I seen a ghetto bird. So if it would have been raining, the ghetto bird wouldn't have been able to get there in time. But on this particular day, it was meant for me for this madness to stop.
Wow. That's
yeah. It was there, and then I ended up.
She's like, damn, you work with the weather?
Yeah. Well, you know, I've always been a spiritual person. I'm a spiritual man, and I just always felt like, okay, I'm looking for signs. Like if it's, you know, I would look for any little thing that was out of place, I would turn around, because I didn't. And that's the crazy thing. I didn't have to do it. Like I wasn't, you know.
You had money, right? You had already saved up.
Yeah, I had money. I had brand new vehicles. I had jewelry. I was living. I could tell you stories of. I don't want to name famous people because somebody might see this, send this to somebody. But man, I know I was amongst some of the most famous people going to these parties. Man, like I said, I don't want to name anybody, but from the West Coast to the East Coast, you know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons how we're going to get to that. But that's one of the reasons how I end up getting introduced to the lifestyle. But we'll talk about that further up in the story. But I didn't need to do it. I did not need to do it. I would, when you rob a bank, you can live off that money for 2 to 3 years.
It became an addiction for you.
It was addiction. I mean, I was good.
They say the same thing about like dealing drugs, is that once you like get into that like lifestyle, you get like addicted to like the money of it all.
Yeah, and you know, you got to realize too now, we passed the point to, you know, I didn't believe in nobody pimping me. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of situations in which when I first did a bank, I robbed a bank for $8,000 and I got $5,000, and the money was supposed to be going. It was supposed to be going to the movement. I don't know where it went. I just know I got $8,000. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm like, you know what? You know, there's a lot of pimping going on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, from, you know, being in the nation, I used to be in the Nation of Islam. And I forgot to tell you about that. So I was selling papers, and I used to get a dime on every dollar. You know, and the brothers like that was on post were like, you know, I'm like, man, I just got out of jail. I need a job. I need a real job. Like I'm making a dime on a dollar. You know, those brothers that work out on the corner with the bow ties, the brothers be hustling.
They gotta sell papers to see some money. The majority of that money is going to the headquarters. It's going to Chicago.
Right, so that they have to respect that these people are honest enough to like send that money over there, or it's like what?
What's the question?
So these guys have so much respect that they're not gonna slight the nation. Like they say, okay, well,
Yeah, because they got so many papers. It's like when you was a kid, you sold the cookies and the candy bars. So you got so many papers and you got so much money. You know, okay, if I give you 48 papers, then you should come back with. You understand what I'm saying? So, but anyway, yeah, I was doing that, and I was like, really, you know, and I was like, damn, and when the brother's situation happened, I got $5,000 out of $80,000, and I was like, nah, I might as well sell papers. Like, it's a lot of pimping going on. You know.
So basically, so you got caught, right? So what happened after you got caught? Did you go straight to?
I go to federal prison. I go to USP Atlanta. I was in USP Atlanta up there with Akbar Prey, Matula Shakur, some of the big Nicky, not Nicky Barnes, but Nicky Scarfo, I think is his name. Just a whole bunch of gangsters from New York to from Brooklyn to Queens to you name it. But you got to realize I go in with the mindset of a Cub. You know, I was in Angola. Remember, my mentor was a Panther. So when I go back into prison, it's back into that mode. I'm getting right back into uniform.
How old were you then when you got arrested for robbing all the banks?
26, 27.
So from 18 to
23.
You got that charge, and then from
and then
free, and then you went
from
right
26 from 26 to 41.
Okay, so now you're back into federal prison, and what I'm seeing here is that so it's almost like the prison. You know, they always say that you learn how to be a better whatever it is in prison because you're around other people that are doing XYZ, and they teach you how to be better at it. Is that
well? If you're a person that master the craft, then yes. Not everybody master the craft. I mean, but if you're a person that master the craft, you're gonna figure out ways to beat the system.
So how was federal prison? How'd that go? So you're in federal prison with some of the biggest people known to man, and you're going in there for what you did. So
federal prison for me was a learning experience. I did the same thing I did in Angola. I used it as not everybody do what I did, but what I did was I studied under every religion. I studied under the Muslims, the nation, the Sunnis, the Moors, the Rastas, Scientology, even the Native Americans. I did it, and people were like, "Man, you don't know what you want to do. You confused. You confused." They would say, "I'm confused." I knew I wasn't confused. I just was using the time, to make my time go by. But I was in my mind, I'm in college. So each place that I went in with whatever book that I went in, I was studying it. You know what I'm saying? And then it got to the point to where it's okay, certain ones was you couldn't do that. So I had to kind of like back up, like they're like, "Oh, brother, we want you to in the ranks." I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to do that. But I did so. But what I did was I studied under Matula Shakur. He taught me more. Once him and the guy Maisi, who I told you, Wale Mu, which means teacher, him and they were friends. They were part of the New Republic of Africa. Only people that knows this language, the words that I'm using, they're kind of gonna know what I'm talking about. But they were part.
But here's a question. Wait. Before we get into that, how long were you sentenced for robbing the bank?
Well, I was sentenced to 121 months, and then I got re-indicted, and and then I got sentenced to 90 months on top of the 121 months.
How many years is that?
15 years. I mean, with the good time and all, it was like 15 years. The 121 months was 10 years. It was like 90 months added on to that, something like that.
So how was that being in federal prison? You got into it with you began to like make alliances and allegiances. Was this like the thing when you went in this time? Was that the thing that like that changed your life, or were you taught more how to be a better person?
Yeah, I was taught more. I was taught more how to be a criminal because then I started getting off into extortion. So I started extorting child molesters, what they call chobos. I started extorting child molesters. I was getting a lot of money in prison doing that, selling drugs in prison. Well, not really selling drugs because I smoke weed, so I mostly bought drugs or whatever. I bought weed whenever we could find it or whenever we could get it. But it wasn't until after 10 years, my mother came to visit me. My mom came to visit me one time. She flew to visit me, and she said, if you could do it all over again, would you do it? I think it was about 5 years. And I was like, hell yeah. Because the shit that I did, I never would have been able to do. Shit I experienced, the people that I was around, all of this fake shit that I didn't realize was fake. And I was like, hell yeah, I would have did it. I still had pictures. So I had my photo album. So when I go off into, in prison, if you got your photo album, you're not just talking, you know what I'm saying? So I'm showing pictures with, Left Eye and all these different people, Andre Rison, and we up in Atlanta, and I'm in with all these different people, all these different people hanging out at different people's mansions in Houston and Sugar Land, all these different places. But so I said, hell no. I said, hell yeah. No, I don't regret it. Yeah, I'll do it again. That was 5 years. After 10 years, she asked me the same question. And when she asked me the same question, I told her no. Because now I'm starting to see people die in prison. And I said die, I mean getting killed. The federal maximum security is around the United States is one of the most vicious prison systems.
Worse than what you went through in the hole.
They were worse from the standpoint of politics and just being stabbed, not from a psychological standpoint. Because see, if those people would have been in federal prison, they would have been in some type of psychiatric. They would have been in a ward or something. They would have been, at a hospital. Like Camp J was. These people should have been in a hospital.
So, so what kind of psychological games did they play in the federal prison that didn't happen in the other prisons? What do you think? What really worked on your psyche there?
Well, the politics. Politics could be. I could be the leader today, and then tomorrow, the people that I lead and look up to me, they could just turn on me and just smash me, and then now I'm looked at as a victim. The riots, being in the riots, if you say I'm going to get a visit, I was doing the pen pal thing. So, I'm always trying to, find me a woman or something to come visit me or whatever. So I got a visit coming, and next thing you know, it's a riot. You know what I'm saying? So, we're going to be locked down. It's just, you got to have then you got the racial tension, and you talk about racial tension, the white gangs are more vicious and more dangerous than any black gang in this country. They're malicious. They study, they know pressure points, they know what to do. So, most black people are not trying to go to war with the white boys.
Really? So those gangs are worse than any other gang in prison, but you only hear about the Bloods and the Crips and
Nah. Blood, it's so bad to where the blacks have to stick together when there's a racial war. They have to stick together. They're gonna have more numbers, but they're not gonna kill you. Because in prison everybody wanna come home. Sorry about that. Somebody just called me. You still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay. So the white boys are trained to kill. We just want to fight. We want to jump somebody. We might stab somebody, but for the most part, the white boy is going to kill you. He's going to kill you.
So you have a question. Did any of the prison guards do anything to hide the crime and kill people and things like that and then hid the crimes?
No. In federal prison, most of the prison guards, now out west in California, when I was in California, you had Mexicans who had Serrano or Mexican mafia tattoos. So that they were connected. So now we understand why the Mexicans had real life Bowie, the knives that you buy from the store. They had these knives because the guards would bring it to them. We would have to make a shank. We would have to make something. You know what I'm saying? But they had real life butcher knives. California is way different. The politics is way stronger and thicker.
Put your phone on do not disturb so it doesn't do that. So just put your phone on do not disturb real quick.
I don't even know how to. I don't know how to do it on this. I have a new iPhone 14. I just got it yesterday, so I don't know how to do it.
So were you still married at the second time of your imprisonment?
I was married. I thought I was married, but no, I was married.
Okay, so you spend so was this a turning point in your life when you went in there for 15 years and you got to like see how things were going, you're doing whatever, and then you like end up leaving from there and like living your life, or did you go back again, or was
No,
that
I never went back. The turning point was building up as I was seeing the things that was around me, like fake shit, shit that just, like for instance, the worst thing that you could be in a maximum security prison is a rat. Well, if you had money, then the strong crews would protect you. So how is the worst thing you could be is a rat? If you was a child molester, if you fucked a child and you had money, then
you could buy protection?
You could buy protection. So, but how is that, it's not the worst thing then, then you would see guys who were like well-known gangsters, been down 20 years. And then all of a sudden you go to their cell and they're not there. They went back to court and they're talking about old murders that happened back in 1978 or 1984. Like it taught me that everybody have a breaking point. Like what I'm saying, a lot of people will.
You would see people break down, like what they think they're about to get out.
No, I mean you know about what's his name out of DC? What's his name?
The Muslim guy that was shooting everybody?
No, the dude who was the big dude who was doing the time at Alpo, man. I mean, Hitman. I can't think his name, but what I'm saying is you will be around these thorough dudes, and then who knows what man is gonna do? Like, who knows what man is gonna do? You don't know what a man's gonna do when he wake up and how he's feeling his day. You know what I'm saying? So I started seeing that shit, and I was like, man, this is crazy. Another thing is just contradictions. We are around all these notorious people, and then I promise God, Genesis, I promise you, a woman that may look just like you would say, y'all go to bed. Shut up. I mean it. I can name some of them. I just don't like name dropping, but people who, from the Bronx, from Harlem, from Chicago. I mean, board members. When I said board members, are people right up under Larry Hoover. Somebody like you or my mom is telling them what to do. When I say telling them what to do, disrespectfully. And you look at that shit and you be like, okay, like, why we just can't unite and take over the prison? I mean, we don't have to do 5 or 6 life sentences. I only have 15 years, but I'm still looking at this shit like, man, what? You know what I'm saying?
And didn't it like kind of like pigeonhole you and begin to like bring you out amongst all the prisoners that were there? Didn't it like kind of like focus on you at some point, like because what you did was really like more extreme than what the other ones did?
Okay, so there was a situation where I was at this one prison and they kept sending me to the psych. They kept sending me to the psych. Now I wanted to go too because there was interns and I liked the intern, so I would go. So then when I would go to the I asked her. I said, why? No, she asked me. She said, why they got you on here? You crazy or something? Why they got you on this list? I said, I don't know. And she said, well, I'm going to find out next week. I'm going to find out. Next week, she put me back on there and she said, it's because you're a bank robber. They want to know why you was robbing them white folks' banks. So I was like, well, all these dudes down there that was part of these different crime crews all over the United States, who you see like on American Gangster, they not on there. The guys that were selling crack, they not on there.
But because of the nature of my crime, they wanted to know why would a black man? Because she said it. She said black men are not. There's a low percent that robs banks. Bank robbery is mostly white guys rob banks. Mostly white guys rob banks. Do you think that by putting the reason why they put you in the no, because the hole was the murder charge, not the bank. So have you ever been in the hole because of the bank?
I've been in the hole several times. Been in different prisons, been in different prison riots and stuff. Been in the hole several times, but not that long. And then the hole in the Fed is totally different than the conditions in the state. But yeah. So they were trying to figure out, like, when you have people who. And I told her the same thing I kind of told you. I'm like, wait a minute. If everybody's out to get money, Mind you, this shit is crazy to think like this, the way I was thinking, because I don't think like that now. But I'm just like, you know, if everybody's out to get money, you talk about the early 90s. You remember when everybody was out to get money? Remember Get Rich or Die Trying?
Yeah.
Okay, so
bitches get money. So this you had that was your soundtrack in that time. Like,
yeah. So if
get
that's
money,
the case,
you just
if that's the case, why if you want to get money, then why not go to the bank? I know.
Now we know why not to go to the bank, because that was a whole like 15-year sentence that you had to
But compared to, think about it, compared to the majority that stood on the corner and got in these trap houses and destroyed the community. Think about that. You're looking at it from a different lens.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Think about it. So every major city, crack came out. They were selling this crack, and why y'all sell crack? Oh man, you know, because I want to be able to afford a car. You know, I got this Mercedes Benz. You know, the LG Kia. I got that, blah blah. When you see all these documentaries and all this type of stuff, yeah, they got the fur on and blah blah blah. Think about it. All over America, you would rather sell this product than have the mindset was like, well, damn, all the money is in the bank.
Well, it's not anymore, because they done figured out. Yeah, it's a whole new thing right now. You can't go to the bank and rob it and get nothing.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think the banks even hold more than like $2,000 a piece. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. I mean, if that's the case, how are you able to people go to the same bank and cash that check? That's crazy. Listen, what I'm saying is that why not study people who kill for colors? Why not study, you know, the people who have multiple charges of selling drugs? Why? They
want to study you because they're like, we want to make sure this don't happen again. I was trying to like say, okay, you can't do it now. But he's like, no, you can. But okay. I'm like, what? Like,
yeah, well, because at the end of the day, it means that you're not scared of the white man. I mean, not the white man. I ain't even said the white man, but it means that you can go from 0 to 100 and not being afraid. You can be dangerous when you're not afraid. You know what I'm saying?
And that's where it gets into mental health, right? So
yeah, you can be dangerous. You can, in which they think this when you're not afraid. Okay, but you take these other guys, they're not afraid of nobody black. They're not afraid to sell crack. But like the guy said, if you go in the bank, they're gonna put you under the jail. They're gonna, master gonna let us sell dope, but you can't do that. Think about that. You can't do that. There's just some things that you know how you see things dealing with the police, and you wonder why. Okay, damn, all this is, you wonder where are all the so-called this and that. They're afraid.
So what happened when you got out? So you did your was there anything that happened that you would say?
So one of the things that changed my life is once I started learning, I started studying things dealing with mental health. So I started learning about accountability. I started learning about, irrational behavior, irrational thoughts, challenging those thoughts. I started just reading these different self-help books. You know what I'm saying?
Did they like do that for you, or did you just do it on your own?
I did it on my own. They had programs, and I exercised the programs that I was in to the utmost to learn and get down to the root of why this happened, so why this happened and why that happened. As a chess player, I want to master the craft of learning human behavior. And it helped me so much when I came home from prison. So those days of putting my life on the line to go to prison is definitely over. I remember a conversation I had with Dr. Matula Shakur, when I was getting ready to come home, and he was telling me, when you get out, you better not go out there, and you better not be getting in those groups. Don't make yourself a target. And when I came home from prison, that's the first thing I seen about everybody. I guess with social media, with the new organizations that were sprouting up, everybody wanted to get on the bullhorn and say, hey, I'm this person, and we're gonna do this to you. We're gonna shut you down. You know what I'm saying? Making themselves a target. And everybody that's made themselves a target, these people know how to deal with them. So you can't fight. Those people can't fight. They can't fight anything that they can't see. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
They can't fight. You know, if you have a vanguard or you have a cadre or you have a study group, you know, the FBI won't start targeting you, you know, pulling you over if they don't know that this is what you do. You understand what I'm saying? Why do we want them to know that this is what we do? You know what I'm saying? So we can get pulled over. They can rape.
Right. And see, and that's the thing is that, like, I know that at one point you had the RBG movement, you had all these different movements and stuff like that going on, and there were two out front, and then you end up with like people like getting like what's it called, the terrorist act or whatever on them, like the Black Terrorist Act and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
I mean, we give them too much. When then social media, like I said, you got to realize, man, I think ego drives this. You know, the ego drives it. It drives it from the men and the women. You know, you have the women who, you know, they you know, see a picture of Angela Davis, you know, or you know, Sata Shakur, and you know, they're like, oh, that's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
No, they don't even gotta see a picture of that. They just see a picture of another girl with her booty out, and then they end up like getting the BBL.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying
It's monkey see, monkey do on the internet. Everybody,
but when you can be a target, you can't be a target for getting a BBL. I mean, you know, you get
yeah,
a target.
you can. You sure as hell can.
You know, you're not. You know, FBI is not going to be after you to try to kill you because, you know, think about this other brother by the name of Master J. A good example. What if Master J did what he was trying to do, clandestine, real discreet? Think about it. Think about it. If this guy
Jam Master J when he got killed.
No.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
He in jail. He in jail now.
guy.
Not giving the F. Yeah.
I don't know who.
Yeah, not giving an F.
The
He's in
NFC
jail.
guy. He
They
was the guy
set
who
him
was,
up.
they was
That's
dressed
right.
in all
They
black,
set it.
and they were
That's
marching.
right.
They had all rifles. They had a lot
And
of your
shut it down.
militia groups, black militia groups, was
And
meeting up
shut
at
it
Stone
down.
Mountain, and they were doing all this stuff. If you make yourself a target, then
Oh yeah, during the whole thing when they was actually protesting, and so he and they dismantled that so quick. It was like, yeah, it was crazy.
And they was
Real
they
quick.
was able to get the head. They was able to get the head, and guess what? You know, now everybody going back to whatever the fuck they was doing before. You know what I'm saying? Same thing, same situation. You know, with the brother in with the situation that happened in Dallas. Same situation. You know what I'm saying? So you know,
So when we get back into mental health, though, so all this stuff, like really, what this conversation was really about, and what it's really about is like mental health, right? So all these things, right, affect our community in an adverse way, right? Because these people get out at some point, right? They have to get out, they have to like be in society. And so, what do you feel the impact?
Okay, so think about this. Like we were talking about mental health earlier today, and I was telling you, I was like, why do people forgot that there was a crack epidemic? There was a crack epidemic that went through this country that tore communities up. They even tore infrastructures up. You from Detroit, I know you know. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, all over. So if there was
I remember when there used to be winos on the corner. There's no more winos no more. They're crackheads. Remember there used to be winos?
So if you have crackheads and it was a pandemic of addicts, what do you think happened to those people? What do you think happened to the women? Some of these women had babies, right? You remember they talked about crack babies?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think happened to them? Some of these people have, you know, they have mental dysfunctions. Okay, even during the crack era, when you had the gang epidemic, when there was a real serious epidemic, what do you think happens to a person who kidnaps somebody, takes the body and put it in the trunk, and then take it out in the woods and bury it or burn up a whole family?
Right, and don't get caught though.
And don't get caught.
And that was a lot of the women were doing that. They were like actually setting people up and doing all types of
yeah. Okay. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. The women, some of your pretty women, some of your mothers, they're mothers and grandmothers now, and they living with. Oh, I met this guy. I was going with this dope dealer, and he wanted me to set this other guy up at the hotel, and all my job was to go to the hotel and leave the door open. And once they came in, I left. They gave me $10,000, and they killed him. Cut his dick off and put it in his mouth. What do you think? We just forget like what happened yesterday. And then think about the prisoners. Okay, let's even let me bring it more. I don't want to talk about so much prison. Let's talk about the women who've been molested. They've been molested. They were molested by an uncle or a grandfather every Thanksgiving, Christmas, when you know the family's in the front room playing dominoes, and then the drunk uncle go in the back room and he molests a 6-year-old girl, and he's been doing it for 6-7 years. and we wonder why, somebody, have these outbursts. Like some of the people that we know, oh, she's crazy. Yeah, she might be crazy, but there's a reason. There's something behind it.
And I hate to bring her name up, but I'm gonna say this is that I've heard stories even from Jaguar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I hear about the stories that have come up in her life, right, I think about these things, when she talks about when she was younger and I'm not sure how much of these stories are true, right? But she talks about stories where she was there when somebody did this and did that. Now, I'm not sure, but it's the bottom line is that this is during that time frame. And so I don't think it's far-fetched. I think she might have been.
There are so many women that live a regular life, doctors, lawyers that was molested and raped. You know how many women that was raped in college? You know how many AKAs and deltas?
I can't say that enough.
Don't talk about it. How many kids you raped? Not just kids, but
part of the initiation ritual.
Well, I don't know about
Yeah.
I'm talking about rape. I ain't talking about the initiation ritual, because I'm talking about, and then if that's the case, then they were willing participants to be a part of something. I'm talking about the girl who liked the guy, right? She came over to the guy's apartment. This happened everywhere. Howard, Morehouse, Clark.
Yeah.
She liked the guy. She went to his apartment. She had sex with him, and 3 guys come out the closet.
Yeah, that was happening. I remember stories like that.
Listen, we are people that we forget so fast. We get on the blue app and you hear them judging other people, and you be like, wow, that happened to you. I know that happened to you. Like, it's so much dealing with mental health.
I've actually had that happen to me before. I've actually been with a guy, and then all of a sudden, I guess they thought I was drunk, and then next thing you know, I'm with this guy, and all of a sudden I feel like extra hands touching my legs. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I see
but some people that traumatizes some people. And they take it the rest of when they in relationships, it play a part in the relationship. See, this is like regular life. I'm not talking prison where niggas coming home from prison and a motherfucker threw shit in their face. I've seen several officers quit their job because somebody threw shit in their face, like from here to where I'm at, bam, and they just quit the job.
Right.
So imagine being a prisoner where you done got some shit thrown on you, some hot shit or whatever. It's beyond being sexually abused. That's television. Nobody gets sexually abused in prison anymore. They got too many people that's just freaked out the game to where it's whatever. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, you don't have to sexually abuse them because they come in gay anyways.
Yeah. So, but when we talk about, traumatized, do you know how many people out of projects and seen a kid? Think about it. Maybe a 10-year-old kid that's seen somebody get smoked, get killed.
DJ.
In the projects? Or they come outside on a Saturday to play, and Friday night somebody got killed in the corridor, and then the kid coming out instead of going to watch a dead body. Think about it.
That man touching on so much stuff. Please tell me you can get it back in contact with that man.
Oh yeah, he's my friend.
I would love for him to come on my show and just talk about mental health.
Yeah, I'll hit him up. Yeah, for sure.
He is touching the soul. Even if he does it on here and we double scream it, I need this, not the jail talk, but just the mental health talk. And if people could ask him questions and stuff like that, I need that man ASAP. I'm feeling everything that man's saying.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't have to talk about the jail part, but everything that he's saying, people need to hear.
Yeah.
And we can, right, and where we can just ask him questions strictly about that.
Straight up. Yeah, for sure.
So tell him to come on back, and it's gonna be a mental health talk.
People it's something about black people. It's certain shit we wanna it's certain shit we wanna forget. We're good at that. We're really good at that. You know what I'm saying? We remember what we want to remember, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that people are traumatized. Most people have post-traumatic stress. If you were a person who was doing drive-bys, most likely you got post-traumatic stress. Because if you could be in the military and you could do a drive-by in the military and be post-traumatic stress, then most likely in society it's the same way. But who cares?
Right, and ain't no veterans benefits to go to the psychiatrist about your drive-by that you did when you were younger.
Exactly.
And these people are really living in society now. They're our elders now, right? They're Generation X.
They're my generation. They're 50, you 40. and then then I'm gonna bring it a close home. So think about this from a mental health standpoint. Do you know, a guy told me the other day, he said, man, I don't even go out because the music they play make you want to fight. You notice they don't play love songs where everybody slow dance.
Right. Back in the 70s, it used to be all slow
Well,
dance.
not just the 70s, in the 80s, during the time of Prince and
at the end of the party, they would like play like
even R. Kelly. I mean, they always played music where you could slow dance. That's how you interact with the opposite sex. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you can interact. You can meet somebody. Hey,
you know how they end the party now is before I let go. Not like play another slow jam.
No, none of that.
Before I let go. Now they didn't heard, Nuck If You Buck, and I'm old, so I'm like,
but it's demon music. It's demon music. It's music that make you want to kill, because that's all they talk about. Is slide, a step, a slide. It's crazy. So
now they got it down to a science where they don't even have to say nothing, and it's just the actual tone of the actual like music. They don't even, like, you got like what's his name? I just want to rock. What's his name? Uzi Vert, right? But they call him like, so little Uzi Vert. They say that really saying his name is Lucifer, like Uzi Vert.
Yeah, well, the music is it determines your vibration. You know what I'm saying? And they've got so good at this. It's not even television anymore. They don't use television. They use the music, and the music can basically have you in a trance. If the drums talk, in Yoruba, in different parts and tribes in Africa, them drums they do things to your spirit. You know what I'm saying? I've heard them. I've been in to places, and I've seen things and felt stuff. From hearing those drums.
Oh no, trust me. Like, I've been in ceremonies where they have that talking drum, and like that talking drum will have a possession.
Yeah, exactly. So now they got this type of music. This stuff is documented. But like I said, then you have, like I said, people coming home from prison, and you just expect, okay, because you're out from prison, you just get a job and you just go on with your life. But there's trauma that haven't been dealt with. There's mental health that haven't been dealt with.
And listen, I want to. The main thing my panel. I've always been about relationships, because I've actually dated a guy from prison before, a few. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they come out and they have like they actually like have a good outlook on life, but the reality sets in. And then here's the thing: is that you might get into an argument with a person, right? That might be on the second strike, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have some places have the 3 strikes you're out rule, right? And it's a thing like, what, they might be like, bitch, if you don't whatever, and then they get the 3rd strike. Hey, it is what it is.
That's very true.
So you got to watch out when you're dating.
That is very true. That's very true, because that's what they call a point of no return. But I mean, a point of
actually dating a guy who told
point
me
of no return could be done with basically anybody. It could be somebody who's never been to prison, and there's an argument, and you about to get ready to call the police on them, and they panic. And when they panic, they're not responsible.
Right. And especially if you have trauma like that. Like, I've been in a whole X amount of years, and you hollering at me, and you might trigger something. So that's what mental health, like, we have to understand that, especially in the Black community, when you have a very huge prison population that's like coming back into society, going back out, in and out, and then you have like now you have like this red pill, blue pill thing, right? Where women say, okay, men only are incapable of love, right? But you're also dealing with people that have been in the prison system. That, I mean, that's how I feel. Like, you get like a lot of people that have been traumatized that way, right? They might have been in for 5 or 10 years. You don't know how much time they spent in the hole, and they're coming out, and you get into it with them, and they might just be ready to snap. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I agree. But think about this. Let's take prison out the equation. If you meet somebody, I've met women who had daddy issues. That daddy left and never came back, and because of that triggers so much in how they see the man that they're dating. Like, you're gonna leave. You're not gonna really love me. You understand what I'm saying? There's so many different things that trigger people. There's just so many different things that people have been traumatized about. Somebody died in the family, but something more serious is like rape, being molested. A lot of women, unfortunately, a lot of Black women have been molested or raped. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they kind of come in a relationship with a band-aid, right? And men, the same way, men have done fucked up shit as well. So as they come in a relationship, you meet their representative. You meet the person that, the good guy. You know, you meet the yoga guy. You know what I'm saying? They're like, I like to read books. You know, like, yeah, we can go to Barnes and Noble, right? Right? So then, you know, you on the phone or you texting somebody and like, damn, who you texting? What the hell you doing? You know what I'm saying? Because they've been through abandonment issues.
Right, right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it works both ways, men and women. It's like, you know, who can really be loved at this point? You know what I'm saying? We'll talk about that some other time. I love relationship. That's one of the things I studied while in prison. Black relationships and the dynamics of Black relationships and being transparent. But yeah.
So when you got out of prison, you found solitude in the swingers movement. So what made you feel like that was like the best way to go versus like being—
Okay, so when I came home, I met, I don't know if you remember her, but I met this Italian. She was a fashion designer. You remember her? The fashion designer?
No, I
But
don't.
anyway. So she introduced me to, I mean, she was like, you know, she was at my apartment or whatever.
Oh,
And,
yeah, you know, I do remember her.
yeah, with the mohawk. She had the
Yeah.
mohawk. Yeah.
spoke to her, yeah.
Yeah, what basically she introduced me to the swinger lifestyle, the swinger culture. And one of the main things that caught me and that sold me was you ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta you have to be transparent. Because when you're transparent, oh, my phone's about to die. But when you're transparent, you're not being deceitful. It is what it is. And a person accepts you more when you're transparent. You tell what it is. And when I came home, and I have no space for jealousy because she told me, hey, this guy right here, you know, he wants to have sex with me. You know, is it okay? And in my mind, I'm looking at her like, well, because you asked me, that means that's something that you really want to do. So now I'm coming out of prison. I'm like, man, don't nobody want no damn warden over them. Don't nobody want no police state over them. Like, if she come and ask me and say, hey, he wants to do this, is it okay with you? Because if it's something that you don't want to do, you wouldn't even have to come and ask me, right?
Right.
Okay, so, and I'm like, okay, damn. All I have to say is, yeah. And then there's somebody with the same situation with me. I don't have to lie. So it kind of sold, that whole culture sold me like, oh man, I'm gonna come home and I'm gonna be transparent. Yeah, I'm gonna be transparent.
So is that why you prefer that lifestyle over like just regular dating?
Yeah, because everybody's lying. Everybody else is lying. Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying. From the married man, you know, oh man, that's a whole nother can of worms. I mean,
but what about polygamy? What's the difference between like the swinger?
well, I mean, polygamy is there's a need for polygamy. You know, there's a need for polygamy as well. I mean, but it's about being transparent. You got to get past that first. You got to get past, you know, everybody believe that, oh, I'm enough for you. You don't need nobody. They tell you that you don't need nobody. And here you are saying, hey, baby, I think that we need to do this. Or she may say, hey, baby, I think we may need to do this. And you might be a person that got high blood pressure and your penis not working no more. You know what I'm saying? That happens. That happens, especially, you know, with black men. You know what I'm saying? They losing their sex drive the older they get. So this woman is being deprived, you know what I'm saying, of some good sex.
So
okay, so she needs
all about sex. Is the whole swingers?
Well, no. Well, what you say? What's the question?
Is the swingers movement all about just 100% sex, or is it just also relationship?
No, I mean, it's not 100% sex. I mean, swinging is sex, but I mean, you know, there's relationships that you build, or whatever. It brings for being married or being in a relationship. It brings excitement to the relationship. You know, it's not just it ain't just a threesome. You know, because sometimes with the threesome that could go bad because, you know, if the man is not transparent, then now he might be having sex with the woman when you're not around. So that could destroy the relationship. You know what I'm saying? But if you're transparent, if you're best friends with your partner, and you're able to talk to your partner, because a relationship is based upon communication and honesty. I like to know what else is based upon communication and honesty.
So you felt like coming out of prison, that was the best option once you got introduced to them?
Oh, it worked for me. It worked for me. You know, I've tried monogamy relationships. I've tried it. But at the end of the day, you can't be who you are. Would you want to be with a man he's basically faking it? He's, for whatever reason, he's doing it, but he's basically in a relationship with you faking. Once you walk out that door, he's somebody totally different. He's not who he say he is.
So do you think that it's also a matter of the fact that you were in prison and being locked down so hard, like in prison, which makes you choose that lifestyle?
Well, I mean, as far as coming home at the beginning, you want to be honest. And it came a point in my life to where I wanted to change all of the bad things about myself. And I kind of visited myself like a car being put up on blocks, everything being stripped down and rebuilt. So when I came home and I met this woman, I never knew anything about that. I mean, I thought only white people did it. You know what I'm saying? When she introduced it to me, and I looked at it, and I was like, man, you ain't got to lie. So I can have sex with you. Let me.
So here's the question: would you suggest that a person that's dating a person fresh out of prison that they should look into the swinger lifestyle before they try to be monogamous?
Ask that question again.
Do you think a person that might be dating a person out of prison should look into the swinger lifestyle before they try to be monogamous? Because a person's coming out of jail, right, or prison, right, have been deprived for so long, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So
a person that comes out of prison has been deprived, and sometimes they may be the first girl, and they can fall in love with that girl, but they've been gone so long, so it's like, well, I never dated a full figure woman, or I never dated a short woman, or I never dated an African, or I never dated a Jamaican, or I never dated, and they're curious. You understand what I'm saying? So and some of these women, they try to grab them, and they think that just because they've been locked up 30 years that's going to be their property, and it's not going to be. That's not what it's going to be.
I've actually seen that. I've seen that firsthand.
That's not what it's going to be. I don't think.
Not me doing it, but like I actually met a guy that was in prison for murder, younger, and then he actually fell in love with a prison guard, and then she actually got him out early because he was supposed to do life. Somehow she got him out, but then she wanted to control him, and he ended up going back to prison for 5 more years because he ended up like going in on her and this, that, the other, and breaking his parole and this, that, the other, and get like a domestic violence charge, and then basically had to like restart his life all over again. But
yeah, that comes from people not knowing what their triggers are. Everybody has a trigger. Some people trigger the button has never been tapped. And some of these guys, man, they might have been doing something in their life, and it's just never been triggered. And when they get into that act of rage, it could be deadly. Everybody has a trigger.
So would you suggest that women like be careful when they date guys out of prison with the triggers, or do you think it's just like?
Well, it's not about them being careful dating guys coming out of prison with a trigger. Everyone has a trigger. You could date a guy coming from Howard, and he has a trigger. He could be, a bookworm, and you say the wrong thing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Where he can't handle it, and he don't know how to communicate with you behind it. You don't know what's gonna happen. It's almost like having. I don't know if I could use that as an example, but it's almost like having your dog. You know what I'm saying? He's a lovable dog, right? He's a lovable dog, and he's not gonna bite nobody. He's never bit nobody, but he's with a child. There's a child down playing with him, and the child is maybe sticking him in the eye, or something, anything. That triggers that dog to lash out, and it goes for men and women. It has nothing to do with prison. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, anybody is capable of it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people
don't think that a person that has been sitting in like
a lot of people don't even know what their triggers are. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't know. I know what my triggers are. And my triggers are I don't go to the strip club because I know I used to be in the strip club, and I know you got to make it rain. So I ain't making it rain because I ain't making that kind of money no more, and I don't plan on going back the other way. So I don't go to the strip clubs, right? That's a trigger for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't carry guns. Why? Because let's say I'm driving down the street and a redneck spits on my car, calls me a nigger and spits on my car. If I have a gun, most likely I'm going to use it.
Right.
If I don't have a gun, then I can just cuss them out. Bam, everybody leave, go home. And you understand what I'm saying? Right. So I know my triggers. One of my biggest triggers, I don't argue with homosexuals. Nope. Don't argue with a homosexual. You can't win an argument with a homosexual, right? You just can't do it. So I'm not arguing with a homosexual. You got it. You got to learn these type of things, because if you don't, then and you do it, it could be detrimental to your life and somebody else's life.
Right. Ashe.
You
So
know?
you said that your phone is about to die, but I want to.
Yeah, my phone's about to die.
I want to find out some final thoughts of you about everything that we've been talking about here. I know we talked about mental health. We talked about your upbringing. I want to bring you back on to really discuss relationships and things like that. But I want to like introduce my audience to you first before I like do that. But I want to find out what your final thoughts are before your phone dies.
Final thoughts about what?
Just everything that we talked about here. What would you say?
Well, I just think that I think mental health is the elephant in the room when it comes to us, interacting with each other. Even if you're a mother and you have a son and they do things and they don't know why they're doing them, these are things that we have to deal with. We can't let it spark out of control to, say, oh, he just fall. Next thing you know, he can call you a bitch in your house. It's just so many different things.
Real quick, Regina Gold asked, is swinging different than polyamorous?
Yes, totally different. Yes. When we come back, maybe because my phone, I don't even see the red light, so it's gonna be going off. But it's a huge difference.
Have that discussion and talk about that.
Yes, because in polyamorous, that's not a relationship. And swinging is not a relationship. Swinging is something your partners do with other partners to have fun. When you're talking in a poly relationship, that's being in a relationship with someone, and you have a contract on, y'all have an agreement on how y'all moving in that particular relationship, in that open relationship.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming here. I know that Eric Barbershop.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much for being a part of the panel. Thank you for answering questions. We have heard so much interesting things we never even knew before. I want to thank you for being a part of this. I want to thank everybody that was in the chat room and asking questions. And we're going to bring you back again and we can talk about relationships even more. So thank you so much.
Most definitely. Thank you. Lafayette.
All right. That was the whole interview right there. We made it.
I enjoyed that. We got to get him back ASAP.
Yeah. So he left the military. I mean, he left the jail, and now he's into the lifestyle.
And mental health and lifestyle and all that other stuff. I mean, I won't be asking to me. I'm not into poly, so that would not be none of my questions, right?
He's into a lot more than poly.
That's why I want to see what else. But poly, when
he did like an interview with Sonetter. Because once they saw the interview with me, they wanted to interview him too. But I don't think people really know how to interview him because he's like so multifaceted. You know what I'm saying?
But remember, I don't do interviews. I do conversations, right? So sometimes questions does come up in conversation. I'm glad if somebody else stole my damn thing when I go. I don't do interviews. I do come mad. Somebody want to beat Biter. But anyhow, I think that we should get more into like the mental health. Maybe we can ask mental health questions and other things. But to me, that's one of the main things. And then we can talk about how to. Yeah.
Well, not only that, and they're right about that. Like when you go into like the swinger lifestyle, that is kind of where the money's at. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, none of them questions I would ask because I don't care about that. I mean, somebody else have to ask him that, but that's
he's very. I mean, he introduced me to Taurus Wells, who did that interview with Real Life Street Stars and actually was on my panel.
Who's Taurus Wells?
Taurus Wells is actually that's another interview I did, but he's a
dominatrix.
I don't think it's a dominate. I don't think there's no. He's a dominant. I don't. Is a male dominatrix? Is a male dom called a dominatrix?
I think so. What I think a dom stands for dom. Either who like that. I don't really care about my page is more about education information about stuff about that. that I don't want no parts. I don't have no parts of that.
Well,
I'm not gonna be.
actually, what's interesting, I'm gonna tell you this. And as much as you might say, well, you know what, no, blah, blah, actually, like, you'd be interested to find out about him. I'm gonna show a little bit of that interview because maybe we get into this, but it's interesting to find out how that lifestyle stuff, like, actually the men in the lifestyle are a lot more sound, you know what I'm saying, than the real regular men.
I ain't trying to give me none of them. I told you I dissented them. I don't care, but we'll hear it. There's nothing wrong with listening.
Wow,
to
so
it.
you all your life, even as a child, like,
Like I said, my grandfather was more of an abusive, dominant guy.
And I don't like women, so
And my parents were lifestyle. So that house party that, back then they didn't have all the acronyms and everything else, but call it rock star parties. We were the house that people went to when, they wanted to go out and have a good time, party and turn up, So yeah, I would wake up every weekend and see nudity, drugs, and everything else. It was I grew up in it. So
you know what's so crazy is that my mom used to have those, like, not the BDSM. I don't even know what kind of parties they were.
it's more or less
Some
like
kind of
rock
parties
star.
going on. They was partying back in the 70s and the 80s. They was getting
Exactly.
down.
That's the swinger aspect of things. That is the rock star orgy swinger aspect of things. That we've been
I
doing.
remember waking up and seeing my mom butt naked just walking through the house, and I was like, "What is going on?" Like, I still remember that. Like, what?
It's
So
been there. It's been there.
it
It's just
probably
like I said.
was wilding out in the other room, all kind of wild. You know what I'm saying? Oh man! Oh no, mom, mama,
They messed you up for the weekend. Huh? That was
you know.
too funny. But yeah, they've been doing it for a long time. Like I said, it's just now, whereas it's more, it's spoken about. It's out in the open now. I mean, it's more welcoming at this point.
No.
So how much do you think has changed the scene by it being like more stuff with like the 50 Shades of Grey? Do you think what has it changed the crowd? Like, have you been through it? You've been into this movie only came out like what, about 10, 15 years ago, right?
50 Shades of Grey is not a good depiction of BDSM, but yes, because, like you said, because of the movies and the books, it has opened it up for everyone to be a part of, and it has changed. A lot of people skip the rules and regulations. They don't really talk. They don't really do their research and why they're having the urges to do certain things, and they're getting wrapped up in it. So the scene has become more or less open for any and everybody, whether you're going through a breakup, whether you're going through just some things at home and you're just out for a moment. It's not necessarily their lifestyle. They're just in it for the summer, in it for a season. And, they come in with a lot of mixed emotions and everything else, but it has definitely changed. It's not as intimate and sexy as it used to be, in the larger communities.
So it's kind of like, but one thing that when I was talking to Baba Shaka about it is that sometimes it can trigger trauma within a person, like they might have some pent up trauma. Maybe their father used to beat them on the behind or whatever you're doing. Like, how do you know when you're crossing the line?
It's communication and being able to read their energy. As far as me, I have a sub now that has issues. I've had subs in the past as well that have issues. And let's say, for instance, let's take, for example, cutting. I can pretty much give them a session and it soothes the urge for them to hurt themselves or harm themselves. Or if I say, hey, a rule is you can't cut yourself, I will. So, and I can do it in a safer way, in a fashion. And it's giving them the opportunity to be loved by someone instead of judged by someone.
So you would actually do the cutting of the person that's a cutter.
Yeah.
And that will solve their ability to. So do you get calls all through the night? Like, okay, like I'm about to cut myself. You got to go over there and like just to get your knives out.
Not with that particular situation, but I have gotten calls throughout the night on a lot of emotional situations. And BDSM is not just like the cutting. It's not just the flogging, which is, spanking or whatnot. It's also cuddling. It could be a little bit of anything. It's just the great transfer of energy between the two people. I had Crystal Witch joined on here right now. I hope she don't mind me expressing this, but she was going through something at that particular moment, right then and there. And I just felt the energy to reach out and hug her. And we stayed there and hugged. I think in a dominant stance, I'm like a big bear. I'm 6'6", 340 pounds. So sat there and she just felt at home like a little kid and just started crying and released a lot of things within her right then and there. I mean, BDSM is a lot of different things. It's not just sexual. A lot of times people associate BDSM with sex, and a lot of times it's not. It can include sex, but it's not a lot of times inclusive of sex.
So you might do a whole session in that, and it'd be like zero sexual encounter at the end or at the beginning or nothing, just completely like
90% of the time. 90% of the time.
90% of the time. Wow.
90% I don't even take my clothes off.
Well, let me come cut you. Can I get paid?
So is it like a
I go cut you and get some money.
So you're basically domineering over a person, and then they are like submitting to you, and because I have a friend of mine who she's a transgender and a dominatrix, and she was talking about she deals with a lot of like Caucasian clients. And she says it could be very therapeutic at times because a person might be going. So it's almost like you become like a psychiatrist at some point. Is that true?
Exactly. You offer a form of comfort that the traditional avenues don't offer. Exactly. So yeah, it is. I mean, we do. I mean, we do couples. Like say for instance, I used to do couple classes, intimacy, so forth.
It is almost my bedtime, girl. I done gave you 6.5 hours.
Well, you said y'all stay up, y'all late night crew. I said, okay, well, we gonna
No, I don't gotta stay. It is stayed up. I don't mind staying. No, I'm just tired tonight. But
I'm gonna keep playing this because I think that people might be interested.
No, that's good. That's good. No, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Inclusive
but I'm
of
out of here.
BDSM,
And I see you
knowing
guys
how to read
in a couple of hours.
knowing how to take your time and research your kid's body.
I see you later on, D.
It's really important in your relationship in general. Even if you don't consider yourself a part of BDSM, you can learn a lot of things from it.
I can't hear nothing.
So yeah, I just blew a mind with that.
I said, love you, Sugar Love. Peace, Sugar Love.
All right, baby.
All right, peace.
That one. Yeah.
Well, no, honestly, you know what? I used to be a DJ for a swingers nightclub, like event. I used to be the DJ, but I was like the warm-up DJ. Like before the getting down started getting down, I would be the one that people start off just dancing and and then the other DJ would come on, and then that's when everybody would start the other, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I do have some experience as a, from an onlooker's perspective from that scene. And from the BDSM part, there was a guy who used to throw these events in DC called Bound. And what's very interesting is like the people that you'll meet at these events, right? These might be high up people. Like I think there was the mayor of something at the event.
Right.
He'd like to just suck on feet, and this lady had her whole foot down this dude's throat, almost like what? I was like, whoa. And I messed around and this is a crazy story. The guy was sitting on like a bed, right? And there was like these like kind of like surgical equipment, and I was like, doing the thing with the surgical equipment. He just yes, mistress, and then yes, mistress. And I looked down and it was blood, and I was like, whoa. So how do you like? So when blood gets involved, and how does that not freak you out? Because is
It's
it
a
not
different.
supposed to get involved, or what?
Everybody has their own thing. You know, blood play is another aspect of BDSM. It depends on the person. It depends on that bottom, that sub, that submissive. It depends on what they need, you know, and what they're willing to give and what they're willing to submit to you. I don't necessarily do a lot of blood play, but I know a lot of people who do, you know, and majority of the time, like you said, you know, a lot of higher up people end up being submissive. I have clients that are really successful, six-figure clients, and they need that moment of submission in their life so they can just let go of all responsibilities, point blank period, and have they're in a space at that point where they have someone they can trust with their deepest secrets. And like I said, it's a therapy session. So
It's therapy.
it is.
And so it really is basically people like they might be, so say a person might be like so what would make a submissive versus is there like a certain archetype that would be submissive versus dom?
The most submissives that I know naturally are submissive. I want to say we all have a little bit of submissiveness in us. Even though I am a dominant personnel in my relationship, at times I am submissive. It is, like I say, when you go see a movie that you don't want to see with your queen or your wife or whatnot, whatever you want to call her, it's a movie that you don't want to see, but you're submitting to it just because it's going to make her happy. Point blank period. You know, everyone has a submissive side within them. It just depends on, you know, how you use it. There's no real say on who is submissive or who is dominant, in my opinion, to be honest with you. We got switches. We have different people that are just all over the place, to be honest. It's just how you feel. Try it out. See what it feels like. See where you're most comfortable at. Some of us are natural dominant. You know, even when we've been dominant, I have been submissive to a dominant when I was younger.
So say if a person is like way more dominant, like I remember we were talking on the phone, and I think that our host was saying that I think I'm more of a dominatrix, and then you were saying, well, most people like you that would be more dominant probably would actually be better, like as a like you said something to the effect of that you'd be surprised that you'd be more submissive in a situation.
Because with what she was saying as far as, you know, she wanted to be dominant because she liked the feeling of what she got from those people, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, take this, you know, eat it like this or whatnot, whoop, whoop. And I said, you'd be surprised running across the correct dominant that matched your energy or to be submissive. You'd be surprised at how submissive you could be. At times, I would say you need to take on a submissive role just to understand the importance of it. You know, and in the Black communities, people see submissive as weak, and it's not. It's full of power. At any point, you can take your permission back. And with that being said, you know, the dominant sits back just like this. You know, submissive holds all the power, to be honest with you.
Wow. So the actual catches is that people think that being dominant is the power, but really the person that's submissive holds the real power.
Correct.
And that's what this panel is really about, relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have like this thing called the red pill, and you have like the incel movement. Then you have the pink pill. And what's happening is that they're basically fighting against each other because the red pills are talking about, well, the women need to be more submissive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the pink pill is damn near saying, well, you know what? We're tired of being slaves. You know, marriage is slavery. We're tired of it. We're putting up our aprons and, you know, screw the men. You know what I'm saying? We don't need the men anymore. You know,
right.
That's really what this is about. So I'm showing in this whole thing that different types of relationships. So we have a single person. We have you know, are you single? Are you married? Or
No, I have a queen and I have a submissive as well.
Okay, so would you consider yourself polyamorous, or would you consider yourself?
I'm poly.
Okay, so you're poly. So we have a polygamous. So are you polyamorous or are you polygamous?
Polyamorous. So
Okay, so we have a polyamorous person, we have a person who's been married for like 19 years, then we have like a polygamist, and we have a single person on the male side. Then on the other side, the female side, we have a transgender, we have a single woman, we have a polyandrous woman, a polygamous woman, and I'm still like filling that last slot. I'm still trying to figure out who I want to do for that. So basically, I'm mixing this panel up. I really want to really get a good conversation. I want to discuss the things that the divide in our community.
right.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think it boils down to communication. I think it, you say you got the red pill and the blue pill. I mean, most people are trying to force dominance on someone. And really, to be honest, it's a natural submission. It truly is a natural submission. When you meet that right energy, or when you supply the correct safe space for that energy to manifest, then it's crazy, man. I mean, point blank period. If I provide this space for you to be submissive and trust in me, you'd be surprised how submissive you could be. But for me to come up to you and say, hey, I need you to be submissive without giving you anything to indicate that you can trust me with that power is ridiculous.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I need you to talk to everybody, all the men in the world. Because that's what's happening, is that they're like, oh, women need to submit. It's like, submit to what? What am I submitting to?
I mean, it does go both ways, though. Okay, so here's my thing. A woman lives with both parts. A woman is a woman, so she is woman and she is man. Men are men, correct? So I can empathize to a certain extent to a woman, and a woman can empathize more to me than anything. I see a lot of masculinity. Women have always lived with the masculinity. I mean, since the beginning of time, you've lived with the masculinity, but set back in your femininity. Nowadays, more women are more comfortable in their masculinity, and I think it's more or less in like a protective state. It's more or less like a protective state, because that same woman that is so masculine and so out here rah comes across, like I said, the right one that makes her feel completely comfortable. She sits back in her femininity.
What do you consider as a woman being in her masculinity? What does that mean?
Believing that she's built all the way around for everything. To break it down in the rawest form, God created me 6'6", 340 pounds to pick up a boulder. He created the woman for me to turn around and ask her where to place it to create a solid home, a solid foundation.
Wow.
It's a team. It's a team. No one is greater than the other. Each one still has the same amount of equal power.
Wow. You're the first person I heard that actually gave a really sound answer to that question. Wow. Why does it take the BDSM guy to understand that? What is it that's a difference in your lifestyle that make you see things differently than most men?
Living a purpose. We love in a purpose. We care for our partners with a purpose. I wake up and I change. I found out a long time ago that I changed my thought patterns. Men and women. When you're in a relationship, it's no longer an argument. It is a disagreement, right? Because the wordplay is the argument versus, let's say, a heated debate or a heated discussion, an emotional discussion. The word argument carries a negative vibe. Emotional discussion carries something deeper than that. So when you get into a relationship, it's no longer an argument. Change the way that you think about, words like that, argument, which carries negative vibes. And if you consider the argument within your relationship, guess what? You're going to have all this negative rah energy for the person that you so-called care for. Versus a heated discussion or emotional discussion, it's something that this discussion hopefully can get to the root cause of what's going on emotionally. If you think about it like that versus an argument, then that's gonna help you change how you move and how you see the other person. So a lot of people see the other person once they get irritated or once they get emotional disturbed, they start viewing that person that's in that relationship fighting for them like someone outside of that relationship, outside of that home. So you gotta change the way you think once you enter into a relationship.
Do you feel that men are naturally more polygamous than monogamous?
Of course. Women can get pregnant once, 9 months. They're done for 9 months. Within that 9 months, man can impregnate as many women as possible. I think that there were several different type of people in this world. Some people want to play it safe. Some people want to be comfortable where they are, and that's good and gravy. I have no problem. Hey, more power to you. If you want to be monogamous and stay within that bubble, so you got gamblers and you got people that don't gamble. Well, some people want to reach a deeper level of intimacy or want to try this out or want to try that. Those are the gamblers. And they go out there and they gamble a little bit with it. I don't judge either one of them.
Do you think like the swinging lifestyle could make couples last longer?
To be honest with you, swinging is different than BDSM. Swinging is more sexual based than BDSM kinks. Like where BDSM is in a label of kinksters and swinging is a separate entity. It's still kinky, but it's not kinksters. It's more sexual based. It depends on what your needs are, to be honest with you. It really depends on what your needs. We can say, hey, I'm okay with eating steak every day for the rest of my life, or sometimes I want to mix it up and eat, some sloppy Joe or something like that. But you have to have a solid foundation to go into the swinging aspect versus you can go into the kink aspect and bring something fundamental to your bedroom. Like a married couple can get in the kinkster aspect, never go outside of their marriage and spice up their actual intimacy. Swingers is more or less like involving other people to have an intimate session with you guys. So, I mean, it depends on how that marriage is sitting, to be honest with you.
So do you think that's where a lot of prostitution, where guys might be getting into going to a prostitute because their wife is not doing or going to strippers or whatever because their wife is not doing the weird stuff, the kinky stuff and so by bringing that aspect in, it might bring you closer together as a couple?
I think it boils back down to communication. I believe that a lot of men are not expressing the level of kink that they want. And they're also not giving, they're not giving the space that's needed for her to open up to that kink. I'm gonna be honest. That's the honest answer.
And one other thing is that when you get into the homosexual community, right? Like man on man. So it's, to me, what I understand about that is a certain level of power play going on there. You have one man overpowering another man and they're performing anal or whatever, but I believe it's really a power dynamic there that involves some kind of kinky thing. That's a kink about you are they even actually call it you're a bottom and I'm a top, right? So Dom Sub, right? So it is the homosexuality an extension of the kink community?
It is not. Homosexuality is a preference. It is what you naturally gravitated to. If a man is attracted to a manly energy, masculinity, dominance, then that's just what he's naturally attracted to. If a man is attracted to the submissiveness of another man, which is, I feel like I need to dominate another man or whatnot, top or bottom, I love the way this man feels or whatnot, then that's not an extension of a kink. It's not an extension of anything in that aspect. That's just the sexuality.
So is the kink community, is it interracial? Do you see that the more Black kink crew is kind of off to themselves, or does it mix in race?
Oh, it mixes. Oh my God, we mix a lot. I mean, we mix a lot with interracial, the LGBT community, shit, any and everybody on this planet. like I said, everyone has a bit of kink within them. So we interact with everyone. I see a lot of blacks. I see a lot of different races. I see a lot of different sexualities in it as well. So the kink community does reach out a lot more nowadays, like I said, because it's more acceptable. What do you
Okay,
think?
so C. Shay said the transparency required for a couple to be successful in swinging can improve the communication within a marriage, therefore can improve the marriage.
It is. And what I tell people when you go into the swinging community, if that's what you decided to do, first of all, you have to be open to discussion and not afraid to have those hard discussions. I suggest that you start off with soft swaps and stuff like that, which is no penetration or anything else like that, which whereas you get to see your mate be a little bit touchy-feely, intimate or whatnot with someone else, and then you can finish the job as far as penetration. So if you're going into the swinger world, I suggest you start slowly, and after every opportunity that you have an open discussion. I mean, those hard discussions. How do you really feel? And you got to revisit that, because jealousy is within everyone. And I've been in it all my life and I still have jealousy, but I know how to address it. I know how to communicate it. If I did this, or if I could get you to do this, and that would help me out of my jealousy aspect. But yeah, I mean, it can and it can tear you up if you are trying to do it for something else. If you're trying to, I hate the fact that I see a lot of women going into the swinging aspect believing that they can keep their relationship strong. They're not going into the swinging aspect because it's something that they want to be involved in, or it's turning them on, or it's not. It's something that they want to do to keep their man, not knowing that even if you do slide into this atmosphere, it's not guaranteed that you keep your man. More than likely, you'll lose him.
Wow. So what about the single people? That's like, so is there any like crossover where, you think you're doing like a swinger or event? Well, I mean, are you more into the BDSM than swinging, or are you just both?
BDSM is my thing. Like, I can't go without BDSM in my life. The added stuff is a plus, you know what I mean? So I am adapted to both sides due to the fact that I did grow up in the household like that. So, but yeah, I mean, okay, so what was the question one more time?
Well, I was trying to I was trying to like clarify whether or not you were in both, because when I would get into swinging, you would get back, the BDSM. So I was making sure that you weren't just only one, if you actually were in both. The question is that with the swinging lifestyle, like, okay, one thing is you said that there might be some jealousy, right? That you might have. So even you being a person that's been in the scene for X amount of time, you still get jealous sometimes?
Of course. Yeah. It's a natural thing.
And being polyamorous, like you just don't, it's not like, so it's like a thing where even though you are in control, you understand what's going on for years on years, there's still like that moment where you're like, okay, that's enough.
Still emotional. You are human. You are still going to have these emotions. And that's the coolest thing. That's the coolest thing about this environment is you get deeper in touch with your emotions and who you really are. In the communication between you and your partner, you have to dig deep just to be a part of it, versus a vanilla couple that, every day talks about work, talk about finance, and that's all they pretty much talk about. The kids, regular things, you know what I'm saying? And in this community, we're forced to truly talk about what's bothering us, what's ailing us, what's going on with you? Why has your mood changed? Why did you look like this during the last event? So forth and so on. And we really dig deep.
So in regular relationships, like I'm glad that she brought this as I'm a succubus and I love it, right? Now, in regular like monogamous relationships, right? Men do practice a certain level of sex magic, whether or not us women realize it or not. When a man is talking to you and saying certain things to you, that is going into your subconscious mind. And I don't think a lot of men are understanding what they're doing, or maybe they do know what they're doing, and that's why a lot of women get like all go crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What type of go ahead.
I mean, I think, to be honest with you, most of the guys, it's more of a selfish thing. You know, a lot of guys is more of a selfish thing. Some guys, they do know what they're doing. A lot of guys is more of a talking my way up. You know, I am the man. I am dominating this person, and this is how I'm dominating. Me, myself, personally, I'm gonna talk in your ear. I'm gonna do all kind. I'm gonna groan. I'm gonna grunt. I'm gonna growl. But we gonna talk. We gonna have a conversation. But that for me is more, I'm playing on the intimacy aspect of that woman, and it also feeds my ego. How about that? So yeah.
So how do you stop a woman from being overly like maybe upset or like to where? Okay, because a woman, right, that's not really well, I wouldn't say that's not, but I'm just saying a woman, if you're doing it right to her, right, and you're grunting, growling, and all that stuff is going into her subconscious mind, and then that magic is happening, right? Then she becomes attached to you, right, to a certain extent. How do you make sure that that woman does not become attached to or do you want that woman to be attached to you when you're doing it? How do you stop that?
Every man wants a woman to think about him as soon as he's done. But to be honest with you, that comes with communication. The minority people do not communicate enough. You know, like I tell people all the time, if you are a woman and you go on this date, it's a terrific date. First date, it's terrific. Everything is happening great, and y'all sleep together. And then the sex is amazing. Gets talked to your ear, this and that, whoop whoop, blase, blase. The next day doesn't mean that y'all go together. You don't skip 20 other steps just because it was a great night. You still got to have that communication. Is, hey, you know, who are you? What are you? Do we really have matching energy, or was that just a great opportunity? You know what I mean? You gotta communicate. Point blank period. I don't care how great the sex was. I don't care how much he spoke to you when you were in that ecstasy mood. You know, when you come out of that ecstasy mood, hey, find out what his blood type is. I'm gonna hold the woman responsible for that.
So how do you what is the difference between I'm sorry, my daughter tried to come in the room. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I can't be talking about that in front of a little 5-year-old. Anyways.
Permission is given. Yes, what I'm talking about. Miss G, yes, indeed.
So say that this person might be a vanilla person that comes into like that world. I'm not sure if there's a combination, like the BDSM parties are combined with the swinger parties. Are they separate?
Nowadays they are. Yeah.
They are. Okay. So in both situations, right? And then that person becomes attached, because I'm imagining like when you're doing like a sub and dom situation, that people can become attached to you a certain way, and in the same way that a person can become attached to you when you're doing like a sexual thing, even more so with how do you, being in the scene for this long, know how to like tailor it back? You say it's just only communication. So, but the thing is that once you've done it, like it's hard. Like, what do you do?
Now, in a party aspect, it's hard to. It's not necessary. In an instant moment, it's hard to find out the deep layers of a person, right? So you're at a party, it's the instant moment. It's hard to find out the deep layer of the person. Now, after something has happened and you start seeing signs of a deeper issue, then me, myself, personally, I'm going to address it. I'm going to address it. We're going to walk outside. We're going to talk. We're going to have some conversation or whatnot. You know, I would love to get to know you as a person. You know, we can do that or whatnot, but this does not mean that we are now bonded with each other. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I mean, to be honest, when somebody walks into a situation like that, that's why I say a lot of people need to be educated in that aspect. If you're walking into a swinger party, every once in a while, there are some good connections made out of those parties. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, those parties are sexually based.
Everybody know what they're there for.
Everybody knows what they're there for. Exactly. And as far as the BDSM, you know, you come into one of my events and you plan on getting a session or something like that. It ends there at the session. I mean, we can be friends. We can be this. We can be that. But we are not connected in that aspect. You know, we exchange energy for a brief moment of time. but we are not connected in a lifelong term. So, I mean, it boils down to the communication. People, please do your homework and understand when you walk into these events, even though it might be the best sex in your whole entire life, that does not mean that that person is made specifically for you.
So, there was a question I was going to ask. Man, it just slipped my mind. Wow. So, man, that question just went out my mind. But so, my brain just slipped. Yeah, man,
I had
I
them
was
over a
on.
lot. I had them a
I was,
lot.
man, you know what? This has been very, very interesting, like to find out about. Like, so the whole thing. So how many connections have you seen? Like, as far have you seen like marriages break up because of the fact that this whole
And
thing
a
is
lot
going
of
on?
marriages break up. A lot of relationships break up from miscommunication, not being honest. Irregardless on how honest people are, some people are still drawn to being dishonest. They still get a high out of that dishonesty. And usually that dishonesty backfires. It comes back to light, whatnot. But I have seen a lot of couples not ready to be in the environment, do a full swap to whereas it's penetration and everything else, and it hurt the other partner to the core. They weren't ready for it. That's why I said, try the soft swaps, see what it feels like when you're watching another man or another woman
Touching
touch
your partner.
your partner or whatnot. Ease up on it. Don't just jump in there all the way full throttle because it will fuck your mind up. Excuse my language. It will mess your mind up. So,
Okay, so I remember the question now. So I remember Shaka was saying that there was like he saw like in one situation where a woman like kind of was just going from person to person and just almost got dead in the eyes. You know what I'm saying? Um, like, so have you seen that happen? And what do you think? How do you like? What do you think as a person that might be putting a bit like that together? How do you even monitor that type of thing?
if you see someone, everybody at these events, a lot of people at these events usually have good intuition. So if you see someone that's in a daze and just out there like that, then we'll all pull them to the side, or they'll bring it to my attention or something like that. But at these parties, you do have people that need an abundance of sex. They came for that. They came for 10, 20 people. I mean, it's no judgment on my part, but at the same time, that's their thing. That's what they came for. So with that being said, unless they're disoriented, who am I to stop it?
Okay. One thing I did not do is to get your IG.
Tars Wells. Y'all can see me. Tars Wells on every platform. Tars Wells.
Let me put that in here. Because you also do yacht parties, right? So
I do a whole bunch of things. Yeah, a whole bunch of small, intimate things.
Let's talk about some of the things that you actually do in your business in doing these parties. So let's talk about some of that.
And I like doing smaller, intimate parties. It's not necessarily about the money. It's about a good energy within a small community. Whether it be a yacht party, whether it be a hotel takeover, whether it be just an intimate getaway, quick getaway, like we'll book a resort or whatever. And that's what I'm pretty much into. It's not necessarily a business. It's more or less my way of life, or the way I like it. I like for my things to be intimate and personable. Bringing back the sexiness of it, the allure. That's not what I do. Like bringing money into the house, I own a small trucking company. So other than that, I do a lot of parties. I'm just known for doing a lot of parties. I partner up with other people. The Red Room of Dallas, we created that. I'm not there anymore, but it's still here. Red Room of Dallas, it's a great erotic space to be rented out. Y'all can check that out. We got groups as far as like Chosen Few, things of that aspect that, we just pool our people together and we pick, mix, and mingle. So yes, communication, Elizabeth, communication is a must. It's necessary, without a shadow of a doubt. It all boils down to that.
Miss G said submission in the bedroom is a whole different thing than what happens at these events.
Then what happens at these events?
Well, wait, I'm adding to that. She
Yeah,
said,
I mean, I was gonna say, I'm like, I see that boy. Let me look. I'm not reading glasses. Hold on.
I just added some extra stuff. To
Yeah, I'm talking about submission in the bedroom, a whole different thing. Yes, ma'am, it is.
It's kind
It
of the same.
is.
I think so.
It is.
So
It
let's
is.
go back.
That okay, say for instance, she made that statement. She felt the power in her femininity, her feminine aspect, that submissive. She felt that power. She loved that energy. He had that strength, or she had that strength to just dominate. And that just really turns a person on. I mean, and that's what she's pointing at. Yeah, she did add on, didn't you, Miss G? Look at her laughing.
I added all type of stuff to the end of that. I'm sorry, my bad.
Listen.
Okay, so she has a 25-year-old sub club. Now she says that she's a succubus. What is a succubus? And then, so do you guys have a lot of succubus and incubuses on there that like just what is that? Like do y'all have that?
What Miss Bowen, what do you consider a succubus? Why don't you tell us what you consider a succubus? And if you use, but they have a lot to ask.
You can come join. Just click the link and you can join up and explain to us about succubus energy. Because I'm like, is that what's going on? Like a succubus up in the BDSM thing? A succubus? I don't want to go to an event that's going to be a succubus up in there. I'm scared. Like I ain't trying to.
That's a personal. She is speaking on a personal aspect of herself. So,
well, a succubus is what like takes your energy, right?
Yeah,
that's why I was trying to talk about like sex magic. I'm like, okay, well, if you got incubus and succubus going on, then that can get into like taking your energy and harnessing it and all type of interesting sex magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was saying. Okay, like, so
look at her post. She said she got pretend nephews. You know what I mean? So it's a kink of hers, and she is more or less dominant in. She enjoys teaching, training, and showing a cub. So it's a thing. She's got a cub that's 25, and
what's a cub?
She's a cougar. Let's say she put on an aspect of a cougar. See, a cub is a young person, so she's got a cub. She's got a young person that she is pretty much putting through the ringer and enjoying the hell out of it. So,
well, hell, can I get a cub to come and fix up my house and do what I need to do? Like a cub, do some. I need like my.
You need a maintenance man.
Car wash. Hey, is that a part of donation? Let's go wash my car. I need you to wash my car. Fix my, you know what I'm saying?
You say at that point you looking for a sugar baby. Hold on.
Okay, that's not the same thing. It ain't the same thing. Go and clean my thing on.
I mean, like you just said, like you said that the men are putting these women in a trance or whatnot. It's the same thing with her. She's putting a man in a trance. You know what I mean? So if you can go out there and get the little young cub and put him in a trance and hold his hand and be that light tower for him, then I'm pretty sure he can fix things and wash cars and everything else.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need to go ahead and take some classes on that because I need some work around my house. Okay, like if I be a dominatrix and just be like, okay.
Hey, they out there. I mean, do a little bit of everything. Whatever you need. You know what I mean? So I mean, but it's got to be in you. You know what I mean? It's got to be in you. So when a partner of mine said, he said, you ever been in the classroom as a student and you knew this one teacher was going to walk in, and when they walked in, if you wasn't sitting up straight in that desk, then it was going to be an issue.
Yes.
That's that dominant energy right there. When you walk in a room and everybody says, okay, that's a dominant right there. So it's got to be in you.
I think it's in me. I think it's in me.
She said I'm doing something wrong. I need leg and back rubs on demand.
Hey, listen, hey, free massage. Hey, I ain't gotta pay a masseuse. Come on now. Go on
That
ahead.
part.
Teach
That
me how-
part.
Where do I sign up? Where is the Zub Club at? The Cub Club.
There's a lot of headaches to go along with them cubs. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
Man, you can't tell me you ain't hooking up with them dang on Cubs. Come on now. You
I
ain't hooking up.
I got youngsters on my team. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got youngsters, and it's some headaches there, you know. But at the same time, it's some dopeness there as well.
So, a man's life force is in his ability to his ejaculation. So how do you stay virile enough to continue with all this like sex going on and the swinging and the this and the whatever and all the different type of women? How do you even stay ability like without just completely draining yourself of all your sexual and the protein in your body and all like the vitamins?
Are we talking about semen or the actual act of being able to get hard?
Both.
Okay. So I have a cheat code because I've lived this life all my life. And as far as being able to perform, I can perform until I'm dead and in the ground. I had a procedure done. That was a surgery. As far
Is
as
that like a vasectomy?
no, I had an implant put in.
What?
Yeah.
Man, you is not playing, honey. You got a robotic ding-a-ling?
I do. At any point, any time of day, as long as I want to. Yeah.
Do you pump it up? Like what is it?
Yeah, you pump it up. You pump it up. It's a pump that no one knows about. You would never know unless I told you.
So you don't naturally get erect. You have to pump it up and to get that to keep it going. Do you feel like sexually gratified at all?
Of course. I actually after the surgery a while back, I was more sensitive than prior to. So
wow.
Yeah, I'm more sensitive. I still come. I can still make babies. I can come 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times and just keep going.
Wait, so you come and you just gotta just still pumped it on up? How do you not get?
No. When it doesn't go down
go
until
down?
it doesn't go down until I let it down.
Even after you have an orgasm?
Even after I have an orgasm.
What? I never even knew this existed, y'all.
Men,
This is
y'all go
the
out there.
next level.
Y'all go out there and check it out because I want to say, let's talk about that for a second. It is hey Crystal, it is an unspoken thing for men. Every corner store you go to, every Walmart, every beer store, gas station, or whatever, you'll see a Get Hard pill. You'll see it advertised on social media, Get Hard pill. These pills and everything else are not good for you. You know what I mean? They raise your blood pressure. I mean, they cause clots, heart attacks, all kind of things. They're not good for you, point blank period. If you're truly having an issue with that, then go talk to a doctor, get something that's going to truly work and it's not going to put your health at risk.
Okay, so we have a new addition to the panel. C Shay 78. How's it going? Introduce yourself.
Hi, how y'all doing? I'm Crystal. Flores just said hey to me. Can y'all hear me okay?
Crystal.
Okay. So you kind of have been hitting on something. I'm sorry, what was your name, ma'am?
Genesis.
Genesis, thank you. You've been hitting on something that I wanted to speak on too. And you mentioned about the magic, the way before the lifestyle, I called it bedroom voodoo, is what I called it. But I am in the swinging lifestyle, and I don't really consider myself to be in the BDSM lifestyle because I'm not submissive in that way, but I do like submission in kink. So there's a little bit of a difference between BDSM and, in my opinion, there's a little bit of a difference between BDSM and kinking, because kinking is more like I'm taking a moment that for this moment I am deciding to be submissive, or for this moment, so I'm deciding to be a bottom. I'm not a sub. That means in a play session, I'm deciding to be a bottom. I'm deciding to be submissive. And I'm deciding to let some male or female top me in that moment. Let them dominate me for just that session. When I think of BDSM, I think more of long-term commitment. So if someone is a sub, they're committed to being in that submissive role. And so I personally make that distinction that I'm not a sub, but I do enjoy bottoming at events, or, I'm always up to do a scene with someone and be the bottom. But what I actually wanted to talk about, though, was in the swinging lifestyle, the goal is to have a good energy exchange. And
that's why I want to talk about the magic of it all, right?
Yeah.
Energy exchange, sacred energy exchange. That's what sex is.
Mm-hmm.
Sacred energy exchange. And so if you have people like this, a succubus, right? So say if you know what I'm saying? If you understand that there's different types of sexual energy,
yeah,
you understand that even you can manifest things with sex. You can do all type of different things with sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make sure that you're not getting succubus or incubus, or where your energy is being drained out of you in that sexual moment?
So I'm not going to speak to what the other lady meant by it, but I have also considered myself a succubus. And when I first started doing it, it was not inside of the swing. It was not inside of the lifestyle, the swinger lifestyle. I didn't even know that much about it. But when I first noticed it was, for example, it's erotic energy. So have you ever been really, really interested in someone, and you just gradually get closer and closer, and as you're talking, you end up being, just not within kissing realm of that person, and you can feel the ebb and flow of their energy? Have you experienced that?
Yes, I've actually done sex magic before. That's why I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, so the one of the first times I ever experienced it, I thought it was just in my head, and I was like, I'm tripping, but it just feels like we're waving with each other, and again, this was all before the lifestyle. I started to experience it more, though, when I was in the lifestyle, and I started to realize that when I would touch people, certain people, when I wanted to, I could feed them my energy. And I knew it was real by the way that they reacted to those touches. But then also in kisses and things like that, I would pull their energy from them. I find, and Taurus kind of spoke on it a little bit, there are a lot of very intuitive people in the lifestyle. You walk into a room, and if the energy is not right, or if someone's energy is not right, you just innately know, or I innately know, to stay away from that person. It's like, yes, we share energy with people, but we also pick up on the energy that's already there before those interactions even start. And when the energy is not inviting, when the energy is, you can just tell when someone is in that space for the wrong reasons. It's just, I don't know if it's because there's a room full of people that are, what I'm trying to say is we really kind of know.
When I say ghetto, I'm just joking.
No, not that. But I mean, it's not really about. In truth, it's not supposed to be. You're in a room, and half the people every woman got on lingerie, and every man. Well, I mean, they're not always dressed down, but if every woman has on lingerie, some of those financial social cues shouldn't really come into play. It should be about the energies that you're picking up from people, and that should make your decisions as to whether or not you want to go towards this person and interact with them, or if you don't. I mean, like I said, I think the magic part really does happen. And it's you as an individual, you have to kind of learn who to share that with, because it might happen. It might happen without you even trying to make it happen.
Have you ever like experienced a sexual situation where you actually manifested something through sex?
Mhm.
Like you're having sex with that person, you might, and when that person comes, do you understand that when you come, that there's a magic you can actually, because you're opening up a portal,
Mhm.
and that you can actually take that portal. That's the reason why. Okay, let's go into this. Alexander Crawley, right? Right. They used to have sessions, and they would used to use a lot of like interesting, like they used to like utilize like semen, blood, and like different like feces and stuff like that, right? In their sex, because they knew that it opened up a certain portal, but that was a more demonic portal, like because of those
Sure.
type of like solution,
Sure.
Mhm.
but there's also a portal you can open up with just the semen and the blood if you don't like mix the poop in, right? And if you actually like do that, you can actually open up a portal and you actually speak something into existence and then it happened.
Well, let me say that before we go deep into that, at these parties, there is a blockage.
I don't know what just happened when
Wait,
you just blinked
say it
out.
again. You blanked out. I had to bring it back on.
In these parties, it's a blockage of mixing semen. It's called prophylactics. So, majority of the time, I won't say that in some of these parties it's not being mixed, but majority of the time, semen and everything is not being mixed. But I
Yeah, that's true.
understand you can open up something emotional or spiritual with the person by just connecting in the right form of fashion, sensually with them. Yes, you can.
Yeah,
But
fluid mixing is fluid. What is it? Fluid bonding. Fluid in parties.
bonding,
Fluid
yeah.
bonding is really frowned on. So there's certain things that you had asked earlier about how do you, and I'm talking about from the swingers perspective, how do you keep things in perspective, Genesis, and how you keep people from making these attachments. Well, there's certain things in a swingers party. One of the things for me, this is me speaking personally, at a swingers party, those interactions typically aren't going to be, 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. You don't have that much time to play with someone at a party to where you're going to
bond
that deep. And then you're using protection, and there's those things that kind of keep it in perspective. Now, if you take that, it's more, I consider it an interview, to be honest. I consider a play party to be more of an interview. And so from that interview, that might pique my interest on someone. And if they're available for, a one-on-one type of situation, that might come home. And things do evolve. I mean, relationships do evolve through what might have started out as swinging. But if you keep it to where, I came to this event, I wanted to enjoy this energy. It seems like most of the interactions I've had with men in these environments, they have mastered how to give an amazing experience in this, allotted time frame that's there,
without it being like raw.
Without it being raw. Yeah. They're professional. it's great. And then you have, and we haven't talked about this yet, but this is from the woman's perspective. In the swinging lifestyle, I met more gentlemen in the swinging lifestyle than I ever met when I was vanilla. And I mean men that were just still treating you like a woman, not making you feel like a slut. If you're wanting to be a slut puppy, you can get that too. But if you want to have this erotic moment and you want to have sex with 5 men, and you go at this party and you knock down 5 men, have an amazing time.
No judgment.
You can still walk out of that space and men still treat you like a woman. You still treat you like a lady. I've never experienced that prior to getting into the lifestyle. And part of that is, as a man, you can't, if you made a crass judgment about a woman, that might be her husband sitting right next to you. That
Wow.
might be, you can't make those. You have to leave the barbershop out of it. And
Mhm.
so it's a definitely a change of thought process in that, because folks gonna be in there fighting if you come out and make crass comments and that's somebody's wife. And if the husband is okay with her being this liberated, how dare you, come in
Judge
and say
her.
something different? Yeah. So it's a different level as a woman. It's a different level of liberation being in the swinger lifestyle. And then
So,
that I found, that's just my personal opinion. That's been my experience.
well, we have learned a lot today, and I don't want to give all the goose I don't want to give it all up, right? Because I hope that you're going to be there, Crystal, at the event on the 20th of September.
Now I want to. I just found out about it today. So
Yes. So
I'm looking.
Taurus is
What
going to
else?
be the representative in the swinger and BDSM lifestyle. It's a town hall.
Yeah.
This town hall came when Charleston White and Princella kind of got into it on the panel, and he was like, you know what, we need to have a real discussion because, by the time that whole thing got through, they were, they were kicking over wine glasses and
Oh.
everything,
Oh yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
the male and female predicament.
Mhm.
And that's the thing is that like I just want to be able to show different alternatives. Okay, you can be monogamous, you can be
Mhm.
polygamous, you can be poly, you can get into we're not stuck in one, like there's
Yep.
different plethoras, right?
Yep.
And so I want to like show like we don't have to be sitting up here miserable in life, right?
Mhm.
So I really want to invite everybody here to the event. I'm gonna put the Eventbrite. Hold on one second. I'm gonna put the Eventbrite. Please come to the event. Hold
It's
on.
gonna be some food. It's gonna be some balcony seatings with a town hall big event on the 20th. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be where the audience is able to interact with the panel as well. So
Yeah. The real thing about this is this is not just a spectator where you're just listening to people talk. We want you to interact. We want to hear from you. Um, I'm glad to hear from you, Crystal. Glad and mainly to hear from Taurus, who's going to be on our panel to clarify a lot of like misconceptions. I mean, I could have brought up like some of our old interviews that we've had with people, like Anton Daniels feels like the swingers lifestyle is the whole thing focusing on sex is demonic, right?
Thing for women as well, to be honest with you.
Powerful. Testing. I would say, anybody? I'm tired of hearing brothers blame the women for our condition today. If we say we the kings, how are you blaming your sister for what's going on in the world today, y'all? I have been called a simp many times because I'm always defending the sisters. And I say, she is who she is because we are who we are. Y'all get that? She is who she is today because we are who we are. If we was taking our rightful position and our place in society, believe me, our women will follow us. She's looking for a God. She's not looking for a God outside of herself. When she see the God that's inside of you, trust me, she gonna follow you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all brothers agree? Oh man, the brothers don't even agree on this one. Y'all brothers, I gotta wake up, man. Come on now. I'm gonna bring to the stage, right?
Couldn't get into it.
Honesty and sincerity. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And to the couples out there, I hope this is beneficial. To those who are seeking love, I hope this is beneficial as well.
All right, we're gonna ask the panel some questions. And hopefully if y'all got some questions out there, we could bring it to y'all as well. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna be dealing with the black male-female relationships. And the first question I have for the panel, what do you believe are the essential components of a healthy and fulfilling relationship?
Comfort.
Huh?
Comfort.
Talk about it. Talk to the people.
The idea of it is comfort. And that's for both sides. That's for women and that is for men. You know, once you get into a relationship, once you decide to get with someone, don't hand your love or your compassion out to that person like Scooby snacks. You know what I mean? When you jumping into something, you make that decision to jump into it and get into it, point blank period. And then you got to understand your relationship over time, there's different levels of comfort. Don't rush those levels. Don't ever rush those levels of comfort. If you want a submissive wife, if you want a submissive girlfriend, or so forth and so on, you have to conquer one level of confidence or comfort for that woman to get to this level that you need from her. And the same thing for women as well, to be honest with you.
Testing. I would say communication.
Excuse me. Can y'all hear this good?
Y'all hear me?
Okay.
Cool. So I would say communication. How you guys communicate is very important. I always say love is working together. We all know that as a feeling in our chest, right? I joke with my brother often because he says he loves salmon. And I say, if you love salmon, you wouldn't be eating salmon, right? So what happens is he loves the taste of salmon, right? And that's how a lot of us love one another. That's how a lot of us love, period, is we love with the emotions in our chest. And we're not really focused on the actual individual and how they want to be spoken to, how they want to be loved on, learning their love language. And especially when they're upset, being receptive to them and being able to have a conversation with them in those times. So a lot of our relationships, they fall apart because we don't know how to treat each other. We only know how to seduce each other. So communication is key.
I think that the first step is figuring out if you like the person that you're dealing with. Sometimes we end up with people for the convenience or for the opportunity at the moment or to get you out of whatever situation that you're running from. And at the end of the day, sometimes you don't even like the motherfucker that you're sleeping next to every night. Let's just keep it real. You have to make sure that you're into your significant other, because if you don't care about your significant other, why would you want to get to know the things that they like, the things that they don't like, the things that they trigger, that triggers them? If you don't care about them like that, you're not going to give a damn about what triggers them and what doesn't trigger them. You're just trying to get whatever it is that you're looking for out of that situation. Some men get with women because they got nice cribs, nice cars, they got a little money in their pocket. Some females get with dudes because they got businesses or they might, be in the streets. They got a little money, they pay your rent. But there's no deep connection there. These are mostly situationships these days. They're not real relationships. So I feel like the first step is identifying if you're in a relationship or a situationship. And then the second step is if you even like the person enough to care about what they want, right? For some of us, we don't care. We just riding on the boat because it's going to the next stop. You know what I mean? But is it the stop for us? We'll never know. What you got to say, baby?
Miss Shada.
Yes, that I appreciate all of the input. The thing about relationships is we hear from different people what works for each one of us. So I just want to let you know before I say anything, if it doesn't work for you, if what I say doesn't resonate with you, don't hold it against me and just, pick out the meat. Don't even spit out the bones or throw them away. Put them on the side. You might want to make bone broth later. So there's my disclaimer. So for me, oops, that is my phone is ringing right now. Anyway. Honestly, for me, it's respect, and reciprocity.
You want to ignore it or put it on silent or something?
I will in a moment. Thank you, sweetheart. Yes. So respect and reciprocity in a nutshell. If I give to you, I expect in all relationships, you expect something in return. So respect first and then reciprocity. So if you give me negativity, eventually you're going to get the negativity back. So it's like a cycle always. So really quickly, respect and reciprocity, and I'll elaborate on that more as we go, because I think you have like 100 questions. Okay.
Brother Kevin, talk to me, man, because we all have our fights within our home. The husband, the wife, we have our arguments. How do you handle conflict and disagreements in your relationship?
So the ultimate goal is that both of you guys are having a conversation to find the means to an end, not to be deflective of how the other person feels. So often what relationships struggle in is when one person goes to the other with the problem, the person that has been presented with the problem, they often don't deal with it well. Okay, so they deflect and they don't acknowledge what their partner is saying.
So it doesn't hurt you to receive what your partner is saying. It's how they feel. It's their reality. And so talk with them through that, so you can keep from having a big argument. Also learn each other. Nepal said something excellent. She said respect. A lot of times we don't understand or try to communicate with our partner without triggering them. So we'll yell at our wives, and our wives will say slick things back to us. And this is what happens when arguments are triggered. Someone is not responding correctly to the other. So I always say, when you say something to that person's response should be to complete the conversation, not to deflect or flip it on you or anything like that.
Real quick, y'all. Let's give it up for our sister Genesis right here. She went through so much to put this event together, and people just take advantage of goodness, man. And I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? I do not like that. I just been put in this position right now today, y'all. I wasn't supposed to be up here doing this, but I had to fill in for someone. And so I can't leave our sister hanging. You know what I'm saying?
Hi.
Come on over here.
Give it up for Sydney Star, everybody. Woo! Hey, y'all.
Yes.
Sydney Star,
Divas in the
transgender
building.
divas in the building. I'm a little late, but I'm here. Sorry, y'all.
Right.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. Shout out to my cousin, Brittany. Love you.
All right.
What have I missed? I know I missed a little bit.
Yeah,
but
well, I'm gonna go back.
Get me in it. So
I'm
I
gonna
can
go right back to the second question for you. How do you handle conflict and disagreement in your relationships?
That's a good question. How do I handle conflict and disagreement?
Yes.
I'll just be like, whose bank account is fatter, nigga?
Uh-oh.
What the
So I got more money than you, so
Damn.
Who was that?
All right, hold on.
This is a
everybody
fan in
chill.
the audience. A fan in the audience that
Hold
wants
on,
to be
hold
me.
on, everybody calm down.
Let
Hold
the fan
on.
stay here. Let the fan. It's a fan. It's a fan that wants to be me. You want to be me, sweetie. You'll never
Oh
get to
my
status.
God.
You want
We
to be
trying
on
to
the
talk about
television
love.
shows I'm
Who is
on.
this?
You want to be on the
Security?
television shows I am. Sit down, get some hormones, get breast implants, because you need to.
We just got started.
Ooh, I'm scared. The curse.
Well, we see how she handled that.
If you want to finish it, you can finish it. Then we're gonna go down.
I believe whoever has the bigger bank account can do and make the rules, in my opinion. I mean, I know we're living in a whole new day and age, but sometimes a woman has more money than a man now. And in my perspective, I'm the trans woman, and I usually have way more money than the niggas I deal with. So they gonna listen to me. And I'm gonna be like, look, nigga, you want this $200 I told you I was gonna give you later? What you want to do?
$200. What are you gonna do with $200?
Niggas from Chicago, that
Buy
200
them
is
some weed and
2,000
flip
for
it.
them.
Some cheap niggas up there. Look at
They're gonna
Chicago.
buy some weed and flip
All
it.
right, all right. Come on, let's get order, brothers and sisters, up here on the stage. We got young ones out there in the audience.
I'm really
Let's try to
get
get some order. Brother Kevin, you want to answer that question?
Dealing with conflict.
Oh no, you did that, right? Because everybody throwing me off, man. Let me get
Okay,
back to the
far
question.
as me dealing with conflicts, I will say that I haven't been the best at dealing with conflict. I have pulled up, I've busted windows, I've busted uncle windows who happen to be pastors. I've pulled up to mama cribs and sat on the horn for 15 seconds and pulled off. I've pulled up to side bitches' cribs and kicked they door in and beat their ass. So
beat up Jocelyn from Jocelyn's Cabaret.
Drop Jocelyn with her coke doing wrong show. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. But you know what the fuck happened. But so I haven't been the best at handling conflicts, I'll be honest, but I'm learning and I'm praying. And I'm just hoping that I don't have to bust that many windows out to meet my husband. I would say handle it how you need to handle it. If you got to smack the hoe,
Brittany,
you
where you
smack the
going?
hoe. You know, if you need to shake the bitch, you shake
Where
the
you going?
bitch. No, seriously though, you handle it how you need to handle it because sometimes it's people that you meet that needs to understand. You're not going to keep meeting people and playing games with them. You're not going to keep lying. You're not going to keep trying to be slick. You're not going to keep finessing. So if I got to grab this 2x4 and go across your shit, next relationship you get in, you're going to know. Period. Like, you right, baby.
Well,
I feel you.
and that's not always the best way to
question
handle
again?
it, but I know you're trying. You did say that. You are trying.
Says who?
You just said you're trying, and I appreciate you for saying
Hey,
that.
now, tell me how I should do it, mama.
No, actually, no one's perfect. So I'm not looking down on you for saying that. You know, everybody has had relationship issues. People get hurt, and you're investing your entire life into your relationship.
Thank you.
So, you know, sometimes they say love gets you seeing red and everything. So the idea is really to just try to protect yourself. When you see somebody's mistreating you and you know they're hurting you and you've invested all your love into this person and this person just keeps on playing with you and doing things to just gaslight you, you have to look at yourself and say, what about my soul child? And that's yourself. You say, you know what? Am I going to bust this window out? Yeah, it might. This guy will be set back maybe, 500-600. But what about my soul child? Because my soul child doesn't need this. And I'm not chastising her because, like I said, nobody is perfect.
What is a soul child?
Soul child is
that like music soul child?
Kind of. It's like yourself. When you are a parent, you do everything for your child. You would kill for your child, die for your child. You do everything to protect your child. So you have to start looking at yourself like you look at your children. And when you do that, you start to see you make better choices for yourself. You make a lot. When you actually look at yourself as you look at your child, then you make better choices for yourself.
And if you don't have kids like me,
well, then that's what I'm saying. You love your soul child. You love yourself first.
Usually when ladies end up having a child, they end up changing everything in a good way about themselves too. So I know, look at Krishan Rock. It seems like she's been changed since she's had this baby. No? She went back to him?
Well, yeah, and I don't want to focus too much on having children because there are women, young women who are single and don't have children. My point is, you want to first think about what's best for yourself. So yeah, he hurt you, so you want to hurt him. Remember that I said you give back negativity. It's when I say it's about reciprocity, it doesn't always mean that reciprocity is going to work out for you. You want to feed back what you get. And when you see that you're feeding back negativity that's going to damage you, then you want to step away and say, I'm going to protect my soul child and find somebody who appreciates me. Somebody who, and that's better. Trust me, everyone in this room knows that is easier said than done. If anybody's telling you about relationships and you think, oh, they're so perfect, then, you're fooled. We're all trying to have our best relationship. That's all I can do for you. If it doesn't resonate with you, like I said, pick out the meat, spit out the bones. What do you think about that?
Can we talk about making ladies it's the word where we agree to how sugar daddy's been a thing. Let's make it where it's okay to be a sugar mama. Do you agree with that? No.
Y'all went from sugar mamas to busting people upside the head. That he got to
No,
go.
I'm just saying the new day and age. I think
Okay.
I think it's cool for a lady to serve her man, to do for him, to make it not all on him as far as he has to take care of everything in the household, which is the old days way. You feel me? Y'all don't agree with that?
So I'll say it's beautiful when a woman can, buy things for her man, treat him. But the aspect of a sugar mama would cripple the man. Men are built for utility. So we're supposed to provide for our children. Anybody who comes from my wives, we're supposed to provide for them. So
you don't agree with that?
If you have, not from the aspect of a sugar mama, like he just leeches off of her or goes to her for everything that he needs. A man should be able to pay his own life. And all that shows discipline, responsibility, and,
Okay.
It's a difference between sugar mama and treating your man good. It's a difference between that.
Okay, but why is it okay for a woman to have a sugar daddy then? Like what? Because we normalize
No,
that.
you're
all
right.
the
You're
time.
right. It's also a perverted style of relationship.
We might need this sister to get
we
up here on
need
the
his
stage,
microphone.
man.
we need them to get some mics.
Can
guys,
somebody
from the
come get this
audience.
wireless microphone and take it to the audience? Can somebody get this
Johnny, come get this mic.
Before they get the mic, have y'all realized that there has been sugar daddies that married their sugar babies?
It's a wireless mic right here. Wireless.
Okay, you have to understand. I'm 43. I've been your age. But I've been younger. That sugar.
One at a time. Let us speak. Let us speak, y'all.
The sugar daddy, sugar mama thing is not working because if it was working, then it wouldn't be so many women that are left being moms by themselves, not financially stable. This little money. If you show me one person right now in this room, I'm not talking about famous, who have a sugar daddy who has an IUL, who has IUL, who tells me what their investment score is, what they made today, and they have a longevity of life. Tell me they'll be able to take care of them. Show me a sugar mama right now in this room who'll be able to take care of themselves.
Me,
Wait a minute. Longevity. I'm not talking about when he'll give you $10,000. I'm talking about future. An IUL.
I'm talking about right now. What I can do for myself. Y'all problem is y'all waiting for a nigga to take care of you.
I make $75,000 a year. I ain't waiting for a motherfucker.
But I make more. But it's okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
don't put me with y'all.
I'm not.
Y'all speak the microphone. Speak the microphone.
I'm just disagreeing with what you're saying. You saying who works or what works for a sugar baby, or it don't work. It don't work if you're trying to get married, if you're trying to be in love, you're trying to be kept. But for women who's not, it works. So it don't work for you, babe. But you can't.
Okay.
It worked for me though.
But guess what? I learned how to get.
It worked for me though.
I learned how to get my.
Listen,
Listen, baby. I learned how to get bread. I had a husband, right? We had a
Where the
salon,
sugar daddies
and
at?
I'm still on my shit, right? So
Shit.
it's working for you right now. but let me tell
5K
you
a week in
something.
this bitch.
My mama, them titties.
Who it don't
gonna
work for
sag.
you?
You hear me? It's gonna be a younger girl that's gonna come by.
And when them titties sag, that's when I'm gonna get a nigga.
Hold on. Hold
You
on.
know what?
Guess what?
Right
They
now,
call you run
Speaking to
through.
the microphone. Speaking to the microphone.
They
you
gonna
don't
call you
have to be ran through. I feel like that's a
just listen.
misconception.
If you just instead of trying to respond and just listen to someone who's
I'ma
just
hear
trying
you,
to just
babe.
tell you something
Okay, go
that
ahead.
is cute now, but when you
Okay.
get older, it's not going to be cute.
I feel that.
Okay, I
It's
feel
not
that.
going to be cute. So when I say somebody who is financially, spiritually, and all together from a sugar dad, you say you're not looking for that, but you're going to get older. You're going to miss that. True. So while you're occupying this space and this time, you have to think about later because it's the times.
When you get older, what part doesn't work?
What do you mean?
When you get older, what part doesn't work?
I got married at 31.
What are you missing
So-
right
I
now?
got married, so everything that a sugar daddy did could have done, my husband did.
Can I add something, please?
What are you
I had
missing?
a home.
Go ahead, Kevin. Kevin's gonna ask something.
So I mean, I may not have been.
That's not necessarily a sugar daddy, though. See, you got it two
Can
different.
I add something?
You asked me what did I do?
But the husband ain't doing what a sugar daddy would do.
I got married at 30.
Boyfriends pay bills. That's the same thing
All right,
your
so
husband
look,
did. Pay
guys.
some bills. Sugar daddies go a little bit beyond.
Guess what? When we got divorced,
Sorry.
Guess what?
Hey, guys. Let me say this
All
real
right,
quick.
let's get on back on this panel, y'all. Come on,
I
let's get back
feel
on
you.
this
I
panel.
feel you what you're saying, sis. I feel like you got a lot of emotions because of what you've been through. But for what? See, look, I gave you a turn, but you got to let me talk too. Like we two women. I heard you out. Hear me out. You know, I feel like you have a lot of feelings just because you were a little louder, you were a little more aggressive, and I was listening to you. Just like when I started to talk, you talking over me. So I heard where you were coming from. But what I'm saying is, it works for me because I am agreeing with you.
Genesis.
A lot of things that you said are true.
There's some wireless
So
mic
my
right
question
there.
to you, what we were both trying to ask
It's on
you is,
underneath.
I never said that, baby. But I
It's
said you
okay.
had a lot of feelings. I said I was listening to you and I agree, but I feel like maybe I should have talked to you because you upset with me or something. I'm just trying to talk to you back. I'm trying to give you a little response to what you were saying. So I'm saying like what the question was we was having is like what you're missing because you said your
Speaking to the mic, love.
I'm sorry. Thank you. You said that your husband was doing a lot of the things that the sugar daddies was doing. You said as you get older, you know, your titties will sag and you know it's not as fulfilling. So I'm asking you, what I was trying to ask you is what are you missing now? Like what are you saying as to now? Because right now it's working for me. I know my titties will, I'm 30. I'm not 21 like you think. I'm 30 years old. So I got 10 years to be where you 13 to be where you at, which is not long. Time works like that. Okay. So what you're saying is as you get older and stuff like that, it doesn't work. I'm asking you, what are you missing now? You said you were married or are you still married? So that don't work for you. So the question was, okay, so let me go back to y'all. Let me answer that. So what y'all asked was what's working for or why it's working for us. I'm gonna tell you because I make so much motherfucking money and I still ain't gotta pay my bills. That works for me. I don't have to lay up with a nigga. I'm a makeup artist. I don't have to lay up with a nigga every night. I don't have to answer no questions. If I decide
All right,
to
let's
be
bring
with
it
a
back to
nigga,
the panel, family. Let's bring it back.
I will.
Get that mic. Get that mic. Get that mic. Let's bring that mic back.
Hot mic.
Y'all talk some real shit.
So I was going to say we perish
Can
for
I
lack
just
of
say
knowledge,
something?
right?
Hold up. Let them.
Oh,
Hold
sure,
up,
sure,
Kevin.
sure,
Kevin,
sure.
hold up for 1 minute. Go ahead,
First
brother.
thing you said when we came in was it's the man's fault that women are like this. I don't understand how no man made her break windows, how no man makes this woman a sugar lady. I don't understand how we are at fault. This is a woman's fault. This is what
It's
we don't
our
blame
fault.
that. What has happened is they try to demasculate men, and because of that, they don't allow us to be men. There is no thing. I make 3 times more than my wife. I would never be like, oh, I make more than you. I'm the boss. She the boss of the house. I don't understand how these women are like this. This is what happened to me when I was about 20. I was in college. There's one girl I liked. She was all that. I was in fraternity, played football, all kinds of girls, but I wanted to pursue her. And she said to me, she said, you're a player. I said, no, I'll change for you, babe. She said, you'll never get me how you are. I'll never see you. You can't. So in order to get someone, you have to change first. A lot of y'all are talking, when I get married, you'll never find a man. What man is going to say, I want a woman who busts my windows? That just doesn't happen. So when you act like that, no, that's not a man. That's not a man. See, the problem is y'all deal with a lot of boys. And the reason y'all deal with boys is because they mama raised them and they didn't have a father in the house. Because if you have a real man, he won't have that. He's not going to deal with that type of woman.
I was gonna say they're not gonna stay around long enough.
He don't deal with that. And so these single moms are raising boys that they wouldn't even date.
Why did their mothers raise them? That is an individual basis for each person. Sometimes the mother pushes the man out. Sometimes the man abandons the home. But the fact is, one person raising a child typically doesn't give a child what they need. They often lack in their development, right? So I heard what you said, brother, and you're absolutely correct. We are responsible for the decisions that we make, right? So If I get upset and I react in a certain way, I can't really blame the other person, but we have to understand how dangerous, and I said that right, dangerous relationships are for us if we're not prepared for what relationships entail. Most people are not going to be honest in their commitments. And when they lie to you, when they cheat on you, it's going to break your heart. And if you're not prepared for that, you're going to respond in the worst way. And now you're going to be looked at like your character is low, but really you're hurting. And the things that we do whenever we're hurting is we destroy each other. And so a lot of our children, like my son now, he has a girlfriend. I fear for him because he potentially will get his heart broken. He may break hers. And if we don't prepare our children for breakups and heartaches and people not being honest, they're going to lose their own life or their own freedom. Because when we get our hearts broken, especially these young kids, we're doing this in our adult age, y'all. Somebody don't do us right, they lie to us, we think we have the right to hit them. Somebody cheat on us, we think we have a right to end their lives. Imagine telling somebody's mother you ended their daughter's life because she cheated on you. That's crazy. Walk away if the person's not treating you right.
That's the man living in that,
It
that
makes more
emotional.
sense to walk away. But if we are emotionally invested in these relationships and people are just walking all over us, typically it brings the worst out of us. So this is why we should just walk away from people who don't know how to act. This is why you should vet people before you get in a relationship with them, right?
Thank you, Kevin.
And
It's
for
not that
me-
easy to just walk away though,
But
because
for
I've been in it. Look,
So here's what I say: cry in the car. Okay,
That don't
I don't
always
care if you
work.
love them. I don't care if you love them and you still want to be with them. Sometimes you have to make the best decision for your life and your freedom, your future. So even if you care about them, sometimes you have to just leave them alone because your love for them is not going to make them act right. Your trust for them is no indication that they'll be trustworthy. It's just not. So when you watch somebody's patterns and you realize the way they're behaving is counterproductive to a harmonic relationship, if you have to cry in the car, cry in the car. Because if you stay with that person because of your emotions, they're not going to change. And that's when you spiral out and do the worst to them. You done told them 1,000 times, stop cheating on you. Now what you going to do? You catch them again. Now you're burning up. Now you're hurting something, hurting yourself. So just avoid them, leave them alone.
And there's really no justification for busting windows, but I busted windows because I felt in that moment I was fed up. I had already been through a heartbreak off and on, 10 years off and on. You never know what a person been through, what they going through, what they feeling. And in that moment, it's like, I'm either going to do that or I'm going to do something worse.
Because
You know,
you
like,
attract what you are. I'm letting you know. That's,
I
that's
attract what I am.
You attract what you are. I came from a parents who were very argumentative. And then when I got with a female, I dated females who were argumentative. Even though I didn't want that, I had to step back and say, hold up, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm attracting what I am. There's a reason why most women who are in domestic violence, they say, I don't want this, they leave, and they get with somebody else who's the same way.
How long you and your wife been together?
10 years.
question.
I was gonna say because she's very beautiful,
Thank you.
and she look like she don't take no shit.
Yes, she do.
Just by looking at her, she looking like, look, I'm a bad ish. I can, you know.
But he looks
And
like
I'm
he
gonna
doesn't
say
give a
this
man.
because
He looks
I'm
like he treats her
sorry.
right.
I'm a
I mean,
passport
by the
bro.
looks of things, but
My
we
wife
don't.
from Dominican Republic. The reason I went over there is because she's
Yo soy
submissive.
yo
she
soy dominicana.
cooks. She's submissive. She cooks. She does all that. That's just how it is. And what happens is, I think.
Sorry to cut you off, but I've been lately into the Dominican men myself. I love the Dominican man. So we might be family soon, baby. Look,
But I think women
I
nowadays
love you.
think that by being submissive, that's weak. That is the most powerful thing you can be.
But as soon as we be submissive and we let them drive the car, they crash it. And we end up having to clean up the wreck.
You do not get.
So what?
Don't,
It's
don't-
like,
do not get with a man that you cannot submit to.
Thank you.
Okay, he
Like,
must
that's-
embody all the principles of who you want your son to be. So don't submit to a man who's unworthy of that. So if you submit to the right man, a capable man, you'll have a healthy relationship. I promise you. He will not take advantage of your femininity.
yes, a lot of
I'm
men
sorry?
want to be submitted to, but they're not worth submitting to, and they don't take the steps.
All right, hold on. Let me get to another question for y'all. Let me come with another question.
That's just facts. Thank you.
Those men you don't submit to.
Thank you.
Those men.
That's when a Buick want a Benz.
All right.
That's when a Buick want a Benz. It doesn't make sense.
All right. Next question, y'all. Next question. What advice do you have for individuals struggling with communication in their relationships?
I'm struggling with communication, so I can't tell you.
All right. Go ahead, Brother Kevin.
Listen to your partner, hear their true concerns, and try to respond to their true concerns. Don't change what they just said to you. Don't flip it around. Listen to their concerns. If they came to you with the problem, don't raise your issues. Handle their problems. Okay, that's how you show someone that you care about them and you love them. Once you handle the issues, if you have an issue, now raise it. But don't disregard each other. That's the number one thing that lowers the value of a relationship. Yes,
Make
ma'am.
them feel as if you understand and you relate to them as well. Yeah, that's
we're so conditioned and we've been over the course of time so manipulated mentally that our first thing is to defend. If someone comes to us, even in a relationship, when our partner comes to us with a concern, or we're immediately jumping to defend ourselves in
Absolutely.
our position. So the thing is, we're so ready, instead of responding, we're ready to react.
Absolutely.
So we're listening for something that's going, we're actively and unconsciously listening for that trigger so that we can immediately jump on the defensive, as opposed to listening to one another and actually receiving and accepting their energy, whatever emotion,
Absolutely.
whatever they're trying to convey to us that they're feeling, and we immediately go on the attack.
That's it.
So it's all about we're not having conversations to hear or listen. We're having conversations or waiting for our opportunity to defend ourselves or to defend our position or to immediately react and discount their emotion and what they're feeling. So that's a big problem in our community.
So we're listening to respond.
All right.
And not
Hey,
listen.
can you give that mic to my cousin? She can please.
Yes, I want to say something first. Someone spoke about the fact that you attract who you are. And I think a lot of times when we do draw certain vibrations to us, it's stuff that we have to work on. So if someone is saying something that we don't like, it's the shadow work that we have to do. We really have to take time to learn who we are. What triggers me? That's what I was talking about earlier, the mirror. The mirror is everything. Being able to be honest with yourself and say, you know, I'm very temperamental. You know, I'm very quick to judge somebody. I'm very quick to speak before I even listen. We have to create a sacred space for both energies because it's male and female. It's yin and yang. It's always an opposite of everything. Your perspective or your reality may be different from my perspective and my reality. But if you love a person, and you don't have to be in love with that person to share love with that person. If you really want to share love with humanity, then you be the best you that you can be. The best version of you that you can be, because that's what attracts. When we attract things, it comes from the non-physical. The energy that you call God, the energy that you don't see, but you have to connect with that. You have to raise your vibration. It's not about being back and forth. It's about, okay, what is it that you're saying? And really holding space for that person. That's what I want to say. We have
That's
to hold
amazing.
space and respect
That was a
ourselves.
great response. That was amazing.
Thank you. Yes.
I think the biggest piece to all of this is accountability. A lot of us are sharing a lot of our experiences based on emotion, and emotion doesn't always solve the problem. We have to think with logic. In the spirit of what you're speaking of, in terms of us being defensive in conversation, that's work on our part. We cannot control other people. So if we're not ready to hear criticism or accept things that are going to help make us better, essentially, we should not be in a relationship because we have more work to do. Yeah. But to Mr. Passport Bro, I think you placed a lot of accountability on other people and not enough accountability on self. I'm not saying that, because I don't know you from a can of paint and I don't know what you've done in your past, who you are today. All I'm saying is things started from somewhere. And so we can't pick up where they started, but we can fix where it is now by working on self and communicating properly, effectively, and not blaming people. I'm a single mother. And so, yes, it could be work that I need to do, but I felt triggered by the things that you said as a single mother because I'm doing everything that I can to raise my children properly, of sound mind. And I don't raise them with just emotion. I raise them with logic because we are logical people and we cannot make decisions off emotion. So I think that, again, accountability is really huge when it comes to having those difficult conversations, having that communication with people, learning to dig within self why we're triggered, as Ms. said, and work on that, because I'm not responsible for how you react to something I say. That's work that you have to do. I am responsible for how I say it, but your reaction needs to be on you. If you want to get up in arms, argue with me, yell at me, you need to tone it down, take a step back. I'm going to remove myself because I know I don't respond well to being yelled at. So in order for me to be effective in our communication, I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to reevaluate the conversation and approach it in a different way. So self-awareness, accountability, effective communication.
All right, give it up for y'all. Give it up. Come on, because we're coming back around to the positive information, y'all. That's what it's about.
I'm very, look, Brittany, you did that. Even though I'm older than you, my little cousin is a little bit smarter than me probably because I'm a dumb blonde. But you did that because usually I feel like to make things work, all you got to do is give a person a present in the relationship and we'll be all good. You give them, money is the key to happiness and the root of evil, but it does make people happy. Brittany, I hope my cousin didn't make you mad to leave. Oh, okay. No, okay.
They've been here for a while, girl. They've been waiting on you for hours, Sydney.
Okay, I thought they were upset.
No, they was waiting for hours.
Oh no, okay, but no, you weren't. No, you did. You
no,
did.
what you said was real. It was needed. Yeah.
It's Kim Card. Kim Card. No, the girl.
Let me ask a question while you're searching. Do you mind if I ask a question? Who's talking? Oh, who's trying to speak? Oh, you wanted to ask a question in the audience?
I want to just respond to something that was said real quick.
Yes, sir.
Like
Anyway, man, say man, my name is Brother Shaw Devontae, you know what I'm saying? I just want to point out like the reason why we begin together, I think a lot of times we begin in relationships to bandage ourselves, and so we don't got to deal with ourselves, you dig? And then when we get in these relationships, I can only speak from my perspective, you dig? But a lot of times I see women, they don't necessarily get with a man for leadership, a man that could lead them. A lot of times these women in my generation, they get with Bobo that show all his wealth in his pocket on Instagram, you dig? Everything he owned in his pocket. And then they get with guys like that, and they kind of compare everybody else to those kind of dudes. But like, we have to have some sort of accountability and say, hey, well, what can this person lead me to? Like, what leadership qualities does this person exhibit? You dig? And then so another thing is, man, we should be looking for somebody that we can lead. You dig? And then lead, build our habits, our success habits, and leadership within ourselves before we get with the woman. You did, because where are we leading this person? A lot of times we get in relationships and don't understand that we're dealing with another human being. You feel me? We're dealing with somebody that's supposed to make us feel good about ourselves, our shortcomings. Somebody that's supposed to be there for us and share excitement. When we have accomplishments. But that's really like self-serving. We don't necessarily get in a relationship to say, well, what can I do for this person, or how can I better this person? You dig? And so I just think that's some things that we should put in our culture, in our conversation when we talk about relationships, leadership qualities. Where can this man take me? How can he do something for me? And then as a man, being able to exemplify those qualities before you even try to find a partner.
You got a girlfriend because you my type.
Hey man, say
all right. No, wait, we have an internet celebrity. No, we have an internet celebrity in the audience. I would like to say her name real quick. I don't know her name, but I know she is Aaliyah's daughter. You said you
Girl,
were
where?
Right here. She was on the internet.
Who? Put your hand up.
She is
Girl, you ain't no fucking
legally
Aaliyah's
Aaliyah
daughter.
and R. Kelly's daughter.
Shit.
I know her.
Who
I
told
knew
you
that was her in the audience.
Dust yourself off the
I'ma
track.
be real.
Yeah, baby
She
girl.
might be telling the truth. I don't know, but are you telling the truth? Are you Aaliyah's daughter?
Hell no.
She said she is Aaliyah's daughter, for real.
I love Aaliyah.
Shout out
Like,
to
don't
that
even
sister.
play with Aaliyah like that. Just sit
I
down.
love you, and we'll talk after this, but I kind of believe you. I'm not even gonna lie. I do kind of believe you are Aaliyah and Robert Kelly's daughter. So we'll get back to that on another note. But
I love Aaliyah too much for the fucking foolery.
Hey,
I want to speak to something the brother said.
Hold on. The Paul want to say something real quick.
I want to ask a question, a real question.
Go ahead.
Not that these weren't real questions, but this is going to get a little bit heated. I think we won't be able to top that troll that was in the audience earlier. However, do you think that the reality, when we hear about men saying, the black woman she's hopeless? I mean, am I going down the wrong road? Because I feel like we need to just go ahead and get the elephant in the room out the way. When they say the black woman is hopeless, the brother said he's a passport bro, and I know brothers love black women, but
That's right.
I'm going to ask the brothers. I want either one of you decide who could go first. Is there any truth, or if you want to chime in, Sonetta, you could definitely. But is there any truth to that in this room? Because you hear it on the internet a lot, and is it bleeding over into real life? Is it time to get away from black women and divest and go overseas? I know you're a husband of 2 black women, but I don't know this brother. So should we start with him and then whatever?
Husband of 2
I want to
black
talk.
women.
I want to talk to.
Oh, no, my second wife, I married overseas. But anyway.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute.
Well, go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk. You brother.
Now you've been talking all that shit.
Sisters,
like you
listen,
the
because
black king
we're
of
gonna hear-
Africa and you got 2 wives.
no, they do.
You hear this, Johnny? He got 2 wives.
They actually no, they
I
do in
support,
Africa.
I care for, and I love 2 beautiful women.
No, I've heard of that in Africa that they have multiple wives.
It's
but
not just in Africa, it's everywhere.
This guy don't look African. You look.
It's not just in Africa, it's everywhere.
More
I would say
American.
this, guys.
It
Oh,
fits
let's
who-
hear
it
from
fits
you.
who it
Let's
fits.
really hear.
Always remember,
From the
relationships are about the people in them. So you guys have relationships that are harmonious for you guys. Therefore, you shouldn't criticize when people find relationships that are harmonious for them, right? So we're all different. The main goal is that you find a relationship that works for you and be honest.
Y'all both live together. All 3 of us.
Together. Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Okay.
We need to get back to that question about the black. I want to talk because you know what? I'm always online hearing the
fucking
brothers
them
say this stuff about the black woman. I
be
want to
fucking
hear
them?
in live
Do
and
you
in
save
person.
2 for 1?
I don't believe
We're gonna get to the polygyny soon. Go ahead, talk to us about is the black woman hopeless?
No, they're not. No, they're
Talk
not.
on it.
I do believe you run across the right person. That right person allows you to open up as a woman. It allows you to sit back in your femininity, right? I believe that with all my heart, point blank period. Now, I do understand that it is a popular thing nowadays for women to sit more in their masculinity, but that's only for comfort, that's for protection or whatnot, right?
Can I ask y'all this? Does sex make the relationship? Because I feel like if there is no good
Yes,
sex in it,
yeah.
I'm leaving.
So what's that
I'm
got?
leaving.
Yes, sex
I can't, or I'm gonna
makes it,
cheat on
baby.
you if
Put
we're
it
married.
on me.
If we marry,
Let's come back to that.
Fuck
Let's
me so
answer
good,
this
I don't go nowhere.
question.
Oh, it's kids in here. Damn, it's kids in
So,
here. Okay.
so I mean,
I
to be honest with you, I mean, to be
Okay.
the sex thing threw me off. But okay, to be honest with you, point blank period, I do believe there's someone out there for somebody. There's someone out there with a thick head that'll go through that. There's somebody that'll take that $200. There's somebody that'll marry this
Show
man
you right.
twice over. There's there's someone out there for everybody, point blank period. And like you said, if you see somebody, like you said that earlier, I believe you said that earlier. If you see somebody relationship, take a piece out of it. If you hear some advice that might help you later on in life or might be a bit of help within your relationship, take a bit of that and tailor it to yourself. The sisters were talking about within a relationship. I didn't get to answer this question, but we were talking about conflict. First of all, when you're in a relationship, take the negative undertone words out of your relationship with that person that you so-called love. Take the negative undertones out.
Examples. What do you mean by
Argument,
that?
like an argument. I'm going to call it an argument. I have an argument with somebody on the street. I don't have an argument with my significant other. You know what I mean? I have an emotional discussion because the problem with these words is they carry negative vibrations. They carry negative vibrations. So if I'm looking at my queen, I don't want to see anything negative. I don't want to. If she's waiting on me to finish conversating, I know she is, right? So what I'm going
Sometimes
to do,
arguing is good for the relationship, though.
if you get to the root cause, if you get to the root cause, it's good.
It makes up for
But both
great,
have got to be willing to get to the root cause, either both or one, which means that at some point I'm going to sit back and I'm going to allow you to talk. This whole time I allowed you to talk, right?
Right. You didn't interrupt me. You were a gentleman.
Exactly.
I appreciate you.
And then when I do get ready to talk to you, I'm gonna talk with you with emotion and passion. And I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna know
look at
that's when I need to shut up.
you. And I'm not saying that's when you need to shut up, but at the same time, you respected that. You know what I mean? And that's how you run your relationship, point blank period. If I deal with my queen a lot of times when she's frustrated. I would tell the men all the time, men love certain things. Like say for instance, my queen, she's got love for the children. She's got love for her job. She's got love for her family. She's spreading her love throughout all day, every day. So when she brings her love to me, sometimes it's diminished, right? So with that being said, I at a lot of times, even when she's frustrated, this and that, even if she's arguing about something that's not even a root cause, I want to sit back and I want to be the comfort for her. I'm not going to get irritated. Why am I get frustrated? I chose to be with this woman. Why would I be frustrated within that argument?
Give it up for this brother. Come on, y'all.
So it sounds like the man has to really want to be with the woman or it's not going to work. It's sad because when the woman wants the man, nothing happens. We go through hell and hot water. We go to Methuselah and back. But when the man wants the woman, everything works out. It's just like a one-way street. Like, why does it have to be if y'all want us?
Y'all
But
stop
if you
going
want
through
the
red
next woman
flags.
the next
I
day,
can
then
answer
it's F us and we have to go and pray to God to get the strength to move on. I'm sick of
So
it.
I'll
She has a
explain.
good point.
I'll
She has
explain
a very
something to you
good
guys,
point.
okay?
Amber, you is a character.
So when it comes to these relationships, right? You guys have to realize this: women are the access to sex. It is up to her to decide whenever she is ready and willing to let this man sleep with her. As bad as he may want it, it is up to her. Relationships are about the man. He typically has to carry that relationship, be responsible for. He's taking another person into his home. So a woman choosing a man for a relationship, it just doesn't work out that way. It's like me walking up to any one of you ladies saying, "Come on, let's have sex." Sex ain't up to me. It's up to y'all. But the relationship is up to the man. So if he pursues you for a relationship, only then should you take him serious. You shouldn't take a man serious who coming to you asking you for sex. Okay, because that's not how you're going to get that relationship with that man. If you want sex with that man, then absolutely have some sex. But if you want a relationship with him, he has to work for that. He has to
Sir,
take
can
you
I
out
ask
courting,
you
get to know you for that.
What's your name again?
Kevin.
Kevin. Okay. Kevin, I would like to ask you a question, and the men up here and
All right, I want to let y'all know y'all got a minute to answer the question.
Okay, it's quick. It's
a
quick.
minute to answer the question.
So I see what's going on here, but I want to know if you was to meet a queen out in the world, think she's beautiful, woo woo woo, and she lets you know that she's a trans woman. What happens in that situation? Because we're in 2023 now. You can't tell the difference these days. So what happens if something like that happens as a man? What do you do?
Chitty chitty bang bang.
If they told me straight up that they were trans, I would thank them for telling me straight up. And that's just it.
So what happens if she led you on? Maybe
I'd be highly frustrated, highly pissed, and she'd probably get the worst out of me.
Would you hurt her?
I would feel raped.
Really?
Absolutely.
Even if
Oh
you guys
my
didn't have
God.
sex or anything like that?
Well, if I touched her in any way and I found out that she wasn't what I like, my type, then I would feel
Is
I'd
that
feel raped. Absolutely.
wow? Because I'm.
But why did you find without knowing that you found like you're a man and you don't know what
Hold on,
you're sliding off in?
No, let's just say.
But
I
Amber,
blame
these
your
days
mother.
you can't
She said
tell
before
these
sex.
days. You
She said
can't
before
tell
sex.
these days, so he wouldn't know.
But when
But-
they're
but
doing
my
it, they're
thing-
not
I
gonna
just
know.
I feel
Even if I was just holding her hand, if I didn't know that was a guy and I didn't know all that going in,
You don't see the Adam's apple.
you can't build a foundation on deception though.
But my
Hey,
thing
look.
is, I just
Hey,
want.
hold on in the
That
audience. Hold on, because
I
we got to
wanted to
close this
see-
thing out.
I wanted to see if he
We're
was
gonna have to close
say-
this thing
I
out real
wanted to
quick.
see if he was gonna say if he was going to like kill her,
Oh no,
Ain't nobody gonna do.
because that's usually what.
But you don't
happens
know what
in
he gonna-
today's day. If a man feels tricked,
That's why I
he
said
will
chitty chitty
kill
bang bang.
her. He will kill her as a trans woman because of him feeling his manhood was taken from him.
But that's
But
like
I mean,
that's
that's
like,
only if you take it so far, though.
that's like a woman
saying
taking a
something.
man's life if
honest,
she
yo.
found
You
out he
play on
cheated
people.
on her. It's the same.
All right, last question. I want the panel to go through it. Last question. Then we're going to bring up a performing artist to come up here and give us some powerful entertainment. Nepal, you wanted to say something?
I was going to speak on that as
Go ahead.
far as relationships go. Just like with women, when you're violated, you know what I'm saying? Like if a man rapes a woman, you know, you want that person to die. And I'm not saying no, there should never be violence against anyone. You should be able to go through the justice system. So you should never, ever, ever kill someone who hasn't tried to take your life. But we have to stop. I don't like using the situation with the trans because there's sick people who look for trans. So I like to put that aside. But we have to stop making men bow down and they have to be men again. No, that's one. There's just a short list that men have. You know, I don't want to sleep with other men if I'm heterosexual. I just want to come home and have peace. You know, and I'm not a pick me. You know, then there's about 3 other things on that list. So yes, we have to be sensitive because you can't take people's lives. However, we also have to look at the trans responsibility. Don't trick men because there are some beautiful.
Exactly, my
we
love.
have one right here.
One right here.
Wait,
and I
we
don't
have
walk
some-
around with trans
No, you
women
don't
on
do
my
that.
forehead.
But
and
you
I
don't
won't.
do that, Sydney.
But
But
the
there's
thing is,
women
I
out
hate
there who do.
when a man comes on to me, doesn't know anything about my history, doesn't know my TV history, doesn't know all the shows I've been on, literally popular ass shows, Wildin' Out, Baddies,
So he doesn't
Love
know
and
you're
Hip Hop,
trans, he
doesn't
knows-
know anything. But when I let them know that I'm trans, I am the fucking wrong person. I'm in the
Like
wrong.
in that
All
initial
right.
conversation.
In closing.
Okay, well,
But that's a
I'm gonna
separate-
give y'all
I
a
have
minute to say to close out this
we need to have a whole
conversation.
panel
Let's get this
about-
young brother. Go ahead, brother.
Okay,
hate that
this
one
is
play
about. I've
that
been
I'm the
sitting
wrong
and
person.
I've been listening to everybody talk. Like I literally been listening to everybody talk,
Thank you.
and I just been listening to everybody feedback about relationships, about everything. And I hear the fellas blaming the women blaming the fellas, everybody just blaming each other. But I want to say this to close this out: like everybody is their own person. Everybody have baggage that they got to carry in a relationship. You can't blame Tom, Dick, and Harry for what your actions done brought upon you, or you can't blame the next person for what you feel like is going wrong within yourself. So I just been listening to everybody, and I just feel like the man and the woman have some type of accountability to uphold in a relationship. You can't blame everybody for what's going wrong within your relationship. I just feel like everybody needs to take accountability for what's going on in a relationship and just stop blaming others. And it comes a time where everybody have that weight on their shoulder. And once you carry a 5-pound bag of sugar, like it continues to get heavier and heavier. And I'm being serious when I speak this because
But you know it's 2023.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
This is my best friend, y'all. I'm sorry.
No,
Let him
I'm
finish.
serious. It like everybody just need to stop holding somebody else accountable for their actions, and everybody need to just man up and woman up and just take full responsibility for what's going on in the relationship.
agree.
And that's just real. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you, brother
all right.
Jermaine. Give it up for Jermaine. Thank you, brother Jermaine. Sit
Yes,
your ass
we're gonna
down.
move on, man. I'm gonna tell y'all, right? We as black men don't want to take responsibility. And that's the problem. We got to take responsibility in every nationality. That white man is at the head of his family. And that white man take responsibility, right? When you look at every nationality, it's always the man at the top. Only in the Negro community is because the woman makes more money, so I'm going to run the household. It still don't work like that. Not with me, it don't. You see what I'm saying? Because I have a wife that make more money than me, but she give me that respect
right here
and still allow me to run my damn household.
Because
Okay?
you're a man. If you wasn't a man, she wouldn't give you that
Trust
respect.
me, man. Ain't no woman out there. I don't give a damn how much you make. When you step in my house, you still gonna respect me as a damn man.
That's a man.
And
No,
I'm
that's
gonna
right.
run this.
That's a
I
man.
don't want to curse. I'm gonna run my household like
That's
a
a
man's
man.
supposed to.
Woo,
We
where's
got
his
to
son?
get back to being men. That's all I'm telling y'all.
Where's
That's
his
not
son?
that's not disrespecting your woman. That's making her look up to you and respect you as a man. When you give that right over, she can run over you all day long, man. Do what she want to do. Come on now.
How long y'all been together? How long y'all been
Sister-
married?
Oh, I've been with my wife for like
25
35 years.
You have 3 wives.
How many sons you got?
I've been with one of my wives for 35 years.
Wait, hold on.
I've been with my
One
second,
of your wives.
I've been with my second wife
For 25
I've been with my
years.
second
Class is
wife
adjourned, everybody.
for over 20 plus years.
And your third wife for 4 years.
You know what happened, man? We as a people have been stripped of a thorough knowledge of self, man.
Talk
Y'all
on
been
it. Come
stripped
on.
of a knowledge of self.
I mean, that's some commitment. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all been in 5-month relationships. And you know,
I
y'all
want
ain't
to
making it.
say
I
this
just
real
want to put
quick.
it
I
out
want to say
there.
this real quick. This brother right here.
3?
You're
Oh
right.
my God. He got 3
3
wives.
wives.
He
Child,
got 2.
please.
He
I'm
out.
busting out 3 house
Real
windows.
quick. I want to say this. I want to say to this young king, he's absolutely correct. Now, it's not so much about fault as it is responsibility. So it's not whose fault is. Whose responsibility is it in a relationship to make a relationship harmonic? Both people, right? So it's
Genesis.
not 50-50, it's 100-100. So if you're not giving all to your relationship, it's silly if you expect it to be harmonic. If you're not giving your all, you cheating if you're not giving your all. So why take somebody into your life if you're not going to treat them right? It makes absolutely no sense. It's like bringing a pet home that you're not going to feed. Why would you do that? Right? So it's not about going back in time and finding out who's originally responsible for all this mess. We all know that there's women who are not worthy of marriage. There's men who are not worthy of marriage, and it's always going to be the case.
All right.
If you want a relationship, you gotta work it. You gotta make it happen.
While you
manifest
talking, close us out, brother. You got a minute.
Okay.
Close us out.
I would just say, guys, for me, I speak for our ancestors who have not yet arrived. I speak for the children. So my goal is to make sure that we have harmonious relationships so our children have their mother and their father in the home so they can get everything they need in their development because they didn't ask to be here. So we can choose whatever life we want individually. But if we're not thinking about those children, we're not going to be accountable to those lives. And we're going to keep on damaging our communities because we just like pleasure. And we don't actually seek to be accountable to the life that we live. So if we want to fix our communities, it's going to require us all to be responsible for the relationships that we take on. No, both are.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Whatever
But
that-
one of his wives is here in the white sonnetter.
Where?
Which one of Sonetta's wives is here?
Are you one of his
Where
wives?
is the
I'm one
wife?
of his- I'm one of his wives.
Really? Okay.
I got one of my subs.
So
here, too.
it don't. I
Stand up, sister.
I
Let me
don't-
see.
Why are you okay with
I'm gonna
having
be real.
a
I don't
husband
feel bad with
With
being the
headphones?
thought that I
Sex
am
with other women.
because y'all got 3 and 2 wives and I'll be thoughting
Why
it
are you
out.
okay
That's not
with
thought.
that? Like, how can you be
didn't even
okay
get a chance to
with
talk
a
about
man that has sex with multiple women? How are you
Those
okay
are
with
my
that?
sister's
Look,
wives.
you
Can
sitting
I-
here trying to
Amber,
give me advice? How can you
Amber,
give me advice? Look at
Amber,
what you stand for.
Amber.
My mother would never stand for that.
Amber, really quickly, just because this man is polygamous does not mean he does
Polygamous
not-
my ass. That's triflingamous.
It's not trifling.
That's what it is. It's
you do
trifling.
you do what work for you as an advocate
It's
of polygamy.
trifling,
You
and
do
I'm
what works for
sorry.
you in 2023. 3 incomes is
So I
what-
can go
is
be a
what-
hoe and fuck 6 niggas,
okay.
have their babies, and be a
Watch this.
prostitute, and everything will be all
So
right.
think about this right here. Think about this right here. Say you meet a single guy, he's unmarried, right? He don't
Yes.
have wives at all, right? So he's single. How many women do you think that he's sleeping with?
Several. You
Give a damn
polygamous.
if you
It's
see
not
it.
good one,
Are
Kevin.
A lot.
we doing
A lot. Okay.
How many wives did Jesus have?
What that's supposed to mean?
Jesus was an
Jesus
advocate for
wasn't zero.
poly.
So we should have
But
two wives.
How many
It's
wives did the
different.
men in the Bible have? How many?
They had
Zero.
several wives.
Thank you.
So
Why
we have
does
zero wives?
They had several.
I
The
feel
Bible
like
had
that's just
several.
greedy.
of
It's
God.
just greedy.
The
And
prophets of the
basically,
Most High
let me tell y'all
had
something because I'm
several
gonna get
wives.
this
What are you
out.
talking about?
Sonetta,
Let her get
let
it
me
out.
say this.
Let her get it
Abraham
out.
I
had 2
love you
wives.
and I respect you, brother, but men like you are nothing but greedy. Basically, because I'm a man and I got the money and the power to control shit and run shit, that I'm just gonna have multiple women. But if women had multiple men, it'll be a whole different. Please,
They do.
you had the
Mine do.
Amber, but why you think it's
Mine do.
them? Why do you think it's them?
You got one behind you.
Why do you
Mine
think it's
do.
them?
It's
I
just
want a
not
wife.
cool. It's giving greedy. It's
Okay.
giving
Well, I
greedy.
want to say this. All right, we all have our opinions.
I get it.
Let me say
It's
this.
giving greedy.
The thing about the woman and the man, women are not wired the same as men. Women are not wired the same as men. And it is about, I know people don't, I'm not, listen, you can be monogamous if you want, but a man is biologically designed to have multiple wives. It's just, it's natural.
Girl.
Who told you that?
A man,
Who told you
listen,
that
listen.
men
Nature.
were
It's nature.
designed
You
to
get
have
pregnant. You get
multiple
pregnant.
wives?
It's
It's
9
getting
months.
part
You out the
two.
game.
Yo, it's to each his own, man. If it ain't for you,
Y'all
don't
believe
do
in
it.
having Bible,
It's
y'all
not
won't
easy.
believe, and it's
I'm gonna
not
tell
cool.
you right now. It's not easy,
cool.
y'all.
Yeah, it's not easy.
All right. So it's to each his own. That's all it is. So
Just-
It's giving.
that's all it is.
This definitely gonna need a part 2 or 3 and 4.
It's,
Go ahead.
it's greedy
Think
and it's
about this.
disgusting.
This,
Come
this
on
whole this whole meeting of the minds. That's why I brought this together. You see what's happening here is because
Go ahead.
Come on,
this
Genesis.
right here. You see how we can't even disagree when people when they came together. They're agreeing with their situation.
I'm appalled.
Okay, up here we have 1, 2,
So-
3 people who
Okay,
do
so
poly.
okay, so
1,
you
2, 3, 4.
right. So all right.
I
So
got my
did you get
stand
to
in
close
the
say
tub.
your closing statement? Did you get to say your closing statement?
I'm also mad y'all
I
kicked
believe-
out.
I wanted to say this.
Hold on. He closing out.
Hold on. We gotta close out because we gotta
Okay.
we gotta
Yeah.
we gotta
We got shorts. Where's shorts at?
Brother Shorts about to come on.
Brother Shorts getting ready to tear
We've
the
had a
house
great
up,
night.
man.
I thank everybody for coming.
Thank you,
So we gotta
Monica.
close this
Yeah,
out.
Sydney,
I would like to say, I wish y'all didn't kick out my hater fan because I would have made baddies up in this. Yeah, baddies would have been turned. I'd have went down there and gave y'all a baddies episode. that yeah, y'all should have kept that person in
We'll
here.
talk about it.
I don't know why y'all kicked that person out. Why did y'all kick the person out?
Because we was gonna whoop her
No
if they
shade.
didn't.
They were being
Because
discouraged.
I'm just saying dead ass. Y'all should have let the person stay because it would have been a baddies episode with this all at once. But I thank you for having me.
Where is she, Monica? Is she still around?
She's going. She purposely did that to start messing. She knew what she was doing. So.
I would love to be a part of the next one because this is going to get bigger and bigger. This is just
Who can see my vision?
All right.
I see the vision.
Let's hear Genesis' vision. We're gonna work together. Talk about New York.
All right.
At the end of the day, we're supposed to be closing out with love. Point blank period. Y'all.
Thank you guys. Thank y'all for having me.
Give it up. Give it
The
up.
transgender diva, Sydney Star.
Let's put it.
All right. Thank you.
Let Taurus close because he had something to say. Let Taurus close out. Close out. And say your final words.
I mean, at the end of the day, point blank period. Like my man
Taurus
said,
closing out.
we are all responsible within our relationships,
Panel,
right?
panel.
We are all
Taurus
responsible.
closing out.
But in real life, reality, at some times, your mate can fall short of being that person for you as far as holding your mental capacity or emotional capacity. And at that point, that's when you're supposed to take over. It's supposed to go back and forth, point blank period. And at the end of the day, in all honesty, we put this panel up here so we can get all kind of different ideas and just see what people are saying and feeling about other people's aspects of life. But in real life, man, point blank period, we all do need to heal on a continuous basis. Yourself, starting with yourself. You don't know what love looks like until you love yourself, right? And if you're in your relationship, right, the soul child. And if you're in your relationship and you don't know what love looks like, make sure you express that to your partner. So maybe your partner can help you find what love looks like. Maybe they can hold you up. Maybe they can support you. Maybe they can push you in the right direction. But point blank period, when you choose a partner, just know you chose someone and they'll never get that time in their life back. Think about it like that. Start thinking about deeper things. I'll never get this time back that I spent with you. You know what I mean? So with that being said, don't take anyone's life away just because you wanted to be the sugar mama or the sugar daddy, or you want to be the pimp, you want to get that extra notch up under your belt or something like that. Now don't take nobody's life away for that. You know what I mean? Be honest, point blank period. And don't get your head busted open with some wood because you was lying.
Thank you.
All right. Give it up for Taurus, y'all. Give it up. All right. Nepal Shaddai, close us out.
I appreciate being chosen to be up here. Thank you so much, Genesis, for your hard work, your blood, sweat, and tears. Not real blood, but really putting all of our heart into this. Thank you to the beautiful panel. Yes, we are all different. Yes, I see you. I see you, Aset. Thank you, Aset. And, we're all different. That's what makes it great. There's somebody in the audience who resonates with me. There's somebody in the audience who doesn't resonate with me, and so on and so forth. Just thank you for coming. And we're going to keep doing this. We have one coming on the East Coast soon, Genesis. We're going to be doing these town hall meetings. And I just want to say, like what he said. Okay. No, but thank you so much for being here.
All right. Now, are y'all ready for some performance? We got to get some real entertainment up in here tonight. We're going to bring to you powerful young brother. He's going to bring that swag. He's going to bring that hip hop. He's going to bring that knowledge. And he's going to bring that information. Without any further ado, let's give it up for our brother Shorts.